The woman just transmigrated into the novel and already possesses 50 billion. Even taking a bath has over a dozen maids attending to her. Her daily allowance is measured in billions. Spending a small amount feels like doing charity. Who said I'm poor and the only thing I have is money? Cool and rich, she even embodies the villainous qualities of the female protagonist. In front of everyone, she poured red wine over the original female protagonist's head. She scoffed dismissively. Does the daughter of a mere viscount dare to mock me? She has a head of pitch black pink hair, with deep, melancholic eyes. The female character adored by all men in the novel, acted pitifully innocent. She desperately explained. I just said, your dress is just as special as a dancer's costume. I didn't mean to imply you have no taste at all. Look at this green tea vibe, it's almost wafting 10 miles away. This is just how the female protagonist is. Leyland coldly put away her fan. She immediately raised her chin disdainfully. Do you have the qualifications to criticize the Duke family's taste? Before the female lead could argue, she arrogantly issued her ultimatum. If you use the standards of your poor Viscount family to measure the noble Cadmean Duke family, you will know what true misfortune really is. In the social circles that value feminine charm more, every word and action of the ladies will affect their reputation. If it were another family's daughter, she might feel ashamed for being criticized for her taste in dresses, and quickly change the subject. But who is Leyland? She is one of the two pillars of the empire, possessing the golden branch that symbolizes wealth. The only daughter of the Cadmean Duke family, even if she is a villainess, obsessed with causing trouble everywhere, wherever she goes. There are still a bunch of people eager to be her simps. Being rich means you can do whatever you want. The female protagonist's halo wants to dazzle everyone. Leyland smiled slightly. She casually tossed aside the wine glass in her hand. Don't worry, I'll take action. I am the legitimate descendant of the Cadmean Duke family. By insulting me, you insult the Duke's family. The lowly status female protagonist. How could she bear such an accusation? She eagerly explained while holding her chest. She just wanted to tell the Duke's daughter about better designs. Before her words finished, Leyland revealed a kind smile. My taste. When did I need Miss Alice to decide for me? Just when the female protagonist was left speechless, a strange voice suddenly broke the silence. What is going on? Leyland turned her head. The newcomer was none other than the male protagonist, the Crown Prince. The man that had the original owner obsessed. However, the female protagonist suffers and the male protagonist comes to the rescue. This has always been the rule in all novels. This world is no exception. As expected, the Crown Prince immediately pulled the female lead into his arms. His cold and disdainful gaze openly shot toward Leyland. You are truly arrogant and proud beyond measure. Leyland thought the original owner was really foolish. Such a person supples on the blood of others while insulting his fiancée in front of them. Behind closed doors, he is a scumbag who has an affair with the female lead. No matter how handsome he is, he should still return to the trash bin. Why bother looking for a boyfriend in the trash? So she snapped open her folding fan and angrily retorted. Arrogance and confidence are two completely different things. Of course, you wouldn't understand. Besides, I am just teaching this young lady the rules of the noble circle. The male lead frowned fiercely. Leyland unabashedly called out to him. She then announced it publicly. We are no longer engaged. Please roll away smoothly whenever you see me from now on. Do you understand? The Crown Prince still thinks she wants to use marriage to blackmail him like before, using marriage to threaten him. So she glared back without backing down. Unbeknownst to him, Leyland had already made up her mind. Is it that money is hard to spend or handsome men are hard to pursue? Even if she had to turn the world upside down, she would still find a better handsome man to marry. Of course, this overflowing fortune should also be enjoyed to the fullest. After all, just a day ago, she was still a humble corporate slave working overtime every night. The boyfriend she had admired for 8 long years turned out to be a scum who cheated on her with her best friend. She pitifully didn't realize until her green tea friend shoved the wedding invitation in front of her nose that she had been living in a fantasy. So, right away, in front of everyone's eyes, I cursed the adulterers until they were bloody. I wished them to be childless and barren. Then, in the admiring gazes of everyone, I elegantly turned and left. However, back home, I remembered that all my efforts in these past years had gone to waste. I still felt quite displeased inside. I thought about reading a romance novel to get rid of the bad luck. And I almost had a heart attack from being so angry at the villainess in the book. The only daughter of the wealthiest Duke family, exceptionally beautiful and extraordinarily wealthy. Instead of enjoying herself well, she should find a few young toys. Yet, she humbly acted as a simp for the male lead, the Crown Prince. And just to target the female lead, she ended up with nothing after simping. All her vast wealth was completely spent. What a top-notch lack of common sense this is. My fists are clenched, I'm fired up. My blood pressure has shot up. She was so angry that her vision went dark. She collapsed directly onto the sofa. She didn't even want to see the ending. This foolish villainess. Most likely, she would end up like others in a similar situation, walking onto the gallows to be hanged 1,800 times. It's simply infuriating, okay? Being a lowly corporate slave is just pitiful. If I had that much money, I'd spend hundreds of billions every day. I'd find him 300 to 500 cute boys. Perhaps she was deep in thought. Dreams come at night. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself actually sleeping on a luxurious 800-meter bed. The whole room was resplendent with gold and brilliance. It made one wonder if they had arrived at a top VIP hotel. She even thought she had been kidnapped. Looking in the same mirror. Whoa, black long hair, purple eyes, exquisite features that caught the eye. Is this beauty something a mere mortal like me can possess? The only bad thing is, she transmigrated after the original suffered bullying. From the female protagonist. There's a banquet today, where she'll meet the female protagonist again. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. Isn't it better to spend this time looking for a few more simps? But she just said she didn't want to go to the party. When the corset tightened painfully around her waist, it almost sent her away immediately. Forget it, dressed so dazzlingly. It would really be a pity not to stroll around the banquet. Leyland immediately clenched her fists and vowed, let the scummy guys and shameless girls go to hell. She wants to enjoy the wealth of a villainous sister to the fullest. Unfortunately, she's still too young to understand all the gifts bestowed by fate, which actually had their prices marked secretly long ago. Like that carriage studded with gold and gems, which clanged and clattered when it ran, almost shook her butt into 1,000 pieces. It seems that in this day and age, being a wealthy noblewoman isn't easy. Fortunately, when she made her entrance, Leyland maintained a good image. Dressed in a gown adorned with pearls and diamonds, she instantly dazzled the entire venue, attracted a flock of admirers rushing towards her. Leyland immediately relaxed her brows and eyes, surrounded by a group of beautiful young ladies, lavishing her with compliments. Even knowing they were flattering for power, it still felt really good, okay? But just then, a jarring voice suddenly broke the mood. Oh, so you're here too, Lady Leyland. Leyland turned her head to look, only to find the original protagonist Alice, who she had humiliated not long ago. She was stroking her shimmering purple gown, wearing a pitifully innocent expression like a fawn. I wonder if my outfit today will disgust the noble lady. Will it make the noble lady feel repulsed? Leyland originally found it a bit strange. Is there something special about this dress? But then she recalled the plot of the original novel. Didn't the original owner choose this dress? The female protagonist snatched it relying on the scumbag. As a result, the original owner gave her a good scolding. So is she here to provoke me? Leyland let out a chuckle. Trying this trick on me? Have you lost your mind, little green tea? I casually mentioned that it suits you well. Then she gracefully turned and walked away. Little did she know, the female protagonist saw her casual demeanor. She clenched her teeth in anger. She sarcastically remarked, the noble lady has become more open-minded lately, huh? She's really not letting this go. Leyland immediately stopped in her tracks. She asked her what this meant. The female protagonist innocently tilted her head. A lady's dress is a manifestation of her self-esteem. Many people dislike using the same designer. As she spoke, she lifted her skirt. She stepped forward elegantly, taking small steps. She provocatively pressed close to Leyland. I thought the noble lady had a strong sense of self-esteem in this regard too. She gave a disdainful snicker. I thought to myself, how thick-skinned. So what if she's the female protagonist? She's still an unseemly mistress. She stepped forward, forcing her to back away continuously. Then, she leisurely said, my heart isn't that narrow-minded. If I really cared, I would have long bought all the dresses from every designer in the continent. Leyland reached out and raised a glass of champagne. Amid the female protagonist's terrified screams, she abruptly grabbed her hand. Without giving her a chance to refuse, she shoved the cup into her hand. Then she leaned close to her ear and whispered, enjoy this moment to the fullest. After all, you don't have another chance to attend a banquet like this. The female protagonist's expression darkened instantly. Her hands gripped the wine glass tightly, but in the end, she forced a smile, while saying insincere compliments. Leyland curled her lips in disdain. If it weren't for the original host being lovesick, whether in terms of money or power, there's no way that anyone could outplay her. However, from the author's perspective, it's not impossible to understand. If the villainess doesn't act foolishly, how could the female protagonist win? But unfortunately, I'm now Niu Hulu Leyland. The female protagonist should just wait to be slapped in the face. At this time, the noble ladies nearby started discussing where the female protagonist's dress came from. Some suspected it was the crown prince's doing, and these words just happened to reach Leyland's ears as she passed by. They were so scared that they quickly apologized. But Leyland didn't care at all. After all, she already knew the culprit behind giving the dress to the female protagonist. But it was someone else. Everyone was taken aback by her suddenly generous heart. They flocked to follow her. But Leyland was only concerned with her sparkling eyes, frantically scanning the surroundings. Ah, those handsome little pups. Come to my bowl quickly. Suddenly, she widened her eyes. Who is that incredibly handsome guy? The female companion beside her eagerly introduced. That is Mr. Cassio. Beautiful brown hair. Eyes that looked like black pearls. He was indeed a rare beauty. Unfortunately, he was the lowest ranked common knight in the Knight Order. Not worthy of the princess's favor. But he was so handsome. Who cares about his identity? A determined light flashed in Leyland's eyes. Then, amidst her companion's surprised gaze, she began to gossip with great interest. Her companion didn't expect the lofty noble lady to be a member of their gossip group. Her face instantly flushed with excitement. Then she nodded enthusiastically in approval. Such a handsome young man. Who wouldn't like him? But then she remembered Leyland's obsession with the crown prince. She hurriedly explained that the crown prince was also great. However, Leyland had long since kicked that trash out to outer space. Instead, she was full of interest in this downtrodden little puppy. The girls instantly blushed. They giggled and chatted with her. Then they saw Leyland smile and raise an eyebrow. Look at him, he hasn't danced at all. Who can tell me? How should a lady invite someone to dance? Those sparkling purple eyes were fixed on him. I felt a chill down my spine when I saw him. I had to turn away. Then, amidst the eager gazes of the noble ladies, I walked boldly towards that noble duke's daughter. Leyland was captivated by his athletic figure and deep gaze. She blushed deeply from her enchantment. But he remained silent for a while. He only let out a grunt. Why do you always look at me? What? I can clearly feel the lady's gaze on me. Oh, what's going on here? I thought a lady only needed a glance. To invite a gentleman to dance? Honorably, I awkwardly shifted my toes. I quickly avoided eye contact. I pretended that I didn't see. Cassio was somewhat surprised. Does that mean the young lady thinks I misunderstood? What if not? Leyland stubbornly argued. He could only sigh helplessly. She turned to the noble ladies who were enjoying the gossip. Did the other ladies think the same? Right where the gossipers were. Not sure if she should say this against her conscience. Leyland finally decided to stop pretending. She opened her mouth and simply said she watched. Cassio instantly turned his head. He saw a girl as delicate as a rose. Blushing, she said stubbornly. Because you were very handsome. So, I watched. Never seen such a straightforward, pure little puppy before. He was so startled that his steps faltered. But the girl in front of him boldly stepped closer. She cornered him in an instant. It's just that you were very handsome. So, I wanted to see if we could dance together. Cassio instantly flushed red. Realizing he was at a loss due to not understanding the social cues. Made a big mistake. So I quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle. Stammering, I said it was my misunderstanding. Please forgive my rudeness, miss. After hearing the girl's flustered apology, he straightened up again, showing a gentle and gentlemanly smile. Once again, I apologize for my rudeness. I hope you enjoy this banquet. Then he resolutely turned and strode away. Leyland was instantly stunned. The onlookers couldn't help but discuss. You must know that Leyland is the richest and most beautiful duke's daughter in the entire continent. He actually rejected her in public. It's truly incomprehensible. However, Leyland wasn't too disappointed. After all, she is still the crown princess Toby. Finding a man wouldn't change anything. Besides, the social circle is quite unfriendly towards women. Once rumors start spreading, only she ended up suffering. But after she gracefully turned and left, that little puppy couldn't help but stare at her figure. He clenched his fists tightly. In the blink of an eye, Leyland returned home. A versatile maid respectfully attended to her hair. She enjoyed this top-tier VIP treatment. She couldn't help but ask who she should talk to about spending money. The maid confidently replied, "What do you want? You can just go to the mall and take it." "Alright, I forgot that all the malls in the continent belong to your family." Leyland had to ask about the intelligence industry again. But the maid responded even more surprised. "Our family's intelligence business is already quite excellent. Calm down, I just want to secretly understand some matters without my father knowing." Hearing this, the maid finally set down the comb. She inquired how much money her young lady needed. Leyland didn't even know how much pocket money she had. She could only watch and handle it. Who would have thought the maid brought a check? It made her let out a groundhog scream. She had never seen such a lavish rich woman. Spending 2 billion gold coins in just 5 minutes. Just to meet a charming handsome man. And to help him out by paying for a dress. This super cool way of spending money instantly captured the handsome man's heart. "Sister, I don't want to try anymore." After sending off the rich lady's sister, the handsome man was completely overwhelmed. Is such a rich and beautiful young lady real? Does she really exist? Just at that moment, a friend suddenly walked over. Trembling, they asked, even if the Cadmean Duke family is rich, they wouldn't spend 2 billion gold coins in 5 minutes, right? To be precise, it was 1.89 billion. What difference does it make? My friend is completely stunned. So what important matter did he actually commission? But the handsome man said he didn't commission anything. He was so shocked that he dropped the bag of money in his hand. I said he didn't commission anything. The handsome man stared at the cup on the mountain of gold. It was then that he realized the female lead had been lying from the beginning. If the princess really looks down on people of lower status, how could she specifically send 2 billion? To have him pay for the dress? So he decided to buy a title. The notoriously stingy guy actually spent some money. My friend was so scared his hands were shaking. He quickly asked him how he wasn't worried about money. But he casually brushed his hair back. Maybe I fell in love at first sight. My friend almost showed a shocked expression. I see you must be after that woman's money, right? Half and half, I suppose. The handsome man elegantly shrugged his shoulders. It's my first time seeing someone like that woman. Someone who spends money so coolly. She strode to the window. She fixed her gaze on the girl's departing figure. A capable woman. Isn't he quite handsome? Alright, you win. Her friend could only exclaim what a remarkable person she was. Meanwhile, Leyland also arrived at the carriage. In response to the maid's inquiry about whether the entrusted task went smoothly, she just playfully winked. The maid, captivated by her extraordinary beauty, blushed. "Ah, our young lady is truly beautiful." Then, they began a jarring ride. Leyland felt car sick, fainting and questioning her life choices. Taking advantage of a moment to drink water, she seriously contemplated whether to start a carriage business. Little did she know, the maid nearly fainted upon hearing this. It was then that she recalled the original owner's impressive accomplishments. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying the heroine's halo was. Forget it, let's not talk about business for now. This stupid car is so bumpy. Why not go to the craftsman for compensation? Because a lady asking a craftsman for compensation wouldn't seem refined enough. The maid has a look of utter indifference. Watching this, Leyland was about to explode. Another damned lady. Is a woman not a person? Touching her butt that felt like it was smashed into pieces. She was almost in tears without any tears to shed. Suddenly, she widened her eyes. She actually saw the dejected puppy boy shopping with the female protagonist. Wow, I thought he was just a handsome extra. Turns out, he's also one of the male leads. This damn dog-eat-dog world. So the female lead just gets to run a fish pond, huh? Can't I have just one of those many fish? Forced to take the initiative, she went to the slums to shop and ran into the puppy boy. Maid Betty saw that she finally agreed to go out. Excitedly went to make arrangements. This reaction and adaptability. Leyland couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Even if she went to the modern world, such a top-tier waitress would definitely do well. Under Betty's arrangements, she quickly got ready to set off. Got into the familiar carriage. A familiar pain shot through her backside. She could only look out the window to distract herself. Little did she know, the barren sight made her eyes widen in shock. The novel didn't mention such a large gap between rich and poor. Seeing her pale face, Betty beside her cautiously advised her to go back. She didn't have time to respond. When the carriage jolted, she almost flew into outer space. God, grant me a normal carriage, please. By the time they reached their destination, Leyland was already staggering, her face pale. It felt like being trampled 1,800 times. Betty could only help her sit to the side. Then she went to buy medicine herself. She slumped in the chair like a disabled person. Just then, something suddenly happened at her feet. A group of adorable puppies came running over. Unable to resist, she picked one up and wanted to smother it with affection. But suddenly, a familiar voice called out beside her. She looked up. OMG, a puppy. Why did you come to me on your own? Cassio explained that the security team needed assistance, so he was temporarily dispatched here. Leyland immediately realized he was being sidelined because of his commoner background. That's why he ended up in this godforsaken place, looking for dogs, cats, and the like. Just as she wanted to say something comforting, the puppy in her arms suddenly began to play wildly. It tugged at her, causing her to topple over immediately. She was about to fall face first. 3 pairs of strong arms. Suddenly, they trapped her in their embrace. She felt the man's warm body heat. Her face instantly turned beet red. She shoved the little puppy away and retreated 800 meters in a panic. Don't get me wrong, I'm just here for market research. Cassio stared at the puppy in his arms, which was bursting with cuteness. He was left with a head full of question marks. Leyland quickly changed the subject. Aren't you tired from working like this? Cassio replied that he was just a commoner. He was already grateful to have this kind of job. How could he feel tired? Leyland thought his tone sounded strange and sarcastic. So, in a moment of impulse, she invited him to the Duke's mansion. To her surprise, Cassio frowned instantly. Coldly, he wondered what she meant by that. She quickly explained that she was just looking for potential knights. Cassio scratched his head in confusion. Thank you for your affection. But I am very aware of my own abilities. Before the words fell silent, Leyland earnestly encouraged him. Everyone in this world is different. Some are strong, while some are relatively less capable. You clearly tried hard, yet you can't get a good ending. Don't you feel upset about that? And I just think the house is a bit big. Having a few more people is fine. So, are you coming? This imposing demeanor made the little puppy across blush, his handsome face turning completely red. He didn't dare to put himself in danger at all. But seeing the worried face of the girl, he couldn't help but reach out his hand, gently helping her up. You don't have to feel sorry. It was my rudeness. Unexpectedly, Leyland, who scored full marks in theory but 0 in practice, felt the handsome guy's warmth afterwards. Instinctively shook it off, said, see you next time, and hurried away, leaving Cassio standing there, his black pearl-like eyes filled with melancholy. After the maid Betty learned of this, it was truly speechless. Immediately advised her to learn how to date. Then started role-playing. If I say to someone, come stay at my house, would they really respond? Okay, I'll go right now. How long have you known each other? Leyland touched her chin, feeling a bit guilty. Ryuko talked to me. We talked for 5 minutes last time. This is the second time we met. To someone you've only talked to for 5 minutes. And said something like that. Betty was completely stunned. Leyland blushed and was practically steaming. Indeed, it had been a long time since she saw a handsome guy. When the handsome guy talked to her, she was captivated. Just before she lowered her head in shame, a male voice suddenly rang out. If it were me, I would definitely agree. This is a well-known opportunity. It's a free stay at the Cadmean Duke family's residence. Who exactly is the handsome guy you mentioned? How handsome can he be to captivate you like this? Is he more handsome than me? The stunning man with blue eyes and blue hair has a smile like a flower. He seems to be shining all over. It was so dazzling that Leyland's eyes were almost blinded. Lucas is also really handsome. There are just too many handsome men in this novel world. But then she couldn't help but sigh again. These are all the female protagonist simps. It's a pity she doesn't have the aura of a transmigrator. However, she also found it strange. How could Lucas be here? Are you following me? Lucas first looked puzzled. It left Leyland inexplicably confused. He then explained that he was just waiting for someone here. An ominous premonition suddenly surged in Leyland's heart. Flying message. It really is a familiar green tea recipe. Damn, this is so bloody. I finally managed to get out for a bit. How did I run into her again? Leyland suppressed her dissatisfaction. She thought to herself that she was here to relax. She really didn't want to deal with someone who looked at her like that. With someone who had flames in their eyes. Lucas, who was nearby, noticed this. He even asked her with a grin why she looked like that. Leyland wished she could give him. Not really sure how to finish that thought. Fortunately, Betty and the knights were supportive. They helped her lower her veil. The rest surrounded her in the middle. They resolutely isolated her from the green tea. Touched, Leyland felt she could hardly give them a few $100 million in bonuses at the mall. Meanwhile, the female lead Alice also arrived at the battlefield. Seeing that Lucas ignored her, instead, she smiled and looked to the side. She felt a bit unhappy inside. You look a little strange today. Lucas casually dismissed it with, where's that? Then she returned the dress. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why are you giving it back to me? Alice replied thoughtfully. This is just too valuable. I can't accept it. Even though it has been worn once. But secondhand items shouldn't lose too much value. She thought this would win Lucas's favor. To her surprise, Lucas looked completely indifferent. This isn't worth much, anyway. This really scared her. A person who usually counts every penny. What happened today? Because recently she saw someone treat 4.89 billion gold coins like garbage. Someone who threw it on the ground like trash. Suddenly, this amount of money didn't seem like much. Listening to this guy ramble on and on. How cool is a woman who casually throws around 2 billion? Leyland was completely stunned. You might as well just tell me your ID number. But the female protagonist covered her mouth and started laughing. Oh my gosh, there are actually people like this. Then she pretended to look pitiful again. I really envy those kinds of people. The female protagonist thought Lucas would comfort her. Unexpectedly, his expression changed. He directly praised those kinds of people for being very capable. Then he asked, were you sitting in front of the fountain before? About that thing that made you almost cry? Did you solve it with your skirt? The female protagonist angrily cupped her delicate face. Who said I was about to cry? She hesitated and said, actually, I didn't. After all, a caterpillar won't turn into a real butterfly just by sticking on wings. It won't become a real butterfly. Lucas faintly curled the corners of his lips. Did the butterfly say something? The protagonist lowered her head in grievance. She said, after all, I will never have the chance to wear a dress like this again. So let me enjoy the moment to the fullest. She also said that although she didn't know how I got this dress, I shouldn't only wear this one just because I have an expensive dress. I shouldn't just wear this one. I had absolutely nothing to say. She then pretended to be strong and sat up. I'm sorry, I know it's because I can't buy a dress like this at all. And you kindly helped me. You also wanted to encourage me. No sooner had she spoken. Lucas interrupted her with an awestruck expression. By the way, that butterfly is truly remarkable. Although I don't know who she is. Only those with abilities would say something like that. The female protagonist across from me was instantly stunned. He, however, sighed to himself. If I were as rich as her, I would definitely be even more arrogant. How envious. I also want to experience the life of the rich. For example, throwing 1.89 billion gold coins on the ground. In the end, this sentence. Lucas's words were filled with genuine emotion and intricate twists. However, Leyland beside him just found him annoying. And the female protagonist thought he was outright crazy. She had no choice but to ask him what was wrong today. But he confidently asked, don't you think capable people are handsome? This struck a nerve with the female protagonist. Gossip back. That woman has no real ability at all. She just had good luck in her rebirth. Leyland heard this sentence loud and clear. She naturally knew this fact. That's why she kept silent. Speaking of which, why does the transmigration script still need to take the blame? Remembering that she really was a carefree rich second generation now, Leyland could only sigh. She decided to let those who live seriously off the hook. After all, the more this villainess bullied the female protagonist, the protagonist increasingly wants to seek comfort from the male lead and supporting characters. Next, those men will join forces to help the protagonist. They will begin to take revenge on the villainess together. Can't provoke them, can't provoke them. Leyland remembers that the protagonist seems to owe a lot of debt. The perfume business was also started with Lucas's help. But didn't her dress business succeed? How come she is still so poor now? Leyland is seriously recalling the plot. Suddenly, a brutal roar comes from the side. She turns her head to look. She sees a battered blonde boy. He is being forcefully shoved to the ground by a fat pig. How can there be such scum? You better stop it right now. Leyland gets up and is about to walk over. Unexpectedly, the next second, the little pup, under the fat pig's furious shout, suddenly transforms into a golden big cat with a swish. The fluffy sight startles her, causing her to shiver. A perfectly fine romance novel. Why has it opened a magical dungeon? Just then, Lucas suddenly appeared by my side, causing her to let out a scream. Then she started looking around, asking where the protagonist had gone. Lucas replied that she had left a long time ago. Looking around. Then he glanced in the direction she had just looked. Then he frowned. Didn't they say the orcs went extinct hundreds of years ago? It seems they haven't completely vanished after all. Leyland saw the boy staggering while carrying several tons of heavy items. She couldn't help but feel sorry for him, wondering how he could manage to carry it. Lucas explained that orcs are very strong. So many people would buy them, to use them as slaves. Leyland was instantly stunned. Wasn't slavery abolished a long time ago? However, Lucas said that orcs don't pay taxes. So it's not protected by law. This is way too realistic. Leyland living in a peaceful era. Completely unable to accept. Again, seeing the boy's face covered in burn scars. She couldn't sit still any longer. She turned to ask Betty, how much money did they bring this time? After finding out that Betty only brought 10 million. Without a second thought, she took off her 200-carat diamond ring. She planned to go to the bank to exchange for, like, 10 billion or something. Lucas was confused. Why does she suddenly need so much money? Leyland, however, stood up assertively. Generally, at times like this, of course, it's time to flaunt wealth. She elegantly turned and walked towards the fat pig who was scolding the boy. She immediately asked where she bought the dress she was wearing. The fat pig turned red with anger. I'm a man, a man. How could a man possibly wear a dress? That's hard to say too. Who knows if you have any special preferences? Leyland looked at him with a face that said, you're really pathetic. She watched as the fat pig's teeth clicked together. Which noble family do you belong to, anyway? How dare you talk nonsense here? Do you even understand what noble reputation means? Leyland raised her head dismissively. She firmly declared, Cadmean Duke. Instantly, it scared the man to back away frantically, like 800 meters. He almost wanted to kneel down to her on the spot. but looking at her gently helped the little puppy up. The fat pig looked lively again. What's so hard to deal with about a soft-hearted little girl? In response to Leyland's request to buy the little puppy, he categorically refused without a second thought. This made Leyland furious. The imperial law abolished slavery. It was for the benefit of everyone. His Majesty Emperor Cadrian was especially committed to this, unhesitatingly raising the sword in her hand to slaughter everywhere. Do you dare to defy his orders? But the fat pig brazenly said, I was clearly doing good, giving him food and drink while making him do a tiny bit of work. Even the imperial laws can't control this, right? But I, this young lady, can control it. Leyland raised her hand domineeringly. She firmly stated that this child was bought by her. Then she pointed her finger fiercely at the fat pig. Almost poked his eye out. Scared, he quickly stepped back. Then they heard the girl's powerful declaration. How much do you want? Name your price. A bold, rich female lead encounters a tragic little puppy. Without a second thought, she threw down 100 million. After being refused, her gaze turned cold. With a loud whoosh, she flung down another 200 million. Almost crushed the 200 and fat pig opposite with the gold coins. Now he should belong to me, right? After this financial onslaught, fat pig is thoroughly defeated. Trembling, he took out the key from his pocket. Under the pointed swords of numerous knights, he shakily handed it over. The meticulous Betty even wiped it with a cloth. Only then did she let her mistress take it. Soon, the cuffs on the little puppy's feet were released. He seemed unable to believe everything that had just happened, stealing glances at the girl across, whose smile was radiant. Then she was seen being led by the knight. She rushed quickly to the nearest magic shop. With a bang, she pushed open the door. Then she announced with great bravado, Bring me your best potions here. Fetch them all for this young lady. As the 81 bottles of potions, the little puppy's body began to tremble violently. Then, the whole person emitted a dazzling light. Seeing this, Leyland couldn't help but drop the medicine bottle in her hand. Where did this little cutie come from? She was so adorable that her heart raced. She felt like she was seeing an angel. In a second, the little angel tearily grabbed his skirt. Gasping, she kept thanking him. Thank you, truly, thank you so much. Woo 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 woo. The little angel directly collapsed in tears beside the savior. Leyland looked at him whimpering like a small beast. But what she remembered was her former self. Perhaps he, too, was like herself, hoping desperately that someone could rescue her from a hellish life. She reached out and gently stroked his soft golden hair. Leyland's eyes were filled with compassion. Looking out the window at Cassio passing by, I couldn't help but pause. Compared to encountering him a few times, always pouring out her sorrows, then pretending to be strong, Alice. Although Leyland in front of me is arrogant, she doesn't act like other nobles, who would love to trample commoners into the mud. Instead, she genuinely invites a commoner knight like him to dance. She sincerely appreciates the value of his efforts, even willing to argue with fat merchants on the street to save the lowest orc tribe, even resorting to a street fight with pig-like merchants. Such a girl is truly amazing. Remembering how Leyland once praised his looks, he couldn't help but blush. His little heart keeps pounding. He could only turn and flee a second before being spotted by the girl, turning awkwardly to run away. Meanwhile, Leyland also brought the little angel home. She carefully settled him onto the warm bed. The little angel slowly opened his eyes. He felt as if he had arrived in heaven. Hearing Leyland ask if he felt better, he finally pulled back the covers as if waking from a dream. His shy face turned as red as a little tomato. Leyland couldn't help but smile at the sight. She then asked him if he had a home to return to. Unexpectedly, the little puppy suddenly widened his eyes. Then he shook his head furiously. This adorable little look made the group of strange Andes nearby feel their hearts might jump out of their mouths. But then they heard him timidly say, Have I changed to a new owner? The seemingly obedient little puppy was actually a super violent lion behind the facade. But women just love this kind of vibe. She crazily spent 3 billion to bring him home. That angelic and captivating beauty instantly captured the hearts of women. Even more outrageous is, he actually called her master right away. What kind of master-servant game is this? Leyland's face turned red instantly, but seeing his cautious expression, she couldn't help but reach out to gently caress his cheek. She gently corrected him, saying, I am not your master. You can now live as you wish. Go wherever you want. I only brought you out, that's all. Memories of a life worse than that of pigs and dogs flashed through her mind. And the girl who descended like a savior. The little puppy suddenly got up. With a thud, he knelt down on the ground. He humbly begged Leyland to keep him by her side. He had nowhere else to go. This really shocked Leyland. She hurried over to help him up, but he stayed on the ground, crouching down. His whole body trembled violently. You saved me, so you belong to me. Please let me serve you well. Crystal clear tears streamed down. That angelic face. It looked so fragile and helpless. Leyland couldn't help but feel a pang in her nose. She immediately walked up briskly, gently placed her hand on his shoulder, making him look up at her. Then, in his incredulous gaze, she firmly told him, Since you have nowhere to go, then stay here. The little puppy's face instantly lit up, but then Leyland said, You just need to eat well and sleep well. You don't have to do anything else. You mean to say, I can't do anything? The little puppy immediately lowered his head. He started to whimper aggrievedly. Leyland quickly clarified that it wasn't, but he ended up crying even harder. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for being useless. What even is this? She reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. But then she was captivated by that long, rosy little face. Her little heart raced in excitement. Leyland couldn't help but blush. She thought to herself, I'm just a simp who wants to flatter good looks. What else could I possibly want from you? So I grabbed the little puppy's shoulder, sincerely telling him, as long as he stays by her side, that's enough. If I can also help him stay healthy, and maybe develop some new hobbies on the side, that would be even better. Is it really just that simple? The little puppy's eyes were full of confusion. Seeing this, Leyland broke into a radiant smile. Of course, this is exactly what you should do. Then she reached out to adjust his collar. Don't cry, you look better when you smile. The little puppy cautiously glanced at her. You like to see me smile? Nonsense, who doesn't want to see a handsome guy smile? After receiving a positive answer, the little puppy immediately smiled brightly like spring blooming. Then I will be the master who smiles all the time. Ah, my old heart is so youthful. Leyland once again realized that her obsession with looks has no defense against handsome guys. So she quickly pulled back from the brink. She expressed that she only had an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. She just wanted to be like an older sister or mother. Unexpectedly, the little puppy was genuinely interested in these titles. Forget it, just call me Leyland. Remember, my name is Leyland. The girl gently took his hand. Her smile was so dazzling. He couldn't help but repeat the girl's name several times. Blushing, he shyly said, good. Then he seriously told the girl, my name is Javier. Leyland nodded with a smile. Unexpectedly, he paused for a moment. The young man suddenly disappeared with a bang. The cool and rich woman sitting on $1 trillion fortune, surprisingly has a soft spot for the filthy little simp by the street. Who could resist this little simp's stunning looks? He often blushes around his sister, transforming into a shy little leopard, for his sister to crazily ravage him. Who understands this kind of happiness? Leyland holds the little leopard and just frantically absorbs the moment, causing the little leopard, who has never enjoyed such warmth, to feel overwhelmed. Can't help but hold her even tighter. But she hasn't had enough yet. Her elusive father suddenly sends someone to call her to the study. She remembers her recent spending spree. Can't help but feel a bit guilty, afraid that her father is here to sell accounts. So she quickly puts on the most standard etiquette, respectfully bows to her father. Who would have thought that Dad would burst into tears on the spot? Daddy's little treasure. Are you mad at Daddy? Boo-hoo. Why don't you hug Daddy like before? It was then that Leyland realized, what a domineering empire tycoon. This guy is just a daughter slave. Seeing him eagerly open his arms, Leyland had no choice but to stumble over to him, and almost got choked to death by him. This paternal love is really suffocating, isn't it? Quickly awkwardly changing the subject, asking Dad what he wanted to see her for. But Dad said with a sad expression, you haven't come to see me for over a week. Daddy is really very sad, boo-hoo. Seeing his tears splash out again, Leyland quickly explained that she just didn't want to disturb her father. Who would have thought that her biological father would cry even harder? You used to call me Dad all the time. Good Dad, dear Dad. Leyland quickly surrendered. Then she said, I thought you called me over to scold me, didn't you? Her biological father was suddenly confused. But he heard Leyland say nervously, I seem to have spent a bit too much lately. It almost made him die of laughter. My daughter casually spends billions. What's the big deal? As soon as those words were spoken, Leyland felt like she was being pierced by the envious gazes of the assistants around her. Fortunately, her biological father broke the deadlock in time. Money can be created from nothing, and it can also be lost from having to nothing. The most important thing is how to spend it, and you spend it very wisely. Leyland's gaze instantly changed. The father in her memories was a loving one, but at the same time, he was a busy empire tycoon. Perhaps he focused on his career to forget the pain of losing his wife. After having such a degree of wealth and power, would he really be satisfied with being a duke? Or rather, why would he obey the emperor? Leyland cautiously asked. If her father was satisfied with his current status, her father immediately understood what she meant. A glint flashed in his eyes, as he said to her meaningfully, our family has always passed down a saying. Leyland blurted out uncontrollably, don't take the path that's both hard and unprofitable. Her father set down his cup with satisfaction. Our family has been in business for generations, and it's impossible to give up so much wealth, just to climb to that position above everyone else. Most importantly, being an emperor doesn't pay well. Leyland was instantly puzzled. Then why did you agree to my engagement with the crown prince? Her father was even more confused than she was. Wasn't it you who cried and begged to get married? Leyland suddenly remembered her simp persona. Damn, if this marriage happens, I'll be living like a widow. Not to mention, I might just work myself to death. I could clearly enjoy a life of luxury and leisure. Why should I endure this kind of suffering? A determined light flashed in her eyes. I want to break off the engagement. As a top rich woman with trillions in assets, my mind seems to have a gigantic pit as well. Why waste so many handsome men? Instead, I'm being a humble simp for a scummy crown prince. Fortunately, she has finally woken up. Is enjoying life not more appealing? Or is the little milk leopard not satisfying? Scummy man, you better get lost. Leyland immediately went to her father to annul the engagement. Who would have thought her father believed that? She was driven mad by that green tea girl, the heroine. He said he was going to get rid of the heroine. Leyland quickly insisted that it was entirely unnecessary. She finally realized how enjoyable it is to spend $1 trillion fortune, instead of being a queen who lives for the people, which could lead to being completely worn out. I don't want to do something that is both hard and unpaid. Leyland raised her chin high, deciding to let the main couple handle it themselves. Then she gracefully curtsied and strode out. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw the little puppy curled up in the corner. The little puppy jumped up as soon as it saw her. It rushed over with a bright smile and sweetly said, I missed you so much. Ah, how could a visual lover bear this? She reached out to stroke the puppy's golden fur, praising how soft it felt and how special the color was. The little puppy instantly blushed. Gathering courage, it said, "Can I hold your hand? Isn't that obvious? Your favorite idol is asking if they can hold your hand. Would you really refuse?" Without a second thought, Leyland grasped the little puppy's hand. Her heart screamed with excitement in that moment. "My darling is just too handsome." But at that moment, Betty suddenly chimed in. A lady shouldn't casually hold someone else's hand. Leyland felt instantly dejected. But she had to follow the rules of this era. Reluctantly, she released the little puppy's hand. Whoever flirts with the little puppy suddenly changes their attitude. She glared fiercely at Betty beside her. That fierce look resembled a leopard. Leyland knew he was feeling insecure again. She hurriedly cupped his face. But what she saw was a radiant smile on his face. Even his hand nuzzled against hers obediently. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have looked elsewhere." Leyland quickly replied that there was no need to apologize. Who would have thought this little leopard could be so manipulative? Holding her little hand tightly, he said, "Because I belong to you. So I should only look at you. Looking elsewhere would be my fault." He said this while obediently wagging his tail. "I just need to look at you." Leyland was instantly overwhelmed by cuteness and hugged him tightly. Then she took him for a walk in the garden. Looking at that angelically cute boy, Leyland couldn't help but feel she had seen it wrong just now. Such a cute little angel. How could he possibly change so quickly? But his blind devotion did indeed feel like a programmed game. This is very abnormal. Leyland was determined not to let the little puppy be anyone's possession. So she reached out and patted the chair beside her, calling the little puppy over. Then she tentatively said, "You don't have to overly care to me. Even though I want you to stay by my side, you don't have to be around all the time." But as soon as the words left my mouth, the little puppy instantly dropped his expression, and sadly asked why. Leyland was immediately flustered, and hurriedly explained, "I didn't save you to claim you as my own, and I'm not trying to force you with so-called gratitude, so you don't have to follow me around all the time, and you don't need to prioritize me in everything. Also, if you want anything, you can tell me anytime." Seeing the little puppy looking like he was about to cry, Leyland became so anxious she stumbled over her words. But the little puppy looked at her seriously. "No one has ever been this good to me. Only you understand me in this world. What I want is to stay by your side." The seemingly soft and clingy little puppy secretly has a fierce self-deprecating side, being affectionate and spoiled with the beautiful sister. Still calling her sister, "I just want to stay by your side," affecting his closeness with his sister. Instantly transformed into a fierce little leopard. Indifferent, wishing to claw at them with 300 claws. Turning around, he could still smile at his sister, obedient and innocent. This acting even fooled Leyland. Watching him cry like rain in front of her. Anxiously, she immediately pulled him into her arms. Feeling guilty, she almost cried out. But then, a light, mischievous laughter rang in her ears. The tail in front of her also started to wag wildly. It was then she realized she had been fooled. But who could get mad at an obedient little pup? She reached out to stroke his hair. "You need to go find what you want to do. Do you understand?" He smiled like a cat that just got away with something. Mumbled softly, "Such a kind girl." Startled, Leyland immediately widened her eyes. He quickly changed the subject as well. To caress. He gently took Leyland's hand and caressed it. He promised that he would smile often in the future. He would do the things he wanted to do. He would take good care of his hair. In short, "I will become the person you like." He obediently rubbed against Leyland's hand. "So if my actions annoy you, then you must tell me." Leyland thought, "Little one, it seems you've missed the point." But facing the small puppy's adorable request for affection, how could a beauty lover possibly resist? Besides, being able to express what he wanted is also a rare improvement. So the beauty lover indulged his hands. He crazily rubbed the small puppy's soft fur. And this scene was also witnessed by her biological father. Seeing his daughter finally no longer infatuated with that scummy crown prince, she finally learned to spend money lavishly. Her father was truly gratified in his heart. $2 billion to secure the leader of the intelligence organization, Lucas. $3 billion to buy the orc and establish a reputation. Who would dare to say that his daughter isn't a qualified heir in the future? Thinking of this, he wished he could poke the crown prince's puppet furiously. If his precious daughter got engaged to that bastard, his dream of an heir would be completely shattered. So he immediately decided to find a new match for his daughter. The assistant nearby quickly offered a suggestion. "The lady's favorite is handsome guys. You must find someone with outstanding looks." The confident father took a sip of coffee. "There are so many men in the world. There must be a handsome, capable, and kind-hearted person. Who would be worthy of my daughter, right?" On the other side, Leyland still didn't know. Dad has already found a new partner for himself. He's comfortably chatting with a cute puppy. But Betty thinks a lady should attend tea parties. They even sent over 18,888 invitation letters. It's necessary to exchange information with others. She also needs to solidify her position in high society. Actually, Leyland understands the reasoning behind it all. But the ball is just too troublesome. She has to wear a dress that could choke her. Plus, she might encounter some annoying green tea types. Not to mention she has a ridiculously good-looking clingy puppy by her side. She simply declines, okay? But thinking about a leisurely life in here, Leyland can't help but feel she should move her hands. Just as she was about to discuss it with Betty, Betty suddenly stepped back in fear by 800 steps, just giving his head a little pat. The maid had 3 arms and 6 legs broken. This little pup is just full of double standards. When my sister pets him, he becomes all soft and sweet. If someone else dares to touch his head, they'd be lucky if they don't end up with their skulls cracked. Especially that Betty who often steals my sister away. That little pup has long looked down on her. Just a moment ago, he shot her a fierce glare. Then, when my sister looked over, He instantly transformed into an innocent little cutie. Leyland finally felt at ease and decided to attend the banquet. She casually picked an invitation. Just as she was pondering over the invitation's question of who Lady Becca was, a sudden terrified scream came from behind her. She saw the little pup gripping a maid tightly. When he noticed her looking, he even smiled and asked if she was done with her tasks. Leyland hurriedly told him to let the maid go. He obediently followed suit. Then he hurriedly walked up to Leyland. Seeing that Leyland's expression was off, he gloomily asked if what he did was wrong. Leyland decided to properly educate him, so she asked everyone present to leave first. But the guards firmly opposed. She would be alone with a dangerous orc race. They even wanted to lock up the little pup first. The little pup instantly got angry upon hearing that. He transformed into a fierce big leopard. It looked like both sides were about to escalate into a bloody fight. Leyland quickly reached out to stop the guards. Then she ordered the little pup to immediately change back. The little pup obediently complied. The guards were also forcefully driven out by her. After everyone had closed the door and left, the little pup stood shivering in place. He thought Leyland would punish him, but Leyland only held his shoulder tightly. She told him that everyone wasn't attacking him for no reason, and she asked him the real reason for hurting the maid. Unexpectedly, he suddenly puffed up his cheeks. He angrily reported, saying she touched my head. Leyland didn't think it was because of this, but the little puppy said he hated being touched by others the most. Leyland knew this was in the past, the mark left by a dark and bleak life as a slave, but she also hoped the little puppy could overcome it. So she gently held the little puppy's hand. Lillian only did that because she likes you. Seeing the little puppy still had a face of resistance, she had no choice but to use her ultimate move. If you want to be with me, you have to get along with the people around me. Otherwise, I can't be with you. Upon hearing this, the little puppy quickly promised, I'll treat others well too. Seizing the moment, Leyland said. Smiling, she told him to treat others as he would himself. This little pup just can't do that. He held her hand tightly and excitedly said, You're the most important person to me. How could I be the same as them? Oh my, he actually said I'm the most important person to him. Leyland's little heart was about to leap out. She had to let him be a bit kinder to others, especially since he needed to apologize to Lillian later. The little pup pouted. He nodded reluctantly. The next second, he was enveloped in a warm embrace. The girl chuckled softly in his ear. I love how obedient you are. This is a compliment for you. The little pup excitedly burrowed into her arms. Could that compliment be any more intense? A top-tier rich woman worth 800 billion was unexpectedly provoked by a group of green tea types. Does she not know that I just want to relax and spend money? Leyland's mood was already terrible. It just made things worse instantly. Let go of the little dog that I was happily hugging. Put on a dress that could break 800 ribs. Came to attend this ridiculous banquet. Is it really just a chat with the green tea types? Leyland was originally bored. Ronglan was also sitting bored at the banquet, listening to the followers discussing necklaces and gems. A sarcastic voice suddenly came through. Miss Muir claimed she was wearing a tanzanite. But as far as I know, tanzanites are mostly purple. Then why is the one around Miss Muir's neck blue? It was obvious she was mocking Muir for wearing a fake. The green tea group behind her instantly burst into laughter. Especially the female lead, Alice. She still smiles and says the blue-haired girl has no ill intentions. This is just overflowing with malice, isn't it? Leyland's gaze instantly turned sharp. She recognized the blue-haired girl in front of her. She's Alice's best friend, Alan. She has helped Alice a few times before. Now she dares to mock me. You are really rude. Then she raised her head arrogantly. What are you standing there for? Do you want me, a duke's daughter, to take the initiative to greet you? Faced with the absolute oppression of status, the green teas could only reluctantly bow and salute. Then Leyland gave them a free lesson. The value of tanzanite is recognized by people, precisely because its color changes a lot. To be specific, it should be blue-violet. Moreover, the deeper the blue, the higher the value. Just like this one on the mill necklace. The pointed out mill. Instantly excited, she revealed the necklace on her neck. Then, with her female friends, they cast adoring glances at Leyland. Leyland then sneered. It seems that Miss Ui Lan received the tanzanite. Isn't worth much at all. Ui Lan gritted her teeth in anger, but she could only bow and apologize. However, Leyland wasn't buying it. The one who should apologize isn't me, right? She could only turn and bow to Mill again. Just as Leyland thought things had come to an end, and she could quietly enjoy her tea, Ui Lan surprisingly stirred up more trouble. After exchanging a look with Alice, she sneered sarcastically. How could a noble lady so knowledgeable about gems wear a necklace identical to the one from the last banquet? Also warned Miss Alice not to make the same mistake of wearing the same dress twice. Didn't you wear the same necklace twice yourself? So you were slapping your own face. She and Alice thought this would humiliate Leyland. Little did they know Leyland's attention was completely elsewhere. She knew she had a lot of jewelry, but she didn't know she had so many. She wore different gemstones every day. So cool, so flashy, so rich. The Cadmean Duke family's power is indeed impressive. So she clapped her hands with excitement. Thank you, Miss Alan, for the friendly reminder. Then she said she intended to lead by example, to change the extravagant tendencies of the social scene. The two people across from her instantly looked like they had swallowed a fly. Leyland, however, was too lazy to tangle with them again. Before accusing someone of their thoughts and actions, first, consider if you are in a position to accuse the other person. Then think about whether your accusations are useful to others. Finally, consider if expressing your opinions might upset others. She coldly brushed past Alice. I hope you can remember what I said. A stingy old miser. actually spends 10 billion for a domineering villainess, and even tries to confuse her eyes with stunning beauty, making her forget about the little puppy at home. This pet-pleasing tactic is a bit too green tea, isn't it? The little puppy should feel a sense of crisis. Just now, Leyland finished dealing with the green tea group's provocation. Just as she was thinking about kicking that scumbag crown prince out quickly, the dazzlingly dressed Lucas suddenly appeared beside her. She shivered in shock. Just as she wondered how a merchant like Lucas could appear here, Lucas gracefully bowed to her and informed her that he had used his financial power to purchase a Viscount title. As he spoke, he leaned toward Leyland's ear and said, "I would like to talk to you about Miss Alice, my dear Duchess Leyland." Leyland instantly blushed and bit her lip, thinking to herself that finally a handsome man had come out of Alice's pond to find her. So she put on her brightest smile and invited him to chat properly next time. Lucas displayed an understanding smile and elegantly turned to leave. That determined silhouette made Alice involuntarily think of a certain handsome man like a black pearl. At that moment, however, she suddenly heard the noble ladies all stepping forward. They clamored to ask her what was going on with Lucas. The endless questions left her, a battle-hardened woman, utterly bewildered. She could only say that they weren't familiar. Then she turned and ran away. But just as she reached the door, she heard two greasy men gossiping about her. They even said that strong old women are freaks. They preferred ladies like Alice, claiming they were the most lovable. Furious, she immediately grabbed a knife. She approached them from behind with a cold smirk. Instantly, she scared the two of them out of their wits. "Are you saying that my every word and action has to depend on your approval?" The two of them broke out in a cold sweat from fear. They hurriedly insisted they were only discussing a lady's behavior. Leyland laughed coldly at that. "So you think I'm not ladylike enough?" She raised her hand and flicked her folding fan open, revealing a sharp gaze like that of an eagle. "You certainly don't hold back. How can a man be so reckless? You might as well cut out his tongue. It's better to be a quiet pretty boy." Just as the words fell silent, the sharp blade of the guard came right after. Scared, he collapsed to the ground, crying for his mother. Luckily at this moment, Betty had already called for the carriage. Only then did Leyland turn and stride away. "If you spout nonsense again next time, you won't keep your tongues." The carriage returned to the castle shortly after. The unhappy big cat lay in front of the door, instantly perked up. It rushed towards Leyland, clinging to her, refusing to let go. Those teary little round eyes instantly made Leyland dizzy with affection. Holding his little paws, she wanted to take him for a walk, and those 800-centimeter high heels had already rubbed her feet raw and red. She had no choice but to ask Betty to get a comfortable pair of shoes. Then, she hugged the big cat's round little face, and fell into a state of melancholy. Even being born into such a rich and powerful family, she still couldn't escape being pointed at and criticized by others. But what does all this mean? She stroked the big cat's soft head. She let out a long sigh. Isn't spending money on cat cuddles delightful? Why does everyone insist on hurting each other? Unexpectedly, the big cat exploded in anger. "Who dares to bully my sister? Woo woo woo, baby, I really didn't mean to hurt you." She suddenly lifted the 800-pound big cat and spun around wildly. The villainess swore to the heavens. "Scumbag and green tea, wait for your doom. I'm going to take you both down. A top-tier rich woman with pocket money in the billions. I originally just wanted to relax and spend money, and casually keep a few clingy little pups. But there are always green tea girls coming to cause trouble." Angered, she hugged the little pup tightly and swore she must take care of that pair of dogmen and women. First, she needed to find a certain enchanting handsome man to investigate the background of the green tea girl. Arriving on time at the date location, sure enough, she saw Lucas waiting inside. The enchanting handsome man smiled at her, full of charm. But all she wanted to know was, what was suspicious about that green tea Alice? Lucas, upon hearing this, eagerly invited her to sit down. Then he asked her opinion about Alice. She instantly had a displeased look on her face. "You, who know that the green tea already has a boyfriend, still foolishly give her money, you big fool. What are you pretending to be so important for?" So she stated bluntly, "You know very well that my relationship with Alice is not good, and yet you want to pay to help her buy my dress, which has caused me a loss. Therefore, if you want to know my opinion, you must be honest about everything you know. Otherwise, just pretend this never happened." Saying that, Leyland stood up and prepared to leave. Startled, Lucas immediately reached out with a pleading hand. "Don't, who do we think we are? Why are you being so heartless?" The stunningly beautiful man pouted to keep her from leaving. Leyland, however, scoffed with a dismissive laugh. "I'm not so idle that I have time to chat with a man who hides his intentions. Besides, she's busy every day with her big cat. How could I possibly waste my precious time wasting it on someone I barely know?" Lucas finally realized how difficult this young lady is. How hard to deal with this young lady is. "I can only lay everything bare." He said Alice is suspicious. It's because of Rosemary's dress. Previously, Alice approached him. She mentioned that Leyland often wears dresses from this brand. She even pitifully expressed that her clothes, in Leyland's eyes, are nothing more than pajamas not worth showing off. Lucas saw her crying heartbrokenly. He had no choice but to take her to buy Rosemary's dress. As soon as they entered the store, they saw the luxurious one that Leyland had reserved. This is really too coincidental. He's not an idiot. How could he not be suspicious in such a situation? Trying to use him to defeat her rival. She even made up so many stories. Lucas's expression darkened instantly. But Leyland, who had read the novel, put on a face of, "I don't believe your nonsense." He was so anxious that he clenched his fists. Two drama queens exchanged glances. In the end, Lucas still lost. thinking to himself, since it's like this, then I can only show you my sincerity. So he dashed out in a flash. But then he turned around and slipped back, standing in place, biting his teeth in heartache, as if he had done something grand. But this so-called grand move was actually just the waitress, who brought a bowl of strawberry shaved ice. Leyland's eyes instantly filled with disdain. So this is your sincerity? Lucas was shaking with anger at those words. He couldn't help but roar at her loudly. This is made from the most expensive ice. Do you know how much this costs? But the rich girl was completely unimpressed by his act. She casually scooped a spoonful of shaved ice into her mouth. Watching this, he could only exclaim. He couldn't understand the world of the rich. I can only ask Leyland here. What does she really think of Alice? Considering the shaved ice, Leyland finally spoke up. She finally expressed her doubts. Her reputation is so poor. Her personality is notoriously cruel. Where does Alice get her courage from? To flirt with the crown prince right under her nose? She lost her fiancé to a green tea. The top rich lady has only one question. How can someone so rich, powerful, and beautiful still have countless young admirers? Where does the green tea get her guts to dare to compete with her trillion-dollar fortune? Can you believe this makes any sense? The stingy old man was immediately stunned, but he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He thought to himself, she truly is the rich lady I have my eye on. But to his surprise, the rich lady turned to ask him, don't you like Alice? How can he stand this? He quickly stated that he hates drinking green tea the most. Leyland was taken aback. He really doesn't seem like he likes Alice. So she put down her spoon. She put on her veil and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Lucas hurried over to stop her. He absolutely refused to let her leave. She thought she had finally gained the superpower of being loved by everyone. But she really didn't like Lucas's type at all. Just thinking about how to refuse. The next second, that bowl of strawberry shaved ice was shoved in front of her. Lucas clearly wasn't reluctant to let her go. He was clearly distressed about the shaved ice he had bought not being finished. Angry, she turned and left in big strides. She thought it would be better if he fell in love with her instead. That way, at least I could still enjoy the fun of choosing a consort. Just as she was about to go back and hug the little puppy to calm down, suddenly, a rude shout rang in my ears. Leyland turned to look. It was Cassio, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. He was being harassed by a foolish noble. Leyland initially didn't want to intervene. The next moment, she saw that noble, grabbing Cassio, and slapped him hard. Who is this bastard? The young lady instantly got furious. She stepped forward and blocked that filthy hand. Then, with just a glance, she summoned her handsome guard and drew their swords. The fool immediately cowered. He quickly brought up his noble status to get close to Leyland. Who would have thought Leyland would sneer, lifting her fallen veil? He didn't even recognize her. How dare he call himself a noble? The fool was instantly scared out of his wits. Her mysterious purple eyes, hair as dark as the night sky. Are you the miss of the Cadmean Duke family? He hurriedly explained that it was all a misunderstanding. But Leyland wasn't buying it. She told him to hurry and go to the police station for questioning. Don't let your little mistake ruin the reputation of all the nobles. The foolish noble glared fiercely at Cassio, but he still didn't dare to disobey her orders. He could only obediently go serve time. After the matter was resolved, Cassio quickly bowed to Leyland, thanking her for her righteous assistance. She was so happy that her eyes lit up instantly. But seeing Cassio's sullen expression, she became even more curious about what had happened. Cassio lowered his gaze. He said the noble was dining and dashing. Then he thanked her again and turned to leave. Leyland immediately regretted it deeply. She shouldn't have meddled. Someone like Cassio, who takes great pride in his work, definitely doesn't like being interfered with like this. Seeing him thank his guard repeatedly, Leyland's eyes were filled with pain and worry. Cassio, a knight from a commoner background, no matter how hard he tries, will always be looked down upon by nobles. The things he can't handle, she can easily accomplish. He notices it. What kind of feelings must he have? Thinking of this, she was practically about to explode. It's all that idiot's fault. If it weren't for him daring to act, that face, a treasure of intangible cultural heritage, she actually didn't want to get involved. But seeing a living person standing there, being slapped in public, how could she just stand by and do nothing? The man in the distance immediately froze upon hearing this. The top beauty favored by the empire's richest man, actually got slapped in public 300 times. How can this rich woman tolerate it? She immediately retaliated with a move to save the hero. Who would have guessed she was met with a barrage of gossip from the maid? Aren't you just attracted to his looks? Want to take him home? The rich woman immediately expressed. Isn't that obvious? He's so handsome. Who wouldn't want to kiss, hug, and lift him high? Where did this wild accusation come from? The handsome man's ears instantly turned bright red. But looking at the girl's charming face, a tingling sensation instantly struck his heart. He completely couldn't control himself. Although he was turned around and scolded by the unreasonable fool, he was harshly reprimanded again at the police station. But recalling the girl's defense just now, and her respect for his ideals, he couldn't help but feel a mess of emotions. As a commoner knight, he actually had a position, and he also had the convenience of being used as a pawn due to his commoner status. He had always endured humiliation and bullying. No one ever cared about his feelings. Remembering the girl's bold words about wanting to take him home, he still couldn't help but freeze in place. His face was so red it seemed like it could bleed. His steps also became unsteady. What am I even doing? Why is my face so red? The first time a steel-hearted man felt his heart stir, he instantly fell into confusion. But on the other side, the Miss Leyland he had been thinking about was fiercely bargaining for their adorable big cat at home. She was earnestly telling the waiter. The big cat is a lovely adolescent leopard. The necklace needs to be a bit loose. While speaking, she also gestured. The waiter was instantly overwhelmed. Is this a joke that circulates among the nobles? But the wealthy benefactor's orders must be followed. Leyland quickly left the store, satisfied with the necklace. Betty wanted to take it for her, but she insisted on holding on to it. Just as the two were arguing, a large hand suddenly reached out. It pushed her against the wall. Startled, she quickly turned to look. It turned out to be a breathless Cassio. She quickly asked Cassio how he got here. Cassio's face turned red with embarrassment. He cleared his throat twice before awkwardly saying, I have something to say to you. Leyland was somewhat curious about what he wanted to say, but he let go of his hand and pondered for a while. Yet he remained silent. Leyland was completely at a loss. So why did you come? Aren't you unhappy? They both said in unison. Then they both froze in place. In the end, it was Leyland who reacted first. Why am I not happy? Cassio instantly trembled. But a concerned voice from a girl reached my ears. By the way, is your face okay? My fair face instantly turned red from embarrassment. He hurriedly used his hand to cover his face. But Leyland secretly glanced worriedly 300 times. Even now, it's still happening. It must hurt a lot, right? Cassio awkwardly looked away. After a while, he finally mustered the courage to speak again. I'm sorry, you helped me earlier. But I not only didn't thank you, but also acted very disrespectfully. As soon as Leyland saw him, her little heart couldn't help but race. She hurriedly waved her hand to indicate that she was the one who should apologize. To her surprise, Cassio furrowed his brow in pain. He countered that she didn't need to apologize. After saying that, he looked as if he had more to say but held back. This made Leyland feel a bit uncomfortable. She thought, he wouldn't be angry because he got hit, would he? So is he angry? Well, it makes sense to be upset about being hit for no reason. How could he not feel wrong? Those who are looks focused must be heartbroken. What a handsome face he has. Thinking of this, Leyland strode forward with determination. Although it might sound strange for me to say this, life can't always be smooth sailing. As long as you keep working hard at life, you will eventually meet someone who understands you. And you're already trying very hard. So before you meet someone who understands you, please, do not give up. While speaking words of comfort, she was secretly thinking about how to take him home. Just as she was torn about whether to speak directly, Cassio suddenly called out. Oh no, he can't hear my thoughts, can he? She had just bid a reluctant farewell to Cassio. By the way, he is so handsome. After making him blush and his heart race, Leyland happily returned home with the necklace. She hung it around the little puppy's neck. The beautiful little puppy went around showing off. The way it sparkled made even the gardener smile and tease. The young duchess is really good to you. Hearing this, Leyland, who was nearby, couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. As a first gift, this necklace, resembling a dog collar, was indeed a bit hasty. However, when she wanted to exchange it for a new gift, the shop had already closed. Looking at the little puppy howling happily, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. It would be great if the little puppy could choose a gift by himself. So she hurriedly called out to the little puppy. The little puppy immediately ran over excitedly. It sweetly rubbed against Leyland's knee. The adorable Leyland couldn't help but press her forehead against his. Invite him to go shopping with me. This time, I want you to pick a gift you like. But I remember you don't like crowded places. If you don't want to, I won't force you either. So, do you want to go? Isn't that obvious? The little puppy's big eyes sparkled with excitement. He suddenly burrowed into Leyland's little blanket and wiggled wildly. 001 seconds later, a shiny little puppy popped out freshly. The two then got into a bumpy ride. Leyland was worried about the little puppy's safety, so she advised him that if he got tired, he could turn back into beast form. Maybe he could go shopping with Leyland. The little puppy's happy little face was already glowing. There's nothing that can't be endured. But because he hadn't been in contact with the outside world for so long, he couldn't help but feel a bit scared when getting off the carriage. Even if I comfort myself that I now have my sister's protection, but recalling the painful experiences from the past, my body still couldn't help but tremble violently. With a loud bang, the cute little tail and ears immediately revealed themselves. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Some even shouted to call the security team to take him away. Just when he was terrified and didn't know what to do, a warm little hand suddenly reached out, pulling him tightly into you. Leyland held his hands tightly, comforting him that he didn't have to be afraid. Then she was about to take him into the shop. Little did she know, at that moment, two long swords suddenly blocked their way. Leyland instantly became furious. But the person in charge told her that animals must be on a leash when going out. Harvey is not an animal. She scooped the little puppy into her arms. Then, she firmly stood behind them. Leyland wished she could slap them right there. The little puppy behind her growled fiercely as well. But upon hearing the staff say, taking a half-orc out in public will affect your reputation, he widened his eyes in shock. Then he trembled and let go. Leyland knew there was a risk of losing control. She also understood that the staff were just fulfilling their duties. But she still couldn't just let it happen. A child should not be treated with such disdain. Are you questioning the Cadmean Duke family? Or do you think you have the right to worry about me? The noble villainess unleashed her aura completely. The people present all retreated. Leyland gently hugged the little puppy. She took him to the reception room. But he lowered his head in disappointment. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I had known it would be like this, I would have stayed at home. Ah, how could that be, my dear? Leyland casually picked up a gemstone brooch. She gestured a few times over the little pup's shining golden hair. Ming, this face is just too cute. Mom really can't choose. Yi, why don't you do it yourself? The little pup shyly nodded. His bright, sparkling eyes were fixated, staring at a pink bow brooch. The little soft ears perked up in anticipation. No problem. Get them all, take them all down. Especially the pink gemstone that the little one couldn't take his eyes off. Give me as much as you have. The boss was instantly taken aback by the lavishness of the money-giving mom. In no time, all the store's ancient stock was brought out. The little pup was completely stunned. This is just too beautiful. That's right, that's right. Pink is the best, pink is the most wonderful. Bring me a mirror. Our darling needs to try it out properly. The pink little milk leopard immediately made its sparkling appearance. Oh my, it's just too beautiful. Tears of emotion streamed from the corners of Leyland's mouth. Really? The little puppy shyly ruffled his hair. Leyland immediately gave her approval, and had all 100 million pink gems taken down. The manager, who just looked down on the little puppy, instantly changed from old to new, bowed crazily in apology to the little puppy. Oh, is this the joy of being supported by a rich woman? Feeling the gentle caress coming from above her head, the little puppy couldn't help but reach out and stroke back. With a click, the sparkling gemstone hairpin, firmly attached to the coming dark hair. I think this really suits you. Boo-hoo, I'm dying without regrets. Leyland stumbled, overwhelmed by cuteness. She hurriedly patted the little one's shoulder and thanked them crazily. Then, with a wave of her hand, there was another pile of glittering gemstone jewelry. A little puppy that can transform into a leopard. Of course, it goes perfectly with the necklace. Little one, come quickly, let's keep trying. And there's more. The little puppy was completely out of sorts. He shook his head wildly in refusal. He ran up to her and whispered in her ear. This one seems really expensive. Leyland laughed out loud at the joke. Sister, I have plenty of money. She sighed dramatically as she spoke. It seems you don't want my gift, huh? Then I'll just have to give it to someone else. What a pity. I originally wanted us to wear matching ones. Once those words were spoken, the little puppy's eyes instantly sparkled brightly, suddenly grabbed the ring box in her hand, cutely indicated that I want it, still clinging to her, crazily snuggling, refusing to let the manager take the box no matter what. With that, transformed into a little milk leopard, stumbled, sounding like a little milk one, whimpering, oh, how cute it is. Meow. Woo. Alright, I'll get it back right away. Leyland stroked the leopard while handing the items to the manager. After a while, the little leopard was adorned with pink gemstones all over, and it shone majestically throughout the venue. Not bad, not bad. This is the style of a wealthy family. Meanwhile, the little self-flower girl was crying at the moon. The scumbag crown prince tenderly pulled her into his arms, listening to the beloved woman weeping in his embrace, asking if you were going to attend with Miss Leyland, together attending the national founding anniversary party. The scumbag's face has long been swollen from Ronglin's blows. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Instantly, he bit down hard in anger. I would never do that with you around. Let's attend the National Foundation Day party together. Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, Alice revealed a wicked smile. Leyland was originally feeding her adorable little leopard, when suddenly, a maid came to report. The scumbag crown prince has arrived. Why is this happening out of the blue? She was taken aback. She quickly petted the little one to change her mood. According to social conventions, visits should always be scheduled in advance. This scumbag is clearly looking down on me. Leyland stood up and waved to dismiss others. I am the miss of the Cadmean Duke family. Even the crown prince can't treat me with disrespect. But then she thought, this plot point exists in the original book. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. She quickly stopped the maid and said she had changed her mind. She had recalled why the crown prince had come to see her. He, shady loser, just wait for your doom. Leyland confidently placed her hands on her hips. She planned to leave the loser hanging for 7, 8, or even 10 hours. But the little puppy stopped doing that. With a pitiful expression, he clutched at her skirt. Oh dear, don't be afraid, little one. Big sister will definitely take you there. She changed into a vibrant red dress, exuding a cool queen vibe. She caressed the fierce little leopard. Leyland cast a cold smile at the loser. Who would have thought the loser would dare to say the little one was a beast? Oh dear, my temper? Leyland's expression immediately darkened. But before she could explode in anger, the loser firmly grabbed her chin. She quickly picked it up. Woman, how dare you ignore me? You're really shameless, aren't you? A murderous intent flashed in Leyland's eyes. She forcefully shook off the simp's grasp. Then, in his incredulous gaze, she turned and strode away. Suddenly pulled out a hand of fear. She vigorously wiped the parts tainted by the simp. You should feel lucky. If you weren't the crown prince, I would have cut off your hands. She casually threw her hat at the simp's face. The simp shamelessly curled his lips into a smirk, indicating that the crown prince is just that noble. Hey, do you think the crown prince is worth much? After a single sentence left the simp speechless, Leyland straightforwardly told him to spit it out. To her surprise, the simp accused her of being rude, just like the animals she raised, baring their teeth casually. Hey, does he still see me as the simp I used to be? Leyland immediately darkened her expression. The beggar royalty owes our family 800 billion. What qualifications do you have to nag in front of me? She thought this would make the scumbag realize his worth. To her surprise, the scumbag was extremely self-absorbed. Is this your new tactic to get my attention? It's actually quite amusing. Saying this, he arrogantly lifted his face. Unfortunately, this trick doesn't work on me. This time's founding anniversary party. I won't attend with you. Looking at his malicious smile, Leyland frowned fiercely. That scumbag can't actually be hoping I'll kneel and beg him, right? I really don't know where he gets his confidence. Leyland sarcastically indicated he could do as he pleased. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Then, she splashed tea all over the scumbag, straight up telling him to get lost. The scumbag gritted his teeth in anger. He sternly commanded Leyland to come back and sit down. Leyland couldn't be bothered to say much to him. She shot him a fierce glare. She was about to drag the growling little leopard away. Just when she thought this unfortunate meeting was finally over, a large hand suddenly reached out. It blocked her path. The scumbag then shamelessly leaned in closer. You really are getting more and more demanding. Woman, you have no right to refuse me. A dignified royal prince was unexpectedly surrounded by 800 muscular men, and a fierce big leopard was bared its teeth right there. He was so scared his eyes were about to pop out. He ran away faster than a rabbit, wetting himself in fear. The scumbag who lives off others is getting what he deserves. That's what happens when you dare to tease me. Leyland smiled confidently. Who would have thought the scumbag was really that shameless? He turned and leaned close to her ear, smiling wickedly. Is this your new trick to seduce me? It's actually quite refreshing. Is he even speaking human language? Leyland was so angry her fists were clenched. She almost fell on her backside as darkness clouded her vision. She could only have her maid prepare her wallet. She was going to take her little puppy out, spend hundreds or even thousands on him, to soothe her little heart that had been slimed by the scumbag. As for that scumbag idiot, Leyland was already prepared. Let's see how he dies when the time comes. At this time, the maid asked where to go first. She rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. Ever since Alice took her dress last time, the manager of Rosemary's shop has apologized countless times in letters. This time, why not visit her store? This time, why not visit her store? Little did they know, as soon as the group arrived at the door, they saw the manager chatting annoyingly with Alice. She couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The store manager then realized that the wealthy patron had arrived. He immediately rushed up at a speed of 800 miles per hour. With hands clasped together, his eyes sparkled brightly, begging the rich lady to love her once more. Saying this, he invited Leyland to come into the store and take a look. Alice's eyes widened in surprise. Unexpectedly, after being rejected by the crown prince, she could remain so calm. So she approached and politely bowed. To her surprise, Leyland treated her like air. She brushed past without even a glance. Furious, she bit her teeth and blushed. Seeing this, Leyland chuckled with interest. Some people's displeasure only made her happy. So she had to ask the shopkeeper again. Have they caught the thief who stole the skirt? Just make sure there isn't a second time. She shot Alice a cold glance. I believe you understand what I mean, right? The shopkeeper quickly nodded to indicate understanding. With her saying that, she glances. Alice won't be selling textiles anytime soon. Leyland smiles with satisfaction. She casually tilts her head and adds, Oh, so you're here too, Alice? I almost didn't recognize you. The store manager quickly distances himself from Alice. Her eyes widen in anger. Yet she still has to awkwardly bow and greet. Then she attempts to lift her skirt and sit down. Leyland instantly snorts with laughter. I didn't ask you to sit down. What? Alice is completely stunned. Leyland expresses coldly and elegantly. I said I didn't let you sit down. The reason this little green tea can get by today isn't because she's capable, but because the original owner was too foolish. In fact, as long as the Duchess doesn't permit it, she doesn't even have the right to sit, okay? Watching Alice lower her head, holding her skirt tightly, trying to contain her anger, Leyland smiled refreshingly. I was just joking with you earlier, please sit down. She then asked the store manager what Alice was here for. If it's a custom dress, let her go first. Alice quickly waved her hands in panic. Leyland knew she couldn't afford it, so she laughed even more freely. Except for the one she chose. The rest can all be sent to the Duke's residence. The store manager nearly clung to her thighs and cried for help. Leyland humbly waved her hand. She originally wanted to buy everything. But who told her she was born lucky? With a fortune at her hands, she should be a bit kinder. These words hit Alice hard. What she envied the most was that Leyland was born into a good family. After finally composing herself and looking up again, she saw the store manager, whom she could never hope to reach. I already knelt down in front of my rich benefactor, crying uncontrollably. Leyland also added fuel to the fire. She had so much money that she could buy up all the skirts in the country, so there was no need to nitpick with her over this. Her feelings of resentment towards the rich instantly surged. She forced a radiant smile on her face. The Duke's lady probably doesn't know yet. I've already made an appointment to go make a gown with someone else. The green tea girl flaunts how well the scumbag treats her. However, Leyland had long treated the scumbag like grass. Who wants such trash? I am very noble, he doesn't deserve me. Saying this, Leyland stood up and took a piece of candy. She casually tossed it into Alice's coffee cup. I was born with everything. The waste I toss aside. It might be a treasure to someone else, so someone will definitely pick it up. I am grateful to those who helped me deal with the trash. You agree, right, Alice? Alice couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up and walked to Leyland's side. She indicated that what she received was not garbage, but rather, the person Leyland values the most. This founding party. I really can't wait. This proud look of being a mistress made Leyland unable to hold back her laughter. Does this woman want to steal her spotlight at the party? Just a garbage like Crown Prince. A disdainful smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She grabbed Alice's shoulders. Leaning close to her ear, she laughed. You are just too adorable. You actually think you can compete with me? This crazy look. Alice was so scared she couldn't even speak. But Leyland suddenly let her go. She casually picked up the spilled coffee cup. Since the teacup is empty, then I'll head back first. Saying that, she grabbed Alice's hand. You're quite interesting. This founding party. I'm looking forward to it too. Although I say this, within a single day, I first encountered the average scumbag Crown Prince, then had a showdown with the constantly provocative Lil White Flower. Leyland still felt very exhausted. However, turning around, she saw her little puppy looking dashing and impressive, and looking at her with a pair of sparkling puppy eyes. Her mood instantly brightened. Shop, shop, shop. Buy everything that the little puppy has worn. Her old father next to her watched her spend money so extravagantly that he was moved to tears. She couldn't be bothered to share her spending tips with her father. She just pulled her little puppy and lavished praise on him. The little puppy turned red from all the flattery. I really love this feeling of being pampered. Seeing this, Leyland felt even more pity. She vowed to hunt down all the scum who bullied him, especially that old fat woman who dared to mistreat him. But the little puppy, seeing her in deep thought she was thinking about that average scumbag. So he hurriedly grasped her hand. He pressed it against his handsome face, and he puckered his lips and gave a little smooch. Please don't think about that guy anymore. Look at me instead. Ah, this dazzling beauty. The old lady can't resist at all. Little pup, with that face, how can you do this? My little heart can't take it. However, all the pressure in her heart disappeared. She gently stroked the corners of the boy's smiling eyes. She cheerfully invited him to be together every day from now on. The little puppy instantly wagged his tail in excitement. But it wasn't long before he was once again engulfed by the fear of being abandoned. Leyland took an unusually long time to get ready today. Is it because she has to see that jerk? Leyland quickly reassured him that she was going to attend the founding party. She had to dress up to dazzle everyone. It will be amusing to see that jerk and the green tea personality completely lose their charm. But the little pup still felt quite dejected. He weakly asked if she could come back early, or if she could take him along to the party. As he spoke, tears began to fall. It's all my fault for being afraid of crowds. It's all my fault for not being obedient. Oh, my dear approximately equals. Dear, you mustn't look down. Remembering what the maid said, every time she went out, the little one wouldn't eat or drink. He would turn into a dazed little leopard waiting at the door for her to come back. Leyland immediately rushed over at high speed. She comforted him that it wasn't like that. She would definitely come back early. Baby, can you hold on for just one more day? Once we arrive at the party venue. Her noble and stunning presence immediately captured everyone's attention. The little fans eagerly gathered around her. A string of flattery made her feel elated. But her gaze suddenly landed on the shy girl in red at the back of the crowd. The fans quickly informed her. That is the young lady from the Baron family, Zivia. But her taste is really lacking. The dress she's wearing clearly suits a refined and graceful lady like you much better. Zivia stepped back, being told this. A blush of shame appeared on her face. But Leyland could see at a glance the little thoughts behind this group. She stepped forward and slowly said, this dress really doesn't suit you. Zivia was so scared she didn't dare to open her eyes. I thought that next I would be humiliated by the bad-tempered Duke's lady. However, the girl gently tidied her hairstyle. Your lovely face is clearly very charming. But this dress doesn't highlight it. Next time, I'll accompany you to pick a better one. Zivia was instantly moved to tears. The fans were so frightened they didn't know what to do. Who knew that in the next second, Leyland would turn around to praise their beauty? They were instantly captivated, surprised by the attention. They all gathered to praise how gentle the Duke's lady was. Amidst all this commotion, the scum openly brought Alice onto the stage. He even danced gracefully in front of everyone. The guests immediately began to gossip. The fans felt their idol was undeserving of this. But in Leyland's eyes, there was not a trace of emotion. This scene is also in the original book. The Duke wanted to confront the issue for his daughter, but the original character stopped him in tears. She then threw away her dignity to simp for a scumbag, causing everyone to laugh at her. Now, Leyland would never let this happen. Looking at Alice's provocative gaze, she only found it amusing. Is it just about stealing a man? How does this woman act as if she has won the whole world? Her dream is surprisingly simple and a bit cute. Leyland scoffed lightly in disdain. At that moment, a familiar male voice suddenly came from behind. She was slightly stunned, and immediately guessed it was the charming Lucas. Lucas courteously bowed to her. If you're unhappy, I can continue treating you to shaved ice. As a penny-pinching person, this is his highest level of chasing someone. But who is Leyland? She would care about this shaved ice. With an elbow, she pushed Lucas aside. As a result, the man turned and took her hand. He invited her to dance a song together. As long as I'm here, you will definitely succeed in your revenge. What does he mean by this? Leyland's expression changed immediately. She guessed he wanted to use her to take revenge on Alice. So she unapologetically rejected him. My fiancé is still on stage, you know? But your fiancé is already dancing with someone else. Leyland slightly curled her lips, indicating that everything was as she wished. The two leaned closely together. The scummy crown prince stared in anger. Who would have thought Leyland became even more excited? She pulled Lucas over and got clingy with him. After a long while, she finally let him go. She strode over to the scummy little E. Are you happy? Without waiting for their response, Leyland disdainfully curled her lips again. It seems like you're really happy. But it's a pity. You will never be this happy again. She is the strongest villainess in history. Her combat power is off the charts, publicly tearing apart the male and female leads. Not only does she mock the green tea female lead for being a homewrecker, but she also brings ruin upon her family. She also wishes the cheating scumbag to be infertile with no descendants. Then, with a wave of her hand, she summoned the two richest tycoons of the empire. Right on the spot, she caused the cheating couple to go bankrupt together. Time goes back to just now. Leyland faced the scorn of the scumbag. Calmly, she pulled down a piece of food. Without hesitation, she threw it in Alice's face. I, Leyland, the Cadmean Duke family bets its reputation. I challenge you to a duel. Alice instantly panicked and stepped back. The onlookers began to chatter amongst themselves. Leyland sneered while making a gesture of invitation. Your desperate attempts to provoke me are indeed quite cute. But you should also know your limits. However, Alice pulled out the scumbag as a shield, accusing her as the daughter of a duke, the pillar of the two great empires, being too reckless in front of the crown prince. Leyland couldn't help but chuckle. So, you think that just because you come from a lowly background, you can act recklessly? Saying this, she couldn't help but chuckle, claiming that I am reckless. Do you know why I have the confidence to be this reckless? Because I am the daughter of a duke. You. Leyland shot her a sharp glare. I hope you know your own worth. The scumbag, feeling his beloved was insulted, instantly exploded. Snatching the gloves, he stepped forward boldly. Pretending to be gentle, he put them on Leyland. Yet, his tone was full of warning. I advise you to back off. Don't provoke me anymore. Leyland coldly ordered him to let go. But he insisted on holding on. The onlookers immediately began to discuss. They angrily accused the scumbag of being shameless for cheating. How dare he lay a hand on his fiancée? He deserves to be punished. The scumbag being directly insulted frowned intensely. Leyland seized the opportunity to pull her hand back. She felt triumphant for a moment. After triumphantly calling someone an idiot, she turned to face Alice. You have been slandering my reputation all along. How do you plan to compensate for this? Alice stood there at a loss, unable to respond. She couldn't even say a word amidst the crowd's discussions. Leyland took the chance to extend another duel invitation. She stated that this was an opportunity for you to prove your innocence. However, Alice was so scared that she kept stepping back. Her family would never pay for her. Hiring a knight for the duel would come at a cost for her promise. What awaited her was nothing but a ruined reputation. But that devil, Leyland, even gently tidied her hair as well, snickering dismissively. If you lose the duel, you will become a noble unable to protect your own reputation. You shouldn't be prancing around in front of me then, right? Alice broke into a cold sweat at these words. She quickly stated that she would not accept the duel. Leyland suddenly leaned in close to her ear. Accepting the duel is better than having your family destroyed, right? From today on, I will never give in to you again. The man beside them frowned in concern. Leyland, however, couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance. Do you want Alice's family to be completely ruined today? Or do you want me to sever her beautiful limbs? The man angrily grabbed her arm. He warned her not to challenge the royal limits. But the girl grinned wickedly as she touched his face. Both of you are at fault in this matter, since I will send her family to ruin, and a gift of severed limbs. Then I will also present you with a matching gift. So you better let go of me before I take action. Let go of me. Saying this, she yanked on the scumbag's scarf fiercely, almost choking him to the point of passing out. Just as the two were at a standoff, the head of another noble family in the empire, Duke Isabel, suddenly stepped forward to scold the scumbag to let go. Leyland's Duke father also stepped forward to protect his daughter, angrily reprimanded the scumbag to take care of himself. The power you have is to protect the weak, not to abuse the weak. At the same time, both noble families educated him thoroughly. The scumbag's mentality instantly crumbled. Are you all here to humiliate me today? The villainous sister finally kicked the scumbag away. From then on, a cute boy on the left and a blue-haired one on the right, with a handsome knight in pearls behind her. Ah, the rich and powerful queen of the sea. Life is just so luxurious yet tedious. Leyland is cool and powerful, continuously tearing apart the scummy little flower. The two great dukes of the empire stand behind her. Her father lovingly embraced her, feeling heartbroken, swearing that the Cadmean Duke family will never back down. Touched, she was teary-eyed. She then left with her father, exuding confidence. But her father's expression changed instantly. He immediately annulled the engagement. I absolutely won't leave the royal family even a pair of underpants. Afraid that his daughter's love-struck brain was still alive, he quickly shot a fierce glare at Leyland. In any case, you must go. The feeling of having someone backing you up is really great. Leyland burst into a hearty laugh. Don't worry, after the National Founding Memorial, I'll definitely kick this scumbag into outer space. She immediately went to the balcony to get some fresh air. Looking at the bright moonlight, she was just about to brew some poetic feelings. Suddenly, a magnetic male voice came from behind her. Startled, she leapt onto the railing with a whoosh. In the next second, a big hand reached out from below the railing. Help, there's a ghost. Leyland was so scared that she transformed. But when she looked again, it was Lucas. Furious, she immediately flooded him with traditional insults. Lucas's blue eyes were filled with amusement. Sorry, I just really wanted to chat with you. But knocking and coming in would lead to comments from you. Saying this, he pitifully covered his heart. If you want to be alone, then I can leave. The beauty obsession suddenly became uncontrollable. But thinking it over, damn, wasn't it just because of his fan that drove me crazy? Did you have to flee to the 4th floor because of being forced? Wait, the 4th floor? She nervously looked down from the balcony. She couldn't imagine how Lucas got up here. Lucas, however, seized the opportunity. He firmly grasped her slender shoulders. No offense intended. But it's too dangerous for you to be like this. Saying this, he gently took the girl's hand. Then he softly pressed her down onto the sofa. Your heels are so high. Your feet must be hurting. Please, have a seat. Leyland immediately looked confused. She didn't understand what this person was here for. Lucas, however, sat down across from her without any politeness. A wicked smile appeared on the handsome face. I originally wanted to. If you were to kick me out, I would do as you say. But you didn't. Leyland, quite straightforwardly, said. So, are you here to talk to me about something? Can't I come to find you if there's nothing going on? Lucas muttered softly. I just wanted to come and see you. After saying that, a hint of blush appeared on his handsome face. What are you doing here all alone? Aren't you bored? That's almost suggesting you need companionship, isn't it? Leyland was so startled she covered her chest. She thought to herself, why is this person acting so unusual? Could it be that he's feeling sorry for me? After all, he was also cheated on by Alice. That's right, it is just like that. Leyland nodded wisely. Don't worry, I'm really fine. I never loved you as deeply as you think. What? Lucas was completely stunned. He hurried to explain that she misunderstood. But when Leyland probed deeper, he couldn't help but hesitate. He was blushing, his heart racing, and at a loss for words. This made Leyland feel even more that he had something going on. He had no choice but to smile and change the subject. In fact, Alice really brought this upon herself. She can't refute everything you're accusing her of. After all, she has angered a hot-tempered and cruel person. And the powerful Duke's daughter. Leyland could only cover her face in embarrassment. In fact, she didn't feel happy at all. She just found all of this troublesome. Upon hearing this, Lucas immediately gazed at her dreamily. From the moment, I can't figure you out again. Saying this, he shyly looked up. Actually, I want to get to know you better. However, she looked completely confused and innocently replied. Do you really need to know me? The simpleton was left dumbfounded by her. After a moment of stunned silence, he burst into laughter. You really are hard to read. Seeing that this clueless straight girl still wanted to leave, he quickly reached out to stop her. Then he tightly hugged the sofa. Actually, I have something very important to tell you. Although Leyland felt he was making excuses, too many things happened today. She collapsed wearily onto the sofa, her thoughts drifting further away. She had clearly exposed the relationship of that scummy playboy in public. But why were they still so calm? Could it be that the female protagonist has the ability to see the future? Did she already know this would end in a farce? That's why she felt so secure. What irritated her even more was that scummy crown prince who disregarded male virtues. Why does he get to be the male lead in the novel? And this author still has the nerve to call it a feel-good story with twists? Wait, twists? Could there be other directions for the story ahead? Just as she was caught up in her feelings, Lucas finally remembered what he wanted to say. He was the one who treated the little puppy like a slave. How do you want to handle this? Seeing Leyland lost in thought, he still found it unbelievable. Why aren't you doing as you please? Leyland felt that these words were not simple. She expressed her displeasure, saying that no matter how wealthy she was, she didn't want to spend it on that kind of useless person. Lucas immediately gave her a thumbs up. He sincerely said, I'll help you. But feelings are one thing, money is another. The money seized from useless people should give him 10%. He had no objections. Looking at his crafty and cunning villainous demeanor, one could tell that leaving this task to him was definitely the right choice. But this silly appearance in Lucas's eyes was just doubly sweet and super cute, like an innocent little sister who knew nothing of the world. Yet sometimes, she looked like a true duchess. These two sides were truly special. His heart raced violently in his chest. He couldn't help but stand up. I straightened my clothes. He elegantly bowed to invite Leyland. Can I dance with you now? Only after finishing this dance can I confirm my feelings. And also confirm that today isn't just an illusion. Leyland silently stood up. Her flowing hair brushed against the man's handsome face. Do you want to dance here? Those who don't know might think we are secretly dating. Lucas tightly held the girl's hand. So what? The Duke's fiancée was angered by her cheating fiancé. So she ran out to date the handsome Viscount. Isn't it allowed? Looking at that gentle and serious handsome face, Leyland couldn't help but keep silent. She tentatively leaned closer into his embrace. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. But suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head. Lucas hurriedly asked her what was wrong. She could only dismissively say she was tired. Then I wanted to take my leave. But I was suddenly pulled into Lucas's arms. Why didn't you say anything just now? He took off the girl's gloves. Looking at the swollen, red wound, he was heartbroken and didn't dare to touch it. He wished he could tear that scumbag apart. But Leyland pretended to be strong and said, it doesn't hurt, she just wants some peace. In fact, she came here. She just didn't want that scumbag to notice she was scared. But Lucas gently draped a coat over her. Then he jumped a few steps to the railing. Why is your pride so strong? Is it just because you're a duke's daughter? But whether it's the silly you, or the arrogant and showy you, I like both very much. Sister is out on a date with the blue-haired guy. The little puppy refuses to sleep at home no matter what. Feeling wronged, he insists on waiting for sister to come back. The heartbroken sister immediately found someone else. Such a clingy and cute little leopard. Of course, it's most comfortable to hold them in your arms. On the other side, the blue-haired one, yet completely unaware of their own corner. It has already been dug out to the last bit. Still immersed in the sweetness of love, unable to extricate themselves. Remembering that I just told my friend this morning, he is completely uninterested in the Duke's young lady. Instantly felt like my face was being slapped hard. When I first met Leyland, I simply thought it was extravagant to spend 30. The way she saved the orc little slave was so cool. There is absolutely no other feeling. Although she looks very cute eating strawberry shaved ice, she dances elegantly and graciously. Holding hands is even more charming and attractive. Thinking of this, the man's face instantly turned bright red. Covering his face, he slipped and fell to the ground. The heart in his chest was happily thumping away. Over. He had to admit that he had fallen in love. Oh come on, I'm not a child anymore. Why would I blush just from holding hands? The innocent little wolf dog completely couldn't control his blush. But looking at the gloves on his hands, he couldn't help but frown with concern. Her wrist must hurt a lot. I really want to take her home. As if Leyland really appeared in front of him, asking him why. What are you to me? We're not that close. Boo-hoo. Lucas's young heart instantly shattered into pieces. No, next time we meet, our relationship must progress further. He has to cross that line. to let Leyland show her vulnerable side in front of him, and rely only on him, with her heart only thinking of him. But there's still a long way to go to reach this goal. After all, every time Leyland sees him, she asks what brings him here. But none of this is an issue. He tightens his grip on Leyland's glove. He gently places a kiss. Who could blame him for his heart already being captured by that proud and adorable girl? Meanwhile, the scumbag is facing the biggest storm of his life. Because he offended Leyland and her Duke father, he was summoned by the Emperor to the reception room. Then he nearly got smashed by a wine cup from the Emperor, sending him straight to the afterlife. Do you even realize what you've done? Your fiancé's family controls the lifeblood of the entire empire. You have no right to humiliate her like that. The Emperor is quite sober about this. Unfortunately, his son is as foolish as can be. Why should the Emperor and the royal family have to bow to their family's whims? We are royalty, after all. The Emperor has never seen such a fool. The Catlaus and Camion families. The two families are the foundation of the empire's prosperity. They possess power, wealth, and military might. Yet they are still willing to be loyal to the empire. How did I appoint someone like you, an ignorant fool, as the crown prince? The reason that the scumbag became the crown prince is because Miss Leyland, the Duchess, chose him. He is merely a creation of the Camion family. A paper tiger. He has neither the purple eyes nor the golden hair that symbolize royalty, and is not as outstanding as his other brothers. The only thing he possesses is that useless pride. The scumbag seemed to hear Leyland mocking him in his ear. He was so enraged he was about to explode. The Emperor warned him again. He needs to take responsibility for his choices. Respect your fiancée, Miss Camion. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The laughter of the girl seemed to echo in my ears again. I advise you not to provoke me anymore. Otherwise, you won't even be able to keep this nominal title of crown prince. You won't be able to hold on to it, you know. Leyland came excitedly with her little milk leopard. She eagerly attended the commoner's celebration, watching the heroic drama on stage. It was then that she realized the two great duke families held such a high position in the hearts of the people, especially the heroic sword, Carolaus. He was practically a founding hero in the eyes of the people. Remembering the senior sister from the Carolaus family, she had helped me at the banquet last time. The little fangirl instantly became emotional to the point of tears. Of course, if the thank you letter I sent out, it would be even better if I could receive a reply from my idol. At this moment, Leyland suddenly felt something shining in the distance. She reluctantly opened her titanium alloy eyes to take a look. Isn't that my handsome knight? No wonder he's so dazzling. But why is there a little Cassio beside him? Cassio, feeling a burning gaze from behind, also curiously turned his gaze. Leyland's face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly hid behind the innocent bystanders. But the man had already walked up to her. She could only awkwardly point at the stage and laugh. Who would have thought the play was at a part unsuitable for minors? The Duke's daughter was utterly embarrassed. She could only hurriedly ask if he came alone. Cassio patted the little cutie's head beside him. Just as he was about to say something, Leyland suddenly exclaimed, "Have you already gotten married?" Looking at their identical features, her heart ached as she pounded the wall. She realized she had been longing for a married woman all along. What a mess this really is. Cassio widened his eyes in panic. He hurriedly explained that he was definitely not married. As for this adorable little baby beside him, he is my little brother. Leyland finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the little baby suddenly started crying and clung to his brother. Cassio apologized, saying his brother was a bit shy around strangers. But Leyland felt like she had been struck by lightning. She thought her future little brother-in-law must have been scared by her. How on earth should she interact with a child? Her eyes lit up, and she suddenly had an idea. Little friend, do you like to eat cotton candy? Would you like to have some together? Faced with the powerful cotton candy attack, the little baby instantly brightened up and begged his brother for candy. He even became good candy buddies with the little milk leopard. Looking at this noisy scene, the two returned to their own world. They suddenly became flirtatious. I heard Cassio say the kids were very happy. Leyland almost replied, "Yes, dear." The girl's heart raced wildly. Looking at Cassio's long, dazzling face, she felt her life had reached a new height. However, that being said, according to the original plot, Alice meets her many simps at this celebration. She met her many simps. This should be her best luck with romance. And now, what about Cassio? Is he still the fish in her pond? Seeing Leyland anxiously moving her little feet, Cassio quickly changed the topic. What about your night guard beside you? Leyland proudly showcased her black hair. During the National Day celebrations, no one would dare to lay a hand on someone with hair symbolizing heroism. She playfully winked as she spoke. Cassio couldn't help but show a gentle expression as he looked. Then you should be careful too. And what do you think of today's celebration? Watching the crowd dance gracefully, Leyland couldn't help but have a myriad of thoughts. They really looked happy. And very free. But she felt like a puppet from the book. Unable to live according to her own will. She always thought she lived freely. But could she also just be a marionette? Just as she fell into despair, a large hand suddenly stretched out. Would you like to dance with me? Leyland was so happy she almost kicked her legs in joy. When the dance ended, Leyland instantly became the brightest presence in the crowd. Everyone regarded her as the hero Carlos. They all requested to dance with her. Leyland was momentarily overwhelmed. She could only marvel at how beloved the Carlos family truly was. She crazily jumped around in circles. Leyland fell into Cassio's arms. Seeing Leyland, who kept dancing without stopping, he was already out of breath. Cassio apologized for his rudeness. He lifted Leyland high and held her in his arms. Being this close to the handsome knight, Leyland's heart raced non-stop. They finally reached a less crowded area. Cassio gently set Leyland down. He apologized for his earlier rudeness. Leyland's face was still flushed. She didn't think Cassio was rude. On the contrary, she was deeply moved by his thoughtfulness. Midnight arrived and the fireworks burst into bloom. Leyland was not only mesmerized. Cassio, however, gazed deeply at the girl in front of him. He asked the question that had been on his mind. He had heard that, besides the crown prince, Leyland had not danced with anyone else. So what did it mean when she looked at him at the banquet? Leyland did not hesitate. She made it clear that she wanted to dance with Cassio. Cassio did not understand. He was just an ordinary commoner knight. Leyland felt somewhat lonely. She knew this dream would eventually end. Yet she was hopelessly in love with someone not worth it. But she couldn't express these thoughts. Looking into Cassio's clear eyes, Leyland didn't want to deceive this man. She asked in return, "Is it not allowed? Is that disrespectful to you?" Cassio clenched his fists. As a commoner, he felt unworthy, standing next to the public security. After saying that, he turned away, unable to look at Leyland again. His secret crush on her made him feel inferior. How could this be? Leyland grasped Cassio's hand firmly. She believed that interactions between people, it has nothing to do with status. Even if status changes, a person's worth does not change. As long as there's mutual understanding, one can become good friends. For Leyland, the class consciousness here is what she's not accustomed to. So she expressed her willingness to befriend Cassio without any pressure. She expressed her desire for friendship. However, this stirred up a storm in Cassio's heart. Seeing Cassio looking at her in silence, Leyland felt a bit flustered. The next second, Cassio took her hand in return. He knelt on one knee and made a sincere request. At the next party, "May I take the initiative to invite you to dance?" Leyland was stunned. She thought Cassio had always disliked her. Not hearing a response, Cassio subconsciously thought he had been rejected. Leyland quickly waved her hand. "This is just too surprising, okay?" Cassio regretted it greatly. He regretted not discovering Leyland sooner. She is such a dazzling person. Seeing Cassio's pure smile, Leyland was momentarily captivated. Being so nice to her, it's really easy to get caught up in it. It made her mistakenly think she had become the female protagonist of the novel. Leyland realized something bad had happened. Sure enough, even Cassio had to obediently take the blame. Seeing such a fierce Betty, the little brother was scared to tears. Harvey quickly popped out a bunch of golden ears, coaxing the little cutie not to do things that worry others in the future. The two boys interacting melted the hearts of the three. Cassio gently patted his brother's back while holding him, saying goodbye to Leyland and the others. And this special one, Alice, was committed to developing a new fish pond. I wonder which unfortunate night it is this time. Who has a date with her the next day? The stingy blue-haired guy falls in love with an exceptional rich woman, unaware that his corner had already been dug out, and even sent his brothers to deliver gifts and letters for him. However, the rich woman has already become obsessed with the handsome knight. Watching him, her confidence was completely unshaken. If it weren't for him sending the stamp of that disgraceful pig, she might have to throw both the person and the letter into the trash. Who would have thought there was a small vial in the middle of the gift box? Leyland curiously stroked it. Then she saw the warm handwriting in the letter. "Enduring pain is not good, so you'd better never get hurt." Her expression darkened instantly. Thinking back to that day at the banquet, silently, tending to her wounds, she tightly gripped the vial in her hand, exposing her wounds in front of others. She would gain nothing but fleeting sympathy. Rather than having others catch her weakness, it's better to silently endure. Leyland casually threw the vial back into the envelope, let Betty fetch the blue-haired one's coat, then sent back both the gift and the coat. At that moment, a maid hurriedly came to report. "The Duke of Carolus has sent a letter." "What, Master's sister came to visit?" The little fangirl's heart raced. She was frozen in place and instantly revived. Woo, I have no regrets even in death. But for now, I certainly can't die. If I'm to die, I have to wait until I see Master's sister first. The group of fangirls left in a whirlwind, leaving the green-haired one silently transformed in place, looking at the clothes of her brother in her arms. He held back for a long time but couldn't help laughing and collapsed on the ground. "You little brat actually have today too. Ha ha ha. I need to hurry back and tell him this bad news." Fangirl number 1 is already dressed up. What surprised her was that the little milk leopard who usually went crazy whining whenever she saw her leave home. This time, there was no sign of reluctance at all. Little did they know that the little milk leopard had already evolved to version 2.0. The whole little leopard was full of fighting spirit. It only wanted to train with the knights. Only the little leopard that grew up and became handsome could protect its master. But when did it start not growing up? After all, a few years, several decades, or even hundreds of years ago. The frustrated leopard silently drew the smiling face of a girl on the ground. Suddenly, a knight's advice came from behind. He was so scared that his fur stood on end. The whole leopard was trembling with fear. But when he thought of the shining girl, he mustered his courage and shouted loudly, "I want to be as strong and handsome as you. That way, I can stay by her side to protect her." Saying this, he dejectedly lowered his ears. He was afraid of disturbing the knights. "That's why I secretly practiced on the side." The knight expressed complete understanding. "But you not only turned the training ground into an acorn field, you almost crushed us to death." Then he suggested to the little milk leopard, "If you pursue physical strength, then transforming into a leopard to bite down on enemies is the fastest way. But transforming into a leopard would lead to being looked down upon." The little milk leopard didn't want Leyland to be looked down upon because of him. The knight remained silent for a moment. The responsibility of discrimination, aside from protection, also requires learning to endure for the master, to stay by her side and protect her. "So you want to protect Miss Leyland?" The little milk leopard tightly gripped the stick in his hand. He answered with unwavering determination. Yes, I want to protect her. The knight heartily patted his chest. Then let me teach you step by step. The little milk leopard bowed excitedly in thanks. She then curiously asked the teacher if there was someone they wanted to protect. At that moment, Betty happened to step forward. The knight instantly blushed, his heart racing in panic. He covered up his embarrassment and said, my mission is to protect the Candamons. The innocent little milk leopard quietly glanced at the two people beside her. She quickly slipped away to practice swordsmanship. Leyland, please wait a moment for me. I will definitely protect you. What should I do if my precious daughter doesn't look like me? Then just go get plastic surgery. To prevent their black-haired, purple-eyed daughter from being gossiped about. The doting duke treated the transformation potion like water. Leyland was touched to the point of tears. Dad, this is way too unfair. Just now, the little fangirl Leyland visited the careless duke's residence with a pilgrim's heart. She visited the careless duke's mansion. The elder sister warmly welcomed her in person. She was bubbling with happiness. During the conversation, the beautiful sister asked whom she inherited her hair color from. She obediently replied that it was from her grandmother, which means she is the beautiful sister's aunt. The sister chuckled softly. Your father really loves you, doesn't he? He even keeps using appearance magic for you. As the duke's daughter of the Cadmean Duke family, Leyland, however, had the black hair of the Carolaus family, and eyes that were the same violet as the royal family. This would surely raise doubts about her lineage. The father, being a doting parent, didn't want her to be sad, so he had always used magic to maintain her current appearance. Tears of emotion welled up in Leyland's eyes. Dad's actions are really unfair, aren't they? Then the two talked about matters from the founding party. The beautiful sister highly praised her actions. Do you know there was a woman in history known as a hero? Leah Elysia. Carolaus? Did she kill the tyrant Bymont? And she changed many systems and laws for women. A hint of admiration flashed in the handsome sister's eyes. So, do you know why she had to kill Bymont? Seeing Leyland stutter, she let out a derisive cold laugh. It's expected that you don't know. Hundreds of years ago, there was a 100-year war. It only ended when a female hero appeared. After the war ended, the men who served could finally return home. But at that time, women had already taken over the entire rear. Men wanted to reclaim their rights. Women worked hard to defend their positions. So they gradually began to respect and understand each other. This was originally a good thing. But when the tyrant Bymont learned of the war hero, when it was a woman, he began to fear that his power would be taken away by women, and despicably slandered the hero as a witch and burned her alive. After that, an indiscriminate witch hunt began. Countless women were executed for ridiculous reasons, sent to the gallows. The remaining women had to choose silence to survive. From then on, people stopped talking about women's rights. Until Leyland, from the Cadmean Duke family emerged. She raised her sword and killed Bymont, save women from the infamous witch hunt. Yet the misconceptions left by that era have still not changed to this day. For example, women must be docile, and cannot openly claim their rights like a witch, assert their rights. So when they saw Leyland tear apart the scumbag, only then would Sister Master come to help. Since they are engaged, both parties should respect each other. However, noble males are dismissive of this. They keep mistresses outside. Women can only suffer in silence after finding out. Otherwise, they would be labeled as evil women or shrews. Just like the old Leyland. If it weren't for this, the crown prince wouldn't dare be so excessive. At this point, the cool sister reminds Leyland to clarify one thing. Although Alice did harm her reputation, this kind of thing can happen with just one side. If Leyland fully understood, she would make the scumbag pay the corresponding price. The cool sister smiled happily. Looking at the cool and rich Leyland, she seemed to see hope for women. Your actions that day made many noble ladies very happy. But do you know, all of this is because you have a high enough status. So, can I ask you for a favor? Soon, I will pass my title to my son in the capital. Can you stand up for the weak like I did that day? Will you be able to stand up for the weak? The ultimate rich woman possesses a fortune in the trillions. She effortlessly fills a pond with fish, a handsome knight, a charming beauty, and a cute little leopard. The idol even personally delivered her son to my door. The handsome dark-skinned guy doesn't seem wrong either. Learning that Master Carolus is coming to visit, Leyland, who was originally exhausted and slumped over the table, quickly stumbled to her feet. Ever since her last discussion with Sister Master, she had resolved to become an excellent second-generation rich. But being a corporate slave is really tough. To change her mood, she asked if there were any updates from Prince Lucy. Lucy wore a joyful expression. Since the beginning of the National Day celebrations, the scumbag never set foot in the palace again. Leyland didn't expect the scumbag to be so thin-skinned. She asked him with a wicked smile how his reputation was lately. Well, it was certainly very bad. The ministers questioned how he could handle being unfaithful so poorly. How is he supposed to become emperor in the future? Leyland instantly exploded with rage. Does this mean he can cheat as long as he doesn't get caught? It seems that if she doesn't take any action, this matter will just pass by like this. As for Alice, nearly all the noblewomen rejected her. They condemned her for her immoral behavior at the banquets every day. Immoral behavior. They wanted to completely eradicate this kind of corruption. Leyland was satisfied with this. The scumbag and the cheap woman became outcasts. It would be difficult for them to appear in society again. In other words, after today's duel, she would be completely free. She was so excited that she hadn't even finished her makeup. She hummed a little tune while heading to meet her idol's son. Betty hurriedly tried to stop her. However, her young lady was just too dazzling. She initially wanted to struggle a bit more. Leyland directly used her trump card. Your young lady is already beautiful enough. What if she dressed too dazzlingly? It could blind Lord Carolus. What will happen to his titanium-alloyed dog eyes? After saying that, she strode out. After pushing open the door to the reception room, a familiar handsome dark-skinned guy flashed her a charming smile. She was instantly taken aback. Past memories flashed in her mind. The dark-skinned handsome guy was sitting in the same spot. He asked her how she had considered that matter. She felt a bit strange. She hurriedly forced herself to calm down and greeted him politely. The dark-skinned guy, however, laughed heartily. "You are still so formal," he said. "I'm really happy to see you." Without waiting for Leyland to respond, he smirked and shrugged. "Can't you live a little more easily? Besides, we haven't seen each other in such a long time. Don't you miss me at all?" He's pretty handsome, but why is he so greasy?" Leyland felt like her skin was crawling with disgust. She turned to poke her own face. Realizing this was still a reflex of her body. Poke. She carefully recalled the past. Only then did she realize they had actually met before. It was just that the original host was really displeased with the guy with black skin. He would often reprimand her for not being respectful enough. Who would have thought that the guy with black skin had an even darker heart? Instead, he advised her to be a little more casual with herself. Oh my goodness, no wonder the original host was unhappy. Leyland heard him nagging her from behind, calling her rigid. She was so mad she wanted to punch him right in the face. "You're really rude. If you know someone doesn't want to, don't force them. Why insist on changing others?" Black Skin was taken aback for a moment. "You used to ignore me completely. Now you're actually arguing back at me." He smiled with a completely charming grin. "You're definitely not an ordinary woman. Strong, reckless, and very arrogant. What's more amazing is that you never back down in front of me. Look at this oblivious guy. Is he even making sense?" Leyland tossed her flowing hair. Instantly switched to a crazy output mode. "You're also not an ordinary man. Both unreasonable and shameless. Never backs down in front of me." This impressive demeanor left Black Skin completely stunned. Quickly got up to invite the big shot to sit down. He scratched his head awkwardly and said sorry. Just as Leyland was puzzled and confused, he suddenly said, "Do you remember what I said before?" Seeing Leyland's confused expression, he thoughtfully scratched his chin. "Why can't I remember? Isn't a proposal something that leaves a strong impression?" Leyland thought back for a moment. Echoes kept ringing in her mind. "Miss Duke, will you marry me? What do you think about marrying me?" "Chowdu Madai, please stop." 7. Leyland was completely numb. Seeing Black Skin wanting to nag again, she hastily crossed her arms, firmly disagreeing. "I like gentle and affectionate men." Who would have thought Black Skin was quite confident? "Am I not the kind of man among men? I really want Lingrong to share some of her insecurity with you." Leyland firmly stated, "You're not my type." Black Skin instantly started whining. "Looks like I'm going to get scolded by my mom when I get back. Why doesn't the person he likes hate him? It's just that she has a boyfriend. Or she has a girlfriend. It's easy to find someone they like. Yet the other party ends up playing both sides. That really sounds tragic. And look at him dressed in all green." Leyland couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. Blackie sighed dejectedly. "My demands are really not that high at all. As long as she isn't intimidated by the name of the Carolhouse family. Just be my equal in leading the entire family." Leyland was instantly stunned by what she heard. Blackie is right. Partners should be evenly matched. But she has always wanted to find an obedient man. In response to Blackie's apology, she subconsciously rubbed her hands. "I should be the one thanking you. Your words have helped me understand some things. I'm really glad to be able to help you." Leyland looked up in surprise. Blackie grinned proudly with a crooked smile. Just then, someone came to report. "Alice has already arrived at the training grounds for her appointment. She certainly arrived at the right time. I want to go see for myself. I wonder what a guy who likes to steal from others looks like." Hey Pai had a face full of excitement. The gentleman took the young lady's hand. Then, they saw the neatly arranged. A bloodthirsty night brigade. It was truly an impressive sight. "Are you planning to return her humiliation towards you, along with interest?" Leyland silently expressed that she didn't intend to make it so exaggerated. Unfortunately, her doting father was full of fighting spirit. Hey Pai immediately praised his father-in-law's performance. Turning his head, he immediately saw the anxious Alice, tugging at her skirt. He instantly furrowed his brows. That day, Alice had begged him to meet the day after the celebration ended. However, he refused because he had to be the judge for Leyland's duel. A peculiar light flashed in Alice's eyes. She pretended to be upset and complained to him. "Recently, I've encountered some troubles and have been wronged a lot. If the knight is willing to help me, then it should be no problem. So, knight." She displayed her sweetest, most adorable smile. "You will always stand by my side, right?" At that moment, his heart raced nervously. He thought this girl was pure and unpretentious. But it turned out she was the crown prince's mistress. The dark-skinned man suppressed his rage and forced a smile. Alice, however, excitedly unveiled a joyful smile. "So you are from the Carolhouse family. But you clearly had blonde hair before. I am really surprised." Saying this, she eagerly asked, "You are here to help me, right?" The dark-skinned man just chuckled. She coldly laughed and moved her hand away from the one she tried to grab. "I am the witness and judge of this duel. To judge your improper actions. A loyal little fan of the ultimate rich lady. Surprisingly, he is also a fish in the little green tea pond. The little green tea still wants to win him over. To defeat the lofty Leyland. Who would have thought that the fan would realize he was fooled? Instantly filled with murderous intent, wanting to hurt someone. Leyland was worried that the duel hadn't even started yet. Alice might get hurt by him. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. Dark-skinned shouted loudly without caring. "How could you actually manipulate others? That's truly despicable." Leyland's eyes widened instantly. It triggered that moment in the plot. The man she wanted to draw her sword against. A sudden sharp pain flashed through her mind. She tightly clutched the man's collar. She screamed in despair, "Stop it." After shouting, she stumbled and almost fell. She covered her stinging chest. She wanted to apologize for her earlier outburst, but she realized that the knights in her home had already rushed forward. They drew their swords and surrounded the dark-skinned man. The dark-skinned man raised his hands in surrender. She quickly said she was fine. Just a bit of a headache. The dark-skinned man thought it was his fault for scaring her. Looking dejected, like a big sad dog, Leyland forced herself to turn around. The pain in her chest continued relentlessly. Could it be the original owner's memories just now? But why did her heart hurt so much? After resting for a while, Leyland revived with full energy and started eating melon. She saw the green tea girl sobbing in front of the dark-skinned man, complaining that she was wrong. The dark-skinned one wasn't buying it. You know the crown prince has a fiancé, yet you openly danced the first dance with him. Is this still unfair to you? It was His Highness the Crown Prince who forced me. I'm just a lowly viscount's daughter, I had no choice. The green tea acted so pitifully while crying. The dark-skinned one smirked disdainfully. He wouldn't be fooled by such petty green tea tactics. Then do you have the right to insult Miss Canamuan? Moreover, this is a duel about family honor. You actually want to use me to win? During this time, the green tea has constantly slandered Leyland in front of him. The dark-skinned one has tried to turn a blind eye. I didn't expect her to be so unrepentant. The green tea got anxious all of a sudden. She cried out that she didn't do it. Her gaze towards the dark-skinned one was filled with grievance and charm. What exactly are you talking about? I know you're flirting with men everywhere, constantly plotting behind their backs. The innocent facade of the green tea girl was instantly ripped away. She was completely at a loss. But Black Skin wasn't going to let it go. He didn't care about the green tea girl's identity or status. He only liked hearing her talk about the light in her eyes when she talked about her dreams. He thought the green tea girl was just wandering between different men. She only wanted to achieve her dreams. He believed she was living proudly on her own. Little did he know she wanted to climb up through men. I know you want to use me, but unfortunately, this time I won't let you have your way. The green tea girl seemed to hear the sentence of death being pronounced. She frantically lunged at Black Skin. Knight, I beg you. Didn't you say before that you would always stand by my side? Black Skin looked at her deeply. The outcome of this duel is only that you must pay the price for your wrongdoing. Pay the price. After saying this, he shook off the green tea's hand, and quietly asked Leyland to keep today's events a secret. Otherwise, it would only take a moment for his mother to kick him out of the house. Leyland raised an eyebrow. Then let's consider it a favor you owe me. I'm afraid it's more than one. Cassio awkwardly scratched his head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have casually proposed to you. Earlier, Alice slandered you in front of me, and I went along with her actions. That was also my fault. I'm truly sorry. Looking at the obedient big dog in front of her, Leyland smiled brightly. It seems I'll be able to receive a lot in the future, from the help of Carlo Laus. So be mentally prepared. Cassio instantly transformed into a cheerful, sunny boy. He bantered for a bit before taking his leave. Little did Alice know, as she watched him walk away. But in an instant, she fell into despair. It shouldn't be like this. Why are you all changing? Looking at the green tea acting like a mad dog, Leyland quickly stepped back, almost stumbling badly. Her gaze was sharp, wishing she could kick that scumbag and bimbo into outer space immediately. Kick them into outer space. Her subordinates also wore expressions of righteous indignation. Leyland began to think about how to deal with the green tea. After all, she was a high-ranking duke's lady. Moreover, she was in the right in this matter. Alice actually dared to be so rude to her in public. If she let it go easily, she would surely be mocked as a soft touch. Besides, she was originally the villainous Leyland. Leyland's gaze became resolute. Notify all the clothing stores in the capital. Whoever dares to use Alice's fabric is making an enemy of the Cadmean Duke family. The green tea widened her eyes in fear. Leyland's revenge is still ongoing. Contact her perfume shop supplier again. Tell them I bought all their stock. Make them stop trading with Alice. The green tea desperately struggles, and still fantasizes about using a scumbag to threaten Leyland. Leyland just chuckled. Buy her family's house as well. Get everyone in the house out on the streets by today. The green tea's eyes widened in disbelief. You clearly shouldn't be able to let go of the crown prince. How can you do this? Leyland's face is filled with contempt. She never had a love-struck brain in her past life. The green tea even wants to use a man to pua her. She boldly took out a check and fanned herself. Transfer the Kenrad family's debts to my name. After all, sleeping on the streets in summer suits begging better. Green tea could hardly believe her ears. Are you out of your mind? Do you dare to act so recklessly towards me? Do you think I will indulge you? Leyland thought the little green tea would smarten up and back off. But who knew she would charge at me like a mad dog? I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. Looking again at the frantic, spoiled green tea, Leyland's fist instantly tightened. She raised her hand and gave her a hard slap, making her kneel down. This is exactly what Betty was waiting for. Grabbing the green tea by the hair, she slammed her to the ground. The green tea's eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment, but all she could do was watch Leyland looking down from above, approaching right in front of her. Alice. Miss Kenrad. You lost today's duel. You've become a woman who does unspeakable things, and my reputation has been restored. Leyland harshly grabbed her chin. Everything ends here. Hearing this, the green tea girl nearly broke down. Why have you changed? What exactly are you dissatisfied with? Why do you want to change the future? It seems your mind is still not clear. Leyland curled her lips in disdain. She boldly addressed the two knights. Cut off one of her legs. The green tea girl widened her eyes in terror. Are you serious? The only response was the light laughter of a girl. To live as a cripple, or let the family perish and everyone become commoners. Alice, you decide for yourself. The green tea girl trembled and squirmed frantically. Leyland then crouched down. If you don't want to choose either, then you better show me some respect. In the eyes of the green tea girl, Leyland's proud smile was something she had seen when she was a maid in the Duke's residence. It was nothing like what she had seen before. All the arrogance finally receded like the tide at this moment. She trembled as she bowed her head. She buried her humble self in the dust. Miss Duke, I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me. The green tea sea king has returned. Thinking she could step on the Duke's lady by relying on men. Unexpectedly, she doesn't fall for this at all. Just a package of bankruptcy and a broken leg. It scared her so much that she knelt in the dust, not daring to look up. The maid was still suggesting nearby. How about adding tongue removal to the package? This is really unnecessary, isn't it? Leyland was so scared that she was dumbfounded. Just let her pay a tiny bit of mental damages. But what did the green tea say just now? The original owner doesn't seem to be a simp. Instead, she approached the scumbag for some purpose. So she wouldn't care if the scumbag cheated or jumped off a cliff. But what does this have to do with Alice? What kind of deep grievances did she have with the original owner in her past life? However, speaking of which, the one who is the most unfortunate in this matter is still the scumbag. Kicked out by both love and power at the same time. Losing utterly and completely. Unable to help but laugh while covering her face. She truly is a piece of work born with a silver spoon. But why did the original owner entangle herself with this scumbag? What does she truly want? Leyland increasingly felt surrounded by a fog. Even her body felt a bit unsteady. Betty rushed over, heartbroken. That immoral woman isn't worth your anger. Leyland quickly assured that she was fine. I was just considering whether to follow my heart. Although I don't know what mindset the original owner had. The one living now won't care about these things anymore. The green tea who covets others' possessions has already been judged. So what should happen next? What punishment should the scumbag receive? She gently plucked a rose. She told Betty to prepare the clothes and the carriage. I'm tired of playing with others' feelings. I'm going to put an end to it all now. At this moment, the simp was down because he had lost his easy life. He was lying in his room, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. After hearing the news that Leyland was coming, he was somewhat confused. Why did she come so late? After managing to tidy himself up, the simp arrogantly looked down at Leyland. He thought she was there to seek peace with him. To his surprise, Leyland just asked with a seemingly troubled expression, "What should I take from you?" The simp remained as arrogant as ever. "Do you think you can take something from me? Candy Maywen. I want to annul our engagement." As soon as these words were spoken, it was shocking. The simp felt as if he had been struck by lightning in that instant. He furiously scolded her, "How dare you say that to me?" The girl raised her glass in response. She threw it without any hesitation. "I am Miss Leyland of the Cadmean Duke family. Even if you are the crown prince, you have no right to talk down to me." The scumbag gritted his teeth in anger. Yet until this moment, he still believed so. "If you take back what you just said, I can pretend I didn't hear. You can also act like you're out of your mind." Leyland was not prepared to back down at all. But she heard the scumbag ask with a hint of grievance, "Don't you love me?" "I don't love you at all." Leyland looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. It completely broke down the scumbag. "You're lying. You clearly said you loved me before. The way you keep saying love. One might think how much he loves himself." Leyland disgustingly downed a bottle of wine, just barely suppressing the urge to beat up the scumbag. "My name is not something you can call casually." She angrily put down the bottle. Then she fiercely jabbed at the scumbag's trembling chest. "Not publicly breaking off the engagement with you is already the greatest favor I've given to the royal family." She casually threw the scumbag to the ground. "I will soon send over the documents to annul the engagement." After saying that, she eagerly turned and left. Until this moment, the scumbag finally realized he had really been kicked out. He angrily smashed the wine glass. With blood all over his hands, he growled, "Why did you suddenly change your attitude? Was everything you did before just a lie? Why did you suddenly underestimate me, deceive me, and want to take revenge on me? Starting today, I will withdraw all financial support for you. The reason is that I've changed my mind." Leyland looked down at the scumbag from above. "An 800 billion debt will follow. Good luck with that." The scumbag's eyes were filled with disbelief. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand. Ignoring her struggles, he tightly pulled her into his embrace. He leaned closer to her ear, calling her name affectionately, trying to use his charm to continue to deceive the rich woman for a comfortable life. Leyland's reaction was only one. "Don't misunderstand, I have never loved you." The scumbag still refused to believe. A sickly smile appeared on his face. "No, you have always loved me. My dear Duchess. If you want respect, I will give it to you. If you want Alice to apologize to you, I will agree. Or if you want to hear me vow my love to you, I can agree to all of this." The girl seemed to finally have a slight change of heart. "Will you agree to whatever I say?" Under the scumbag's hopeful gaze, the girl gently lifted his chin. "You don't have to do anything, just stay obedient." She proudly straightened her back. "I told you not to provoke me again. From now on, the Canmevan family will completely withdraw their support for you, so I won't have to endure you any longer." She disdainfully pushed the scumbag aside. Leyland left easily and confidently. Who would have thought the scumbag, watching her silhouette, would completely fall into madness? "I won't let you leave like this. You can't leave me." Accompanied by falling tears, the scumbag's originally handsome features twisted into a grimace. Leyland was startled, feeling a chill. Memories of the good times with the scumbag suddenly surged back. Her mind throbbed painfully from the shock. Before she could figure out what was happening, The scumbag slowly approached her step by step. You are mine. Without my permission. You can't move around freely or escape. You definitely can't disrespect me. He threateningly squeezed the girl's chin. This made the girl scoff in disdain. It seems my punishment for you is still too light. If you think you are the crown prince, and you can treat me this way, then I will pull you down from that position, and then step on you mercilessly. How dare you be so audacious? The scumbag roared with a twisted expression. The girl's anger burned even more fiercely in her chest. Just as she felt she couldn't catch her breath, she was suddenly pulled into a broad embrace. A long sword protectively crossed in front of her chest. Duke's lady, are you alright? Leyland turned her face in surprise. The dark-skinned man smiled at her reassuringly. Then he glared at the scumbag with great anger. I am truly disappointed in you. It's not right to trample on others this way. The scumbag contemptuously flicked his hair. I'm just ensuring that those who challenge royal authority get what they deserve. Where's the mistake? Endless disappointment flashed in the dark-skinned man's eyes. The scumbag watching became enraged out of shame. Carolaus, who has always been the Empire's loyal dog. Did he also receive gold coins from the Canmevan family? Has he turned into a stupid dog that only knows how to wag its tail at them? The dark-skinned man shook his head. I don't want to waste my time talking to a brick wall anymore. The young lady from the Duke's family has been rude. He securely held the weak girl in his arms. In that moment of turning around, he turned his head with an extremely gloomy expression. Today's events will definitely not be easily forgotten. After giving the crown prince a dark warning, he left confidently while holding the weak girl. Little did he know, after just taking a few steps, the girl suddenly revived on the spot. Didn't expect that I was just pretending, did you? The silly big dog, still not having reacted. The silly big dog still hadn't reacted. He looked bewildered and let her go. Suddenly, a loud commotion reached her ears. It seems the onlookers have arrived. Leyland widened her eyes in shock. She realized this was a perfect opportunity to turn the situation around. She lowered her head and said to Betty, I'm feeling very unwell right now. Then, she weakly leaned against her forehead and collapsed. Betty instantly understood what she meant. A wailing crowd rushed towards her. Miss Duke, please wake up. Leyland softly reminded them of the bullying. She immediately put on her best acting performance. Miss, you really are pitiful. You've been bullied by the crown prince to the point of fainting. And yet, you are still so kind. At this point, she inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. She then raised her voice again. How could they do such a thing to our kind miss? The crown prince is truly outrageous. This soprano really didn't manage to stun the dark-skinned one. The onlookers rushed in an instant. Betty quickly lowered her head. To avoid being discovered that she was just howling, Leyland quietly reminded her to quickly hand herself over to the dark-skinned one. Betty swiftly grabbed the hem of the dark-skinned one's clothing. Young Master Carolus, could you take the young lady back to the residence? Watching Leyland suddenly open her eyes, the silly big dog finally reacted. With a guilty look on his face, he held Leyland to change the subject. Seeing Betty surrounded by enthusiastic onlookers, he leaned in close to the girl's ear to whisper a reminder. Can you open your eyes? Yet Leyland felt incredibly drowsy. A hint of pain flashed in his eyes. I'm sorry, I should have come a little earlier. I will never let the crown prince do this to you again. Suddenly, the girl's little hand tightly grasped his collar. I have something I want to ask you. If I sleep for more than 6 hours, then tell the Duchess that everything is in his hands. That person must be taken down. Her voice grew softer, until she leaned into the man's embrace and fell into a deep sleep. The man pressed his lips together without fault. He took off his coat and completely enveloped her. Don't worry, I will definitely do it. Soon after, the unconscious Leyland was taken back to the Duke's residence. Surrounded by maids and doctors, he sat anxiously on the side. Suddenly, a heartbreaking wail came from nearby. Where is she? Where is she? My poor little Lynn. The Duke slammed the door open with a bang. Seeing the scene before him, tears streamed down instantly. Heartbroken, he collapsed by his daughter's bedside. She clearly said she was going to annul the engagement. Why is she lying here now? What on earth is going on? The old father cried with tears flowing. He hurried to clarify things for his future father-in-law. The Duke's young lady was shaken. She fainted shortly after confronting the crown prince. I'm sorry I couldn't stop this from happening. Unexpectedly, the Duke suddenly calmed down. He asked the doctor if his precious daughter was in danger. After receiving a negative answer, he gently patted Leyland's hand. He forced himself to stand up straight. His piercing gaze turned towards the back. Do you know what exactly happened? After listening to his account, he directly turned the towel in his hand into scraps. I really want to smash that bastard crown prince into pieces. At this moment, Darkskin added. The young lady of the Duke asked me to tell you something before she fainted. If she doesn't wake up within 6 hours, everything will be left to your discretion. The Duke gently gazed at his daughter's sleeping face. Then let me finish that for you. Rest well, my darling. After whispering with his secretary, he immediately strode out. But he didn't notice that a small leopard sneakily crept to the side of his daughter's bed. Crying with tears, at this moment, she also opened her eyes. Still unclear about where she was, she was pulled into a broad embrace. A deep male voice accompanied by warm airflow whispered in her ear. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you well. I am still too insignificant. But please give me a little more time. Absolutely do not. So it's a little milk leopard. Feeling the heartbeat by my ear, Ronglin suddenly felt an overwhelming warmth and peace. Holding the boy's hand, unwilling to think about anything else. Just let me sleep a little longer. Sleep, you big-head ghost. The iron fist of memory shattered her drowsiness. Do you think I let you have my body? Is it for you to sleep? That familiar face came rushing towards me. A slap almost sent her flying too. Wake up a bit. Now I'm awake, really awake. Leyland screamed and woke up from her dream. A wave of fiery pain hit her cheek. So I was slapped? Is the villainous sister this cruel? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from beside her. So it turns out the little milk leopard is sleeping by her bedside. Its little paw is gently holding onto her hand. So you've been by my side all along. The girl couldn't help but dive into the fluffy embrace. It's really as warm as in my dreams. And just like that, she fell back into a deep sleep. When she finally opened her eyes again, the little milk leopard was already crying a river of tears. Even Betty's eyes were filled with tears. Miss, you have been asleep for 2 days. I went, but I haven't dealt with that scumbag yet. Leyland immediately forced herself to get up, but she was surrounded by the ladies. Even the loyal little milk leopard came up, whining. Looking at Betty's eerie expression, she hugged the little milk leopard tightly, feeling small, pitiful, and helpless. All right, I'll do everything your way. At that moment, a whirlwind of footsteps rushed in. Woo woo woo, my precious daughter. How is your health? That question should be directed at me, right? Dad, are you looking so messy because you went mining? She was immediately subdued by the doctor. The Duke spoke seriously from the side. Baby, if I let that bastard go this time, then I won't be surnamed Candamuan. Funny enough, I was thinking the same thing. So I really don't have time to lie here. Wait, Dad, why are you crowding over here too? I've already said I'm fine. However, no one paid attention to her complaints. The doctor only focused on whispering with the Duke, indicating that the young lady is not yet fit to get out of bed. By the way, Dad, what are you nodding for? I don't have time to lie here. The Duke wanted to say more. Leyland frowned, feeling both wronged and indignant. This is too embarrassing. I clearly said I would take him down myself. But now I'm just lying in bed doing nothing. Overwork and depression are both illnesses. The Duke gently patted his daughter's shoulder. If you promise to take a good rest, I'll let you get out of bed, okay? Under that gentle and indulgent gaze, Leyland shyly scratched her head. At this moment, someone came to report to the Duke. The palace sent a letter. The Duke immediately stood up. His expression was so cold that it was clear someone was in trouble. Leyland silently watched his retreating figure. It feels like this situation is secured. So, I want to eat meat. No, the patient can only drink thin porridge. Leyland, who was cruelly deprived of her right to eat meat, suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. It floated to the front door. When she opened it, oh my, it's meat. It's a whole basket of meat. It seems even the heavens feel sorry for me. So they prepared me some delicious meat. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Suddenly, a snicker echoed by my ear. I turned to take a look. The blue-haired figure in the shadows was already laughing uncontrollably. You really haven't changed at all. My lady, the Duchess. A large hand gently reached out for a lovely wall slam. Your steak cake is ready, dear guest. Is this some kind of cosplay? The rich woman thought he was probably a bit crazy. I noticed the knight on the grass below the window. I rushed over and shouted, Li Wenqing. There's a suspicious blue-haired person here. Wait, where's the blue-haired one? Watching someone disappear right in place. That's Leyland. Leyland was completely bewildered. She could only awkwardly send a knight away. Am I dreaming again? You're going too far. The one who disappeared poked their head out. Leyland was so shocked that she almost distorted. Do you want to walk out yourself or be dragged out? Do you really wish for me to leave? No way, no way, could you really bear it? The handsome man smiled with a flirtatious charm. Suddenly, he turned around with big strides. Looking at the words, the people's hearts that Leyland had specially bolded in her notes, his gaze suddenly became calm. Do you know? In this country's long history, let alone the prince being dethroned, not even a rebellion has ever occurred. No matter what happens, the people have always believed in the royal family 100%. Even if the people suffer and corpses lie everywhere, the people have never complained about the royal family. And now, because the Duchess is vicious and lives extravagantly, rumors have started to spread in the streets about the crown prince tearfully requesting to annul the engagement. What the hell is this? Leyland was almost about to explode with anger. Suddenly she widened her eyes. Such rumors are so inconsistent with the facts and only beneficial to the royal family. Could this be the royal family's doing? Information control. The two spoke in unison, asking each other. The blue-haired gentleman extended his hand towards her. As long as you have my help, you will definitely succeed in your revenge. The sensible adults immediately chose to invite the blue-haired man to sit. Woo woo woo, this is just too delicious. Every single one is really tasty. The girl immediately entered a crazy eating mode. That adorable look of her puffed cheeks chewing quickly. The man, enchanted, looked at her with a smile in his eyes. So what are your plans next? Of course, it's to pull the scumbag down from the crown prince's position. But right now, the rumors in the streets are like this. She momentarily couldn't figure out what to do. Leyland anxiously bit her fork. If only there were cases of deposed princes and princesses to reference. It would be great to have some examples of those who were deposed to refer to. She suddenly stood up. She was going to find her dad to flex his money-making skills. Why go the long way around? The man waved his information card elegantly. Feel free to ask whatever you want to know. There's no information in this world that I don't know. Looking at this concise and straightforward information, Leyland couldn't help but feel respect for the blue-haired man. Though there are only a few cases. But the royal family hasn't been without its tumultuous history either. The reason is quite simple, even. That's right, the more devoted a person is, the stronger the feeling of betrayal when trust collapses. But Leyland still couldn't understand. To what extent has the royal family controlled information? That makes the common people believe in them so much. Lucas explained that the royal family has always had two major Duke families supporting them. But that might not be the case in the future. After all, your father is really very angry. He wants to vent for his precious daughter. The empire's richest man boldly confronted the emperor. He summoned a large number of nobles with a grand wave of his hand. If the emperor does not depose the scummy crown prince, just wait to beg for food alongside his dog of a son. That momentum, that tone, was simply unforgettable for the blue-haired one. Does he see my daughter as an easy target? How dare you treat my precious daughter so carelessly? I will absolutely not forgive him, absolutely not. The way the blue-haired one imitated it was truly lifelike. Leyland silently turned her face away. Then she nearly burst out laughing. Damn, that was so satisfying. Her father was simply amazing. So she made up her mind to spread the scummy man's deeds throughout the entire empire. However, that would mean going against the royal family. It would become very dangerous. Lucas, to what extent can you help me? Looking at the girl's serious expression, the blue-haired man couldn't help but smile. Do you know? Sometimes the emperor and the duke come to me for information. Leyland was instantly stunned. You're actually selling information to the emperor? There is no way he gave too much. The higher the reward, the better the information you get. The blue-haired man confidently curled his lips into a smirk. I will never lose in the information war. So, how much are you planning to give me? Leyland didn't expect he wanted money. She was about to say to start with a few $100 billion, when he suddenly chuckled softly. Oh, I was just joking. You just need to accept it. He stood up and strode towards the girl. He retracted all his frivolity and knelt on one knee. I will help you accomplish all of this. I will take care of gathering information and spreading news. You just need to instruct me. Only you can give me orders. The man's gaze firmly locked onto her. Leyland was momentarily at a loss. How can you casually say something like this? She had a meaningful smile on her face. Isn't the scariest thing a deal with no cost? She reached out and lifted the man's chin. You can see this as an investment in me. As long as you cooperate well, I will share the profits from the information you provide. A similar smile appeared on the man's face. You're being so reckless. I really don't know what to do with you. So what do you want to do? The girl stood up assertively. There's someone who took my $3 billion deal. A big villain who doesn't even pay back the interest. I want to catch that person. Then extract a large sum of interest. Those kinds of people are very dangerous. Do you want me to help you? No need. Leyland directly reached out her hand. I already have someone in mind. The blue-haired guy frowned unhappily. He handed her a card as if competing for her favor. Then I will spread a story about your beauty for you. This is the Heinz you want to catch. The address of the illegal casino. The man stood up. Open the balcony door when you need me. I will come find you. I can appear anytime you need me. This should comfort you, right? Perhaps the night was just too gentle. The girl's heart unexpectedly stirred with a ripple. So, at the moment the man turned around, she performed a fierce reprimand right away. Don't sell good intel to the emperor. After all, we're on the same side now. The man's eyes widened suddenly. He burst into a youthful laugh. Since we are on the same side, we should be able to see each other often from now on, right? After saying that, he didn't wait for the girl's embarrassed retort. He waved his hand gracefully, leaving behind a, see you next time. He turned and jumped off the 800-meter cliff. Leyland stared blankly at his back. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. I think it's you who is being reckless, right? Immediately afterward, she sought out the handsome Black Pearl Knight, suddenly leaning against the man's broad chest. Can we talk? Play button handsome knight. To everyone's surprise, the knight's first sentence was a concerned inquiry asking if you were okay. Leyland felt very confused. What do you mean? Cassio looked like a wet dog. He expressed his frustration, saying he heard the crown prince was breaking off the engagement with you. I was worried you would be hurt by this. Leyland suppressed a smile and shrugged. Have you also heard that I'm a villainess? That the extravagant duke's daughter behaves recklessly? No, that's not true. Cassio argued passionately. You are definitely not that kind of person. She was taken aback for a moment. Suddenly, a warmth ignited in her chest. That's right, that's false. It was I who took the initiative to break off the engagement with the crown prince. These words were like a breath of spring, instantly brushing away the man's look of despair. From now on, I will only believe what you say. The two immediately left the venue. On the way, Leyland gave him a detailed explanation of Heinz's bad habits, forcing beastmen into slavery and charging exorbitant interest, destroying other people's families to establish a harem, even humiliating married women and young girls. She didn't understand why the security team didn't arrest such scum. Cassio explained that there wasn't enough evidence. Previously, the security team had raided his underground casino several times, but he had received news in advance and escaped. There must be someone from the security team on his side. Leyland became even angrier when she heard this. The $3 billion she saved from the little milk leopard flower actually became the capital for Heinz to open an illegal casino. Now the country doesn't care about him. Then I can only take matters into my own hands. There's no need to worry about his hiding place. I have had a plan for that for a long time. Saying this, he asked Betty to bring that thing over. The Heinz stamp made by Mao. The Heinz stamp made by Mao. It's so convenient to use. Just a light stamp and the IOU is done. He can just wait to become a pair of pants with $3 billion. Soon, the group arrived outside the underground casino. Leyland planned to pretend to be a gambler and go in to have a look first. Cassio looked at her with concern. Betty also quickly spoke up to stop her, but nothing could change her mind. To their surprise, as soon as she entered the underground casino, she was harassed by a thug. The thug maliciously grabbed her hand with a sneer. But the next second, a large hand swiftly pressed down on his filthy face. Then, with a loud bang, he was slammed against the wall. The 3-meter thick bricks shattered. The thug began to scream in agony. Cassio, however, turned his head, ignoring the noise. May I ask a bold question? Why did you entrust this matter to me? Leyland hates seeing him looked down upon because of his background. Commoners are scorned by others. So she wants to give him a chance to prove himself. But how should she say it? The girl hesitated and turned back. Because I think only you can handle this matter. Is this reason enough? The man seemed to hear some heavenly sound. He chuckled lightly, indicating that this was enough. At this moment, in the noisy casino, two poor children were being dragged onto the stage for auction. Their parents were desperately pleading with Haynes. In return, they received only mockery and beatings. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a bang. A girl with an air of nobility slowly walked in. What a disgusting smell. This combination of handsome men and beautiful women directly shocked Haynes. Duke's lady, why are you here? Do you really not know? Leyland took the lead and directly sat down. She assertively lifted her feet onto the table. Pay me back right now. Betty cooperatively took out the IOU. Haynes opened it and was about to explode with anger. How come I don't know when I borrowed money? Why don't I remember? Didn't you borrow 3 billion? The monthly interest is 50. Today marks exactly 3 months. Leyland wickedly curled her lips. Including principal and interest, it's 7.5 billion, no need to thank me. Haynes immediately roared in anger. But that money was never lent to me by you. Unexpectedly, Leyland's roar was even louder than his. Who are you yelling at? She took the vase Betty handed her and threw it hard. You have the right to yell at me? You pig scum who abuses young girls. How dare you lay a hand on the domineering duchess? As a result, you angered her handsome knight. The blade is drawn, slay the whole place. 800 scums ascend to the sky. Leyland smirked with satisfaction. You dare to raise a knife against the young lady of the Candermew family? Striding forward towards the terrified fat pig. Why are villains so shameless? If that duchess says you were guilty, then you were guilty. As for the specific charges, they will be judged by the Empire. Cassio, I'll leave this matter to you to handle. A deep emotion flashed in the man's eyes. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee before the girl. At your command, Lady Duchess. However, this scene happened to fall into the eyes of the blue-haired companion who followed anxiously. He irritably lowered his hat and turned to leave. I was curious about who she would turn to for help if she didn't come to me. After all this, it turned out she wanted to give the credit to the commoner knight. However, though that person is slightly inferior to me, I must say, Lady Duchess, I'm completely defenseless against handsome guys. The blue-haired guy immediately felt threatened. A snap of the fingers summoned all the little brothers. Let's spread this interesting story far and wide. Lady Leyland punished even the royal family. Heinze was left helpless. She saved everyone who was in debt because of Heinze. Then she is simply an angel. The little brother interjected with a look of admiration. I almost laughed the blue-haired guy to death. That's right, she really is an angel. Yet that damn flirtatious crown prince actually cheated in front of the angelic Lady Duke. He really deserves to die for that. The Lady Duke is so pitiful. The little brothers were filled with righteous indignation. Lucas cooperatively opened his arms. So we should strive to tell everyone about this. The little brothers agreed without a second thought. But when he took out the funds, he flatly refused. We just want you to come to the orphanage and play with us. You only know how to give money every day. You haven't come to see us lately. Blue Hair was instantly stunned. A warm curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but reach out to ruffle their heads. I'll leave everything to you. Don't worry, leave it to us. The children cheered and ran in all directions. Blue Hair continued to think about his emotional crisis. Does the Duchess like that kind of pitiful look? Only then would she take the initiative to give credit to that dark-haired guy. But in any case, after this matter was made public, the people praised Leyland's kindness and courage. They said she punished Heinz, whom even the royal family couldn't handle. Meanwhile, the matter of the scumbag cheating with a green tea girl spread through every street and alley. Even the young ladies having afternoon tea on the street were indignantly criticizing this scummy behavior and expressing deep sympathy for the poor duke's daughter. Leyland, hidden in the shadows, almost laughed herself to death. Her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. It was really cathartic. All my stress disappeared. Betty excitedly chimed in. After the news spread, no one was defending the royal family anymore. But it's so amazing that things could spread so quickly. Leyland suddenly froze. She realized that all along, she had been relying on others' help. Even the title of Canmevin was borrowed from her father. The young girl couldn't help but sigh in frustration, but was completely awakened by Betty's words. So, do you want to be the heir of the Canmevin family? Right, since I don't have to marry that scumbag anymore. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. She stood up to go chat with her father. I want to become the heir of the Cadmean Duke family. Then I will confront the simp in a fair manner. She excitedly left with Betty, completely unaware of the green tea hiding in the shadows. She was so furious she could almost grind her teeth to dust. I paid such a high price to come back. Do you think it ends here? But Leyland didn't have the time to deal with her. She was worried about how to persuade her father to hand over the heir position to her. Suddenly, a woof sounded by her ear. A fluffy little baby leopard leapt up from a crouch. Leyland couldn't help but pet it wildly. Holding the baby leopard, she was ready to set off. The baby leopard didn't understand what it means to be the family heir. What difference would it make compared to now? Leyland was taken aback. Perhaps the difference lies in being able to do many things independently. It's embarrassing to say. In fact, until now, she has been relying on her father's strength. But she didn't want to do that anymore. You will support me, right? Of course, I will always stand by Leyland. In the sincere smile of the little milk leopard, Leyland drew more courage from it. Nervously, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. What greeted her was the Duke's warm embrace. Come here, my precious daughter. All this delicious food is yours. The old father was almost in tears. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own. I'm so touched I could die. Leyland couldn't help but be speechless. But when the Duke asked her what brought her there, she still couldn't help but feel nervous. Have you heard the rumors circulating in the Empire now? The Duke confirmed, of course. He had been wondering who was responsible for it. I didn't expect she was his precious daughter. Feeling the Duke's satisfaction. But Leyland didn't feel at ease for a moment. All of this wasn't achieved through my own strength. So I'm quite unhappy. I have heard about what you did while I was bedridden. As the leader sent by the Emperor, you worked to bring down the Crown Prince. You took the initiative to ingratiate yourself with the nobles and engaged in political maneuvering. I envy your ability to directly pressure the royal family. So I also want to show you my capabilities. The young girl gathered her courage and said loudly, please consider letting me be the heir of Canmevan. However, her father, who had always been obedient to her, this time resolutely chose to refuse. She has had everything since birth, and used that to cause others pain. That was wrong to do. The Duke chose to protect her because he loved her. But she was already excluded from the heirs of the Empire's protection. In the ranks of the Duke's heirs, Leyland never thought the Duke thought this way. But she did not give up. I know I haven't fulfilled Miss Duke's responsibilities and duties well, nor do I intend to ignore those mistakes. I want to bear all of this to change myself, because I no longer want to use the name Candamu to hide my own incompetence. She deeply bowed to the Duke, sensing her seriousness and determination. The Duke finally reached out to help her up. Candamu is a complete businessman, so show me your results that convince me before we talk. Looking at his daughter with a happy face, he smiled indulgently once again. Being able to receive help from others is also a skill, so you don't have to suffer alone and carry the burden forward. I hope you can remember this. My proud daughter. Leyland's eyes were filled with tears of emotion. She rushed into her father's embrace. Meanwhile, the little leopard was fiercely battling Liven. He had been feeling numb all over lately. His head felt like it was about to explode, especially when facing Liven's onslaught. The power within him could no longer be contained. He roared and swung down his sword. A loud bang of stench echoed. Liven was directly slammed against the wall. He panted a few times, and finally realized his own transformation. He quickly called Betty to bandage Liven's wounds. Liven, however, turned red with embarrassment in front of his crush. He didn't expect the little leopard to improve so quickly. But looking at how he just acted, is there something wrong with his body? The little leopard quickly shook his head. However, her mood became increasingly gloomy. Although Liwen forgave him, what if something like this happens again? The little milk leopard blinked, remembering what Leyland had said to him today. Although leaving Leyland was indeed painful, he really wanted to grow up, just like he had always dreamed, to become an adult who could stand alongside Leyland. At this moment, Leyland was completely unaware that the little milk leopard had already made up his mind to be independent. She was still thinking about how to persuade her father. To this end, she specially came to the salon where nobles gathered. She wanted to collect valuable information. Just as she casually popped a cherry into her mouth, she heard someone discussing the existence of wizards. Are there still wizards in this world? She originally had no interest. One can imagine what it would be like if there really were wizards. Wouldn't that mean she could create the products she envisioned at any time? The wealthy woman suddenly became interested during her entrepreneurial phase. But after listening carefully to the noble lady's discussions, she felt that this group might not understand the situation. Maybe she should go find the versatile blue-haired one. His cunning demeanor seemed to fit well with the sorcerer. Just then, the noble ladies suddenly began discussing the cruelty and terrifying nature of the sorcerer. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have completely vanished in an instant. Leyland felt there was something intriguing about this. She raised her voice to greet them. They instantly approached her eagerly. One little fan even indignantly told her that recently, Yuelin had been stealing their spotlight every day. Every time they held a salon, half of the noble ladies would end up crying. Leyland thought carefully for a moment, before remembering that Yuelin was the green tea's best friend. But what kind of salon is she running? It's amazing that she can even make people cry. The fans say her knowledge is very profound. She can effortlessly handle art, styling, music, and literature. But she looks down on others just because she knows more. It's truly shameless. The rich woman says these are all small cases. Can they also hold salons in the future? They could hold them every day and night if they wanted. I asked the little fan what her hobbies are. The girl blushed and said she has been writing poetry recently. It seems you have a deep literary accomplishment. What about the others? Some like horseback riding, others excel in baking. Even Mill, who isn't very good at noble girl's hobbies, shyly admits that she can do accounts. That's right, I was just curious. What you all are good at, that's all. Leyland laughed heartily and opened her arms. In the future, the salon will belong to us. The little fans were incredibly enthusiastic. However, suddenly someone chimed in. What is the Duchess good at? The little fans rushed up in an instant. It scared Leyland so much that she started swaying profusely. What she is best at is making the scumbag kneel and forcing the green tea to submit. It sounds a bit too ruthless, doesn't it? Whatever, it doesn't matter. What I'm best at is, maybe it's spending money happily. She playfully winked and made a heart sign. The little fans were all stunned by this wealthy and ruthless speech left them all confused. You look at me, I look at you. They stood there in a daze for quite a while before reluctantly putting away their fragile hearts. Listening to the sparse applause, Leyland's fragile heart was about to fall asleep as well. This is so damn awkward. I really want to go home early too. It's just that I received a letter from the rich sister. He was so happy he almost flew. Who would have thought she just wanted him to find her a magician? And she emphasized that it must be a handsome one. He felt like life had no meaning at all. Are you sure my sister didn't write him a few love lines? However, the answer is no. His mood was one of sorrow. But this was the first time his sister had written to him. He sweetly kissed her. I can't let the Duchess down, can I? That night, Leyland received a reply. But wow, this letter is really special. It's illegal to enslave the little bluebird, okay? But the blue-haired one fully utilized the traits of a capitalist. He started working on sustainable development. Putting a blue handkerchief in the birdcage makes the little guy deliver messages. And if you put a red handkerchief, he immediately climbs the wall to meet. What the heck, it feels like sneaking around. Leyland thought to herself, this guy is indeed quite flirtatious. Fortunately, he is quite reliable when it comes to serious matters. According to him, ever since the sorcerer nearly brought about the end of the world 100 years ago, he has been living in seclusion in the magic tower. He only approached them a few times because he was selling magic. He had gone to find them a few times. These prideful weirdos are really hard to deal with. However, upon hearing that money could be involved, they became extremely happy. Leyland suddenly realized, it's just about using money to win them over. I'm quite experienced with this. She immediately turned to Betty to prepare for departure. However, both Betty and Riven were quite scared. I heard that sorcerers eat people. Leyland sternly told them not to scare themselves. Who in this world can withstand her financial assault? Open sesame, O sorcerer. The eerie magic tower suddenly revealed a magical eye. Filled circle inquire who was visiting. She hadn't had the chance to respond. Others pointed and nearly suffocated her. He was almost strangled to death by others who were protecting him. Wait, I am Miss Leyland from the Cadmean Duke family. I came here to talk with your leader. Upon hearing it's the rich patron from the Empire's wealthiest family, the magical eyes instantly lit up. Shortly after, the red-haired magician made a dazzling entrance. Enthusiastically introduced herself as Belch. Everyone, please follow me. After saying that, she led them to the edge of the magic circle. In the brilliant glow, Belch turned to look at Leyland, informing her that the master of the magic tower was waiting for her. Leyland hadn't reacted yet. She was then transported to a dimly lit study. Looking around, there wasn't a soul in sight. She quickly asked if anyone was there. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged. She was so startled that she jumped. Then, I can't believe it, I can't believe it, I can't believe it. He's so handsome, really so handsome. Even a hardcore beauty lover's eyes are going to be dazzled. I was so moved that tears streamed down my face. I thought I would meet an old man. I didn't expect to see such a morning dew-like handsome guy. Thank you, Heavenly Father, thank you, God of Transmigration. The handsome guy turned his head a bit awkwardly. He invited her to sit beside the dusty sofa. Why would a Duchess of the Empire come to a place like this? While suppressing a cough, Leyland handed over the project proposal. She indicated that she was there to place an order for a magical item. The handsome guy acted quite aloof. He said they were all busy studying magic. You have to offer something that piques their interest, before anyone will take the order. Saying this, he wickedly curled the corners of his mouth. What could a duchess possibly offer? Leyland thought, do I even need to ask? Give me a spell that everyone can hear. The handsome guy is a bit strange, but he still politely extended his hand to her. A dazzling purple light emanated from their clasped hands. A clear female voice instantly resonated throughout the magic tower. I am Miss Niuhulu Leyland of the Cadmean Duke family. I am preparing to hold a contest with a generous prize. Who can make what I want in the shortest time possible will be able to win the prize. The prize amount is 5 billion gold coins. The seemingly aloof wizard instantly went crazy for her when he heard the rich lady was offering 5 billion gold coins. He was immediately obsessed with her, crazily knocking himself against the wall for her. Unfortunately, the handsome guy was being unreasonable. With a snap of his fingers, he locked them outside. He intended to seduce the rich lady with his good looks. It was all about inviting her to sit and pouring her tea. Let's sit down and have a good talk. The sister was instantly dazzled and dizzy. To her surprise, this old hag immediately said next. Let's talk about the future profits. The issue of service fees, I suppose. Sharp red eyes sparkled fiercely. Relevant activities immediately flew into Leyland's hands. Leyland casually opened it to take a look. Oh my, what is all this? It's an additional question about service fees. Profit-sharing bonus encouragement fees. Miss Duke, you need to be prepared. Miss Duke trembled with anger. She was like a volcano about to erupt. There are so many outrageous demands before anything is even done. Who among us is the real sugar daddy? She pointed aggressively at the shady businessman across. You all are so wealthy from selling magic potions already. Why are you still so obsessed with money? The handsome guy suddenly grew serious. A handsome face gazing up at a 45-degree angle with melancholy. Wizards cannot seek personal gain. We must continually atone for the things of the past. Before me, that battlefield filled with fire and blood seemed to reappear. The aloof handsome guy's posture became surprisingly obedient. There are always some truths in this world that will be hidden. The poor magic tower is one of them. Miss Duchess, you wouldn't mind, would you? This dazzling and obedient smile instantly conquered the face-conscious financial benefactor. Leyland immediately felt it was truly unjust. Leyland was instantly filled with righteous indignation. This world has become convenient because of magic. The wizards who truly help everyone. Yet they are locked away in the impoverished magic tower. The face-conscious person declared it was simply unbearable. So when the contract came flying in, she signed her name without a second thought. Thank you so much, you great wrongdoer. Ah, not a guest. The handsome guy's smile is like that of a sly fox. Leyland felt completely numb. Oops, I was too careless. Luckily, there's still a foundation of around 70 to 80 trillion at home. Although she has a headache, it's not a big deal. If you're really thankful, make me a thank you plaque. What is a thank you plaque? It's just writing words of gratitude for me on a round plaque. Is just that enough? The penny pincher's eyes widened in an instant. Then I saw her gracefully open the door to greet the companions who came with her. She even comforted the whimpering maid in her arms. She really is so pure and unpretentious. The handsome guy felt a bit moved for the first time. So after a while, he sent a letter. Leyland nervously returned to the front of the magic tower again. She spread her arms and shouted, "Open sesame." "Miss, do you have to call out like this every time? Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to call out either." Even the magical eyes fell silent at this. Looking more closely. "Oh my, isn't this the 50 billion, miss?" They suddenly erupted with questions they had never had before. An 800 malay long red carpet stretched out, winding its way to Leyland's feet. "Welcome, 50 billion miss, to our presence." "Wait, why are you all kneeling and bowing? And what's with you lying on the ground? What do you want?" "Oh dear, 50 billion miss. Please do me the honor of stepping over me as you pass." That's really not necessary, right?" Leyland was frightened by this spectacle. "However, this is against the rules. Clearly, my back would be much more comfortable to step on." 50 billion miss, step on me, step on me. I never expected to see you in person. I beg you, shake my hand so I can share in your nobility." The mages were cheering wildly, tears streaming down their faces. The scene was truly comparable to an emperor's inspection tour. Leyland awkwardly waved to the crowd. As a result, there was another round of deafening screams. Fortunately, the handsome guy finally appeared at this moment. "Welcome, Miss 50 billion. Oh, I mean, Miss Cadmovan. You're being too deliberate with that mistake, aren't you?" Leyland was completely speechless. But upon seeing the magical artifact in his hand, she still blushed in astonishment. "This is really well made. There are more, you know." Whispering sweet nothings in her sister's ear, he made her head spin. Right then and there, he added 100 billion investment. The poor wizard's frantic thanks surged like a tide. Leyland was instantly stunned. Under the astonished gaze of the handsome guy, she changed to a serious expression. "Everyone has already borne the guilt of past crimes. For hundreds of years. Even if the past crimes have nothing to do with you, they've still made your lives so hard. Yet you still haven't given up on the path of a magician. It must be because you truly love magic." The rich lady flashed a dazzling smile. "So I'm willing to believe you. From now on, the investments are in my hands." The scene instantly turned into a fan meet. Leyland could only quickly make her escape. Gasping for breath, she handed her hand to the handsome guy. "I almost died from nervousness just now." The handsome guy, however, held on tightly. "Aren't you afraid of us?" Leyland had a look that said, "Are you out of your mind? You're not the same as you used to be. I will come to see you often in the future." The cold ice mountain melted instantly. He firmly held the girl's hand. "Then you're welcome to come anytime." Little did they know, that night, a naive kid sneaked into the green tea's house. Tell her Leyland went to the magic tower. She also took the blueprints for the ballpoint pen made by Leyland. She brought them along. The green tea look in her eyes changed in an instant. She stiffly reached out her hand. She sickly stroked the side of the young one's face. "You did well, my dear Shannonshi. You are my only love. No way, even like this, you still want to stir up trouble?" Fortunately, Leyland has long stopped taking her seriously. Right now, she is busy receiving the praises from her little fans. Although she's been getting exhausted from her career lately. But the support from her little fans is so sweet. She instantly felt she could go on again. In this comfortable break, she suddenly remembered she hadn't played with the little milk leopard in a while. Recently, this kid has entered the senior year mode. Then I'll just embroider something to cheer him up. After putting in so much effort with full confidence, the result left the rainbow praising group speechless. They all said that embroidery isn't really that fun. Leyland silently hung her head in despair. The little fans hurriedly tried their best to comfort her. "Actually, your embroidery is very lifelike. You can tell at a glance that it's a golden dragon. The black spots on it are wounds left by the dragon slayer. It looks so cool and fierce." "That's not a dragon, that's my little milk leopard." Leyland immediately burst into tears. Woo woo woo, I'm sorry, darling. It's all my fault for not having the talent for embroidery. I accidentally gave you a dragon identity. But since it has come to this, how about we just turn it into a fire-breathing leopard dragon?" She instantly revived with full enthusiasm. The fans quickly showered her with compliments. "Recently, your reputation has been really great. The noble ladies are quite willing to come here. This is not an easy task." "Oh, let's be low-key." Leyland felt a bit shy from all the compliments. Just as the atmosphere was harmonious on site, suddenly, an annoying voice rang out. "Is the standard of salons so low now? It's completely just self-promotion." The freckled girl snatched the embroidery from the little fan's hands. She doesn't care that her terrible embroidery lowers the standard of noblewomen. How dare someone come disrupt my space? Leyland's gaze instantly turned sharp. She glanced at Yu Alan behind the freckled girl. She concluded that it was this green tea who's behind this. Feeling the 4-time-year-long daggers in her eyes, Yu Alan turned her head, feeling guilty. She pretended to be uninvolved. Leyland was so angry she almost slapped her. She received the anxious gazes of the little fans. She suddenly stood up. She strode up to the girl with freckles. "You seem to have a knack for embroidery." Punching the cheating scumbag. Stepping on the green tea mistress. The fame of the rich young lady is at its peak. Yet there are always some clueless fools. Who dare to crash her event? Is this not fast enough to get the family bankrupt? A smirk appeared at the corner of Leyland's mouth. She then raised the embroidery high in her hand. The freckled girl was so scared that her soul almost flew away. Who would have thought that in the next second? The Duchess smiled joyfully as if spring had arrived. "Could you please evaluate my embroidery?" Looking at the majestic dragon above, they all trembled and shook like sifted flour. "Is she going to capture us to feed the dragon?" Leyland expressed her frustration that this is actually not a dragon. The freckled girl shouted, "I wouldn't believe you if you were the last person on Earth." Leyland innocently tilted her head. "Why act like I'm threatening you? You clearly are standing just fine here, aren't you? A wicked smile tugged at her lips. She suddenly leaned closer to the freckled girl. Which family do you belong to? I'm from the Servi family. Before she could finish, she suddenly reacted. But just as she covered her mouth, Leyland gently grasped her hands. Smiling like spring flowers, she said, I was just joking with you earlier. You must have been joking too, right? After all, being broke and sleeping on the street isn't a good experience. With that, she shot an angry glare at the instigator behind her. Today's matter won't end so easily. Someone will definitely pay the price. With a smile that brightened in an instant, she greeted them cheerfully. She stepped onto the carriage home just like that. Leyland was very clear. Yu Alan is from the aristocratic faction. Today's incident was probably meant to test her. The abolition of the crown prince is already a done deal in modern times. The candidate for the new crown prince must bring benefits to various factions. So Yu Alan definitely wants to know what she, as part of the emperor's faction, would do. And her answer has always been just one. She took the letter she had long awaited. She slightly curled her lips. Then let's tie up loose ends with the emperor. Under the attentive escort of the royal guards, she walked through the sunlit rose garden. Finally saw the golden-haired, purple-eyed emperor of the empire. The emperor's attitude towards her was very friendly. But she only glanced at the emperor. A sense of inexplicable discomfort rose in her heart. Suppressing this strange feeling, she stated directly, the matter of the crown prince needs to be resolved. The emperor suddenly chuckled. Do you remember that I asked you to separate from the crown prince? Your response? This is my own choice. His repetition startled Leyland. Just about to say something. He then put on a friendly face. I'm not saying this to blame you. After all, it's my fault for not raising my son properly. I knew long ago that he wasn't a competent fiancé. I just thought that with you, he would eventually return to the right path. Leyland couldn't help but feel a bit guilty upon hearing this. This has nothing to do with you. Your focus has always been on the country and its people. Or something like that. I never thought highly of him as the crown prince from the beginning. It turns out I wasn't wrong. He suddenly poured out the coffee in his hand. With his flirtatious nature, he will surely take many concubines after marriage. I'm really curious how much you can tolerate this. Under Leyland's nervous gaze, the emperor raised his eyes with pity. You've suffered such a huge insult in the social circle. You must have endured it painfully, I understand you. Hearing this, Leyland couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a cold hand rested on her shoulder. A familiar arrogant female voice rang in her ears again. Wake up a little, don't be fooled by him. Do you want to be slapped in the face by me again? Oh no, villainous sister, why are you here again? Leyland hadn't reacted yet. Then she suddenly heard the emperor's voice. But your behavior is undoubtedly a provocation to the royal family. You should be content that I'm not punishing you. So I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation for disturbing the empire. And for insulting the royal family. Give a reasonable explanation. Damn, I almost got tricked by that old bastard. The villainous sister is forever a goddess. The villainous sister, seen as a lovesick fool. In fact, she is the true leading lady who is ambitious to avenge her mother, who was bullied to death by the nobles. She swore to step on everyone. And the scummy crown prince is just her chosen puppet. She doesn't care if the scummy guy has arms around others. She doesn't care if the scummy guy steps on her to rise. Because what she has always wanted is the supreme throne. Under her threat of a slap, Leyland finally realized the dog emperor's scheme. With an unhappy expression, she bluntly stated, she is here to clean up the mess. I hope you quickly dispose of your dog's son. Don't be ungrateful. But the emperor furrowed his brows in confusion. Isn't what you want to satisfy the family? What I want is for the royal family to fulfill its responsibilities. To bring peace and tranquility to the people. Leyland never wanted this matter to cause turmoil in the empire. This demeanor even left the emperor momentarily stunned. It's been a long time since I've seen this side of you. Sometimes I even doubt. The person sitting across from me is just a beautiful doll. So, you were just hiding yourself. He put on a deadpan expression like an elder. Leyland couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. She simply watched the villainess's figure disappear. Until now, she still hasn't figured out what's going on. This made her feel a bit uneasy inside. Fortunately, at this moment, the dog emperor finally eased up. He agreed to annul the engagement. After all, I am the father of the empire. You told me with your own experience. When selecting the next father of the empire, you must keep your eyes wide open. Then for heaven's sake, don't ignore the annulment letter I sent. Leyland was seething with anger. Yet she still wore a radiant smile on her face. Thank you, your majesty. If only it could be completely resolved. If all of this could be completely resolved, then the next visitor would surely be my father. Only then was the emperor satisfied. He held onto Leyland and forced a hypocritical smile. Only then did he finally let her go. This was how he really held onto his power. He even meaningfully said, be careful on your way. Leyland gritted her teeth in anger. Her teeth. Like father, like son. Both father and son are the same kind of dog. She was about to explode just to hold back her anger. Do you really have to swallow your anger like that? A familiar voice rang in her ears again. Leyland was completely stunned. The villainous sister laughed softly in her ear again. Just kill him already, like before. Accompanied by eerie laughter. The scene before Leyland changed in an instant. She saw the emperor, bloodied, leaning against the wall. The longsword representing imperial power had long since fallen. And standing before him was the scumbag. His bloodied face was full of ambition and madness. The sword in his hand was continuously dripping with his blood. Suddenly, a small hand reached out. The villainous sister firmly held onto the scumbag. Her elevated gaze was filled with delight. Well done, my Rixie. What on earth is going on here? Leyland only felt a sharp pain in her head. Her whole body uncontrollably fell backwards. She just happened to land in a cold embrace. Leyland, are you okay? The man gently stroked her messy hair with concern. Leyland couldn't help but frown. What are you doing here? Because I was worried about you. The jerk had a sickly smile on his face. My Leyland, you finally returned. What is he talking about? Is he crazy? A chill ran down Leyland's spine. She quickly pulled away from his embrace. Thank you for helping me just now. But I can't understand what you're saying at all. Feeling the girl's glare, the jerk's lips curled into a slight smirk. Looks like I scared you. You're someone with such strong pride. Coming here to ask for forgiveness. I should treat you well, shouldn't I? He confidently reached out his hand to Leyland. But Leyland just thought he was out of his mind. Seeing him dare to come closer. Using that filthy mouth to kiss her hair. Talking about how we can go back to the past nonsense. Leyland exploded with anger. I didn't expect I was actually playing music to a cow. You haven't realized that soon. You won't be the crown prince anymore? Leyland just slapped him hard. He was absolutely furious. How could you do this to me? I already said I could plead for you. To bring you back to my side. But why can't you appreciate it? Without a word, Leyland turned and left. She was afraid that staying longer would infect her with his stupidity. The simp was instantly dejected. Even you have betrayed me? Didn't you kneel before me and say, I can climb to power on your back? Didn't you say we were eternal allies? Father will never forgive you. At that moment, he seemed to regain his rationality. The so-called standards of right and wrong can be influenced by power. Leyland will soon get everything back on track. And the only one you can trust is me. So I hope you won't regret it then. As long as you're not the crown prince, everything will be back on track. Leyland stumbled. Her piercing gaze locked onto him. After coming down from her elevated position, I hope you can reflect on this properly. Why did I end up like this? Ignoring the stunned expression of the scumbag, her gaze was practically on fire. I'm warning you one last time. Hurry up and pay back the 800 billion you owe. After saying that, she couldn't bear it any longer and strode away. Little did she know, the scumbag was already sick. The only ones we can trust are each other. Leyland, wait for me a bit longer. I will give you the position you want. Who would want to deal with a lunatic like this? Leyland took off running for her life, only to turn around and run into the lunatic's mother. And she was the supercharged kind of lunatic. Her eyes were wide as saucers. There were bruises and marks around her neck. Thanks to you. I'm seriously considering whether I should just die. As she spoke, she lunged forward like a zombie. He roughly grabbed her shoulders. Why aren't you sad? Why aren't you upset? You should be falling hard into the abyss. This is what I wanted to see. Her silver hair was wildly scattered around. The queen was screaming madly at the top of her lungs. How could you betray Rishi? Why didn't you follow my plan? I clearly taught you how to climb up. Fragments of repression flashed through my mind. It turns out it was this crazy woman, brainwashing the villainous sister since childhood. That's how the crazy, domineering jerk became a simp. But you can forget about controlling me again. He was the one who broke the promise first. Leyland firmly grasped her twig-like hands. But she remained stubbornly unrepentant. How could you betray him? Just like that man betrayed me. You destroyed your beloved with your own hands. You made him lose everything. Her hoarse accusations. In Leyland's eyes, it was nothing but the ramblings of a madwoman. All of this is his own doing. If there's blame, it can only fall on him. Leyland could no longer tolerate this mad mother and son duo. They continued to run wildly for their lives. But the madwoman did not stop there. No matter what, my son must become the emperor. Oh my, I thought only the scumbag had gone crazy. I didn't expect his mother to be the real lunatic. Leyland felt this situation couldn't be more unfortunate. Fortunately, there's a caring little milk leopard. Swiftly, it brought her a strip. Looking at her exhausted appearance. Still, she kindly advised her to go to bed early. But she was really worried those two lunatics would invade her dreams. Suddenly, a fluffy tail brushed against her cheek. The adorable big leopard lay down right by her pillow. Woo woo woo, baby, I love you. When the top rich lady makes her move, the scummy crown prince was swiftly discarded. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Even the old emperor bowed down. He also apologized to the wealthy patron. Handsome men from all around came rushing. They all wanted to fight for the top spot in the rich lady's contact list. Leyland was completely unaware of this. She was still eagerly watching the ceremony for the new little prince's enthronement. Little did she know, the emperor simply passed a royal sword, and the entire ceremony was over. She was utterly baffled with question marks all over her head. This shoddy situation can't be an attempt to scam for gifts, right? The Duke thinks it's possible. Fortunately, the scumbag has already gone insane. Spending a few $100 billion would be considered bad luck. Saying this, he planned to take his daughter away. But how could Leyland let that happen? Such a perfect opportunity to feign pity and gain sympathy. She's truly my daughter. The acting duo of father and daughter exchanged a knowing smile. Next comes the moment to showcase their acting skills. Her eyes were red like pear blossoms, full of tears. With just one expression, she garnered widespread sympathy. It really is because of me as expected. Just as Leyland was cackling mischievously, the long-missed dark-skinned figure suddenly appeared. Seeing her acting so superbly, he also suppressed his voice and chuckled mischievously. Congratulations on her successful revenge. The royal family full of scumbags should have been dissed a long time ago. Not bad, the young man is quite perceptive. Leyland expressed her satisfaction. By the way, thanks for the other help. Who would have thought that just a bit of sunshine would make him shine? Cassio leaned down, pressing his big face close to hers, attempting to use that sunny, cheerful boy's appearance to confuse the wealthy lady's heart and mind. Don't think that just because you do this, I will. Oh no, why does he seem rather handsome? My looks-obsessed genes are stirring again. No, Leyland, you need to control yourself. Wait, why is the super handsome Black Pearl Knight here too? Leyland pounced in front of him in 3 seconds. I heard you declined the opportunity to join the top 10 Knight Order. Is it that you have no ambition in this regard? He sensed the young girl's approach. The aloof knight's handsome face flushed red. Because I have someone I wish to serve. Aside from her. Handsome, do you have someone you like? Looks obsessed. Tears of envy were about to spill from the corners of my mouth. In any case, you really have to work hard, boohoo. Thank you for saying that. A pure smile flashed across Cassio's eyes. I was originally quite worried. But after seeing you, I feel much more at ease. His gentle gaze was firmly fixed on the girl in front of him. I want to officially greet you after achieving my wishes. I want to formally say hello to you. I can't let this go on any longer. I would be unable to resist the urge to commit a crime and kidnap him home. Leyland hurriedly found an excuse to take her leave. It's safer to go home and cuddle with the little milk leopard. Unexpectedly, I hadn't walked a few steps when I ran into the enchanting blue-haired guy. What are you doing here? Of course, I came to report to you. The blue-haired guy looked mournful and teared up. I didn't expect you to be the kind of person who uses and throws away. My heartfelt sincerity. Don't worry, the 80 billion in the final payment won't be shortchanged to you. Who said I was in it for the money? But I can't accept that. It's clearly because I miss you. In the innocent gaze of the girl, he leaned in with a smile. Aren't we on the same team? Look at those tender peach blossom eyes. Who can resist a face like that? Leyland's face flushed, her heart raced, and her legs went weak. Suddenly, she waved to call for the carriage. Let's meet another time. What the heck is going on? Leyland felt like she was about to crash. They wouldn't have agreed on this, would they? One after another, they lined up. Today is such a mess. She gritted her teeth and vowed to suppress her face obsession. Unexpectedly, she turned around and saw the little milk leopard. Wah, who can resist this? Don't worry, darling. I promise to take you out for the whole day tomorrow. However, the next second, the little milk leopard suddenly called out to her. Leyland, I want to leave here. The villainous sister truly has deep sins. Flirting with the sunny black skin and the charming blue-haired one. Even the cool and handsome Black Pearl Knight isn't spared. The little milk leopard fears becoming last in the contact list. She enrolled in an advanced class overnight. Finally, she awakened her non-existent conscience. With a wave of her hand, she had Betty invest 80 billion in the school, and prepared 3 tons of luggage for the little milk leopard. Sigh, being a sea king is really too hard. After coming back to say goodbye to the little milk leopard, Leyland deeply reflected on her recent decadent life. Even the little milk leopard is going for further studies. What reason does she have not to strive? She turned to have Betty prepare a carriage for her. Let us row our oars. Let's go to the magic tower to build a career and make money. Regarding her arrival, the poor wizards showed the highest respect. The silver-haired one also smiled slightly. Miss 5 billion, you're back again. Can we not bring up that damn 5 billion again? But that amount is just too much. It just rolls off the tongue when you shout it out. Hard now, fist hard. Leyland could only grit her teeth and say, as long as the ballpoint pen can handle the investment, this rich lady will give you at least 50 billion. Plus, my mind and heart have been a mess lately. Don't disturb my work, got it? The silver-haired one said he'd understand anything as long as the money is enough. He then brought Leyland to the study. Leyland seriously looked at the research materials. What the hell is this ancient script? Let's change the subject. Can I ask you a question? The silver-haired one certainly wouldn't refuse the sugar daddy. So, do you know about the orc race? The silver-haired one's expression changed. Speaking of the orc race, we wizards are professionals, you know. What does being a professional mean? Leyland excitedly pounced over, thinking to herself, finally I've met an expert. Silver Fur didn't sell out. During the 100 Years' War, the Emperor ordered the mages to exterminate the orc race. The mages were commanded to kill countless humans and orcs. Even during that process, the king of the orcs was also killed. Leyland suddenly felt an inexplicable anxiety in her heart. Then she heard Silver Fur say, we are searching for a new star of the orc race. She couldn't help but raise her voice. The mages killed the orc king. Then why are you still looking for a new king? Silver Fur looked somewhat troubled. We have been carrying the sins of the past. Therefore, we must decide to protect them. What I'm asking is why you're looking for a new king. Leyland pressed on relentlessly. Silver Fur could only surrender. The orc race exists around their king. We must find a king before the royal family does. Step in and protect him first. What does this have to do with the royal family? Leyland was very confused. Silver Fur sighed and explained. The reason the orc race is treated as slaves is due to the will of successive emperors. The royal family is very concerned about the orc race's power, threatening their status. So they want to use magicians to exterminate them, or turn them into slaves. Therefore, we must find the king of the orcs, and then protect him. Let him become the core that unites the orc race. Leyland's pupils widened in an instant. It was as if she remembered something incredible. Seeing this, Silver Fur immediately offered her a glass of 82 peach juice. Leyland said it was very good. Sweets really do improve one's mood. Then I can continue to squeeze. Silver Fur diligently transformed into a juicer. However, he also found it strange. Why would Leyland ask about the orc race? The girl scratched her head, feeling embarrassed. Actually, I wanted to ask. Do the orc children not want to live with human guardians? The silver-haired one strangely responded that they wouldn't. Wait, you're not treating orcs like slaves, are you? What kind of contemptuous look is that? Leyland immediately exploded with anger. However, she also realized that the little leopard left for another reason. What could that reason be? She hurriedly made her way to the noble gathering overnight. Suddenly, her expression sharpened. She heard a discussion about imported porcelain. Why is it about our family business again? Duke Dad is so capable. As his daughter, she really feels the pressure. But Dad's taste is indeed reliable. She felt captivated just by looking at the pattern. Wait, what if we combine a thermos and porcelain to create a limited edition Cadmian X Magic collaboration? That's an easy way to make a few $100 billion. Ha ha ha, I truly am a genius. Just as she was basking in the glow of wealth, the little fangirl was taken aback. She raised her head in confusion. To her surprise, it was the green tea who should have been sleeping on the street. The host of the banquet immediately stepped forward like a superhero. The green tea, however, put on a facade of being delicate and weak. She claimed to have something to discuss with the Duke's young lady. The little fangirl told her to get lost. Yet she instantly changed her expression. Leyland couldn't be bothered to watch her performance. She straightforwardly told her to finish up and leave. Upon hearing this, the green tea immediately widened her eyes. She turned around and did a 360-degree bow and spin, asking for her forgiveness. Leyland saw her humble demeanor. Yet she did not feel soft-hearted. She simply turned away and indicated no need to see her again. However, she excitedly shouted and screamed, "Thank you for letting me realize something. Why didn't I refuse the crown prince before? I clearly knew that would make you hate me. But now I finally understand. It's all because I love him." Taking advantage of Leyland's speechlessness, the green tea girl tightly grabbed her hand. "Thanks to you, I realized that I love His Highness the Crown Prince. Is there something wrong with your head?" Another crazy person, another crazy person. Leyland's own head was starting to hurt, and she had to watch the green tea girl continue her pitiful act. "I offended you like that before. It was all because I couldn't control my feelings for His Highness. You should forgive me. A girl blinded by love, who made foolish decisions." Leyland's assessment is complete. "I really have encountered another crazy person. And that's indeed the truth. Ever since Leyland publicly critiqued her, she has been met with her own reckoning." Kong. After the whole family slept on the street, the green tea has completely gone mad. She sought out Leyland's rival, Alice. She humbly begged at her feet. Alice turned her back and pretended not to know her. She had clearly gained quite a bit from her. Yet now she mocks her, known for her bad reputation. Even as she cried like rain, pretending to be pitiful, there wasn't a hint of willingness to help. Face the reality. You are now just a woman who is unpresentable. The green tea was humiliated into a pile of dung. She gritted her teeth in anger. Yet her eyes were still full of unwillingness. The sickly smile on her face was remarkably similar to that of a crazy scumbag. The noble girl has now learned to act clever. "So this time I prepared something fun. As long as you let me enter the banquet she's at, I will definitely make you satisfied." Now Alice is interested. The green tea is just a little trinket. But Leyland is her nemesis. At least in their shared dislike for Leyland, they are unified. So she raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you can seize this opportunity?" A crazy light flashed in the green tea's eyes. No matter what method, she will absolutely not let Leyland achieve her goals from her previous life. "Just treat me as a chess piece. Feel free to use me. I will make you satisfied." But Leyland won't fall for her tricks. She forcefully shook off her dog's paw. "You've done countless things that have wronged me. Don't dream of wrapping these mistakes in love. I don't accept your apology." Unexpectedly, the green tea tightly clasped her hands and voiced her resentment. "I'm really sad to hear you say that. You previously said you loved His Highness. It seems that the reality is not so. Do you still want to get slapped?" Leyland felt that she was seriously ill. Yet she clutched her chest, crying pitifully. Hearing others say they like her beloved, shouldn't she be very angry about that? Just like you did before. Actually, you never loved the crown prince, right? As soon as those words were spoken, the surrounding people immediately started to gossip. The green tea smirked inwardly, her volume suddenly rising. "So that's why you could unhesitatingly break off the engagement. Did you really love the crown prince? If you never loved him, why not resolve the engagement earlier? Why make me and the crown prince become fools blinded by love?" She thought this would make Leyland flustered. But Leyland merely disdainfully lifted her chin. "Love is not a universal get-out-of-jail-free card. If you want to love, go ahead and love freely. Don't be an eyesore in front of me." The green tea girl cried even louder upon hearing that. "I didn't expect that your highness was your sacrifice to maintain power. Taste registered. Now that I'm no longer useful, you've abandoned me. You've even splashed a bucket of dirty water on me." In the distance, Leyland silently curled her lips into a smile. She continued to listen to the green tea girl's accusations. "You used me to abandon His Highness. The cheating dog still dares to jump around here." Leyland was speechless. So much groundwork was laid earlier. I thought she wanted to say something ridiculous. Turns out she just wanted to clear her name and re-enter social circles. If I were to make a big scene right now, perhaps someone would really believe her nonsense. That would undoubtedly be handing a knife to the opposing noble faction. "You want me to be at your mercy? Haha, it seems you have nothing left now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so provocative." Looking at the green tea girl's defiant expression, Leyland burst into laughter. "That miss from Serbia, bringing the outcast of high society into the banquet without permission. Then let your father get kicked out of the noble council, to make up for the mistakes you've made." One sentence scared the freckled girl to the ground. Leyland raised an eyebrow playfully. "If that's the case, the noble council will have a gap. If you want, 8. It just depends on who can make me the happiest." The atmosphere in the room was pumped to the highest level. The green tea girl lunged forward, barking like a wild dog. "You always do this. Using power to turn me, who loves the crown prince, into a simp. The Canmevan Duke family is impressive. That's right, it really is that impressive. Otherwise, why would your master run away?" Leyland scoffed with a chuckle. "Watch me give a big slap. Wait, Mill, why are you stealing my job?" Suddenly, the little fan rushed over. A hard slap sent the green tea girl flying 8 meters away. Shut up, you green tea bitch. The green tea girl immediately wanted to retaliate. However, Mir showed no fear at all. The cause of all this is you scummy guys and cheap girls banding together? So I advise you to shut up properly. Otherwise, I'll also give you a swollen right cheek. After dealing with this little green tea bitch, the little fan turned around and instantly changed her expression. She smiled at her idol as if spring had arrived. The idol said it was well done. She then turned and commanded her subordinates to collect debts. They had to make the whole green tea family set off to mine tomorrow. Green tea bitch, you are dead meat. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a maid brought a pile of invitation letters. Job invitations from the demon-like silver-haired, accompanied by a bill for 30,000 bottles of peach juice. As expected, what a broke wizard. She turned her head and almost got blinded by a flash of golden light. She recalled the teasing at the blue-haired guy's party. Leyland's face flushed slightly. Why is this guy trying to join the fun too? The cool and handsome silver-haired peach, along with the charming and rich strawberry blue-haired guy. They both wrote letters to their wealthy sister asking for hugs. Which one will the wealthy sister choose? Adults would naturally choose to have both. However, the blue-haired guy is quite skilled at vying for attention. Leyland decided to prioritize him. Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy was getting hammered by his friends, obsessed with love. To serve your duchess. Do you have any idea how busy I am? Love is love, but money is money. If you take away even a little, I'll go after you, you lovesick fool. Get lost. I just want to be in love. The two were arguing fiercely at that moment. Suddenly, someone came to report that guests had arrived. The cool and aloof blue-haired guy said he had no time for that. However, the next second, he heard the name of the rich woman he had been thinking about. Wait a second. He kicked down the 2-meter-thick door in an instant. Duke's lady, I'm super free. Leyland first expressed her gratitude for his tip-off. Although the green tea was toppled by a little fangirl. But still, thank you. Are you worrying too much about me? The blue-haired guy smiled flirtatiously. Please don't refuse anything I do for you. Who can withstand this? The beauty-loving rich woman blushed. She hurriedly changed the topic and asked if he knew about Count Selweber. I want their family to be targeted by the royal family. What do you want to do? The blue-haired guy rubbed his chin with interest. Then I heard the cool and rich lady's powerful declaration. I want to strip them of their qualifications to participate in the noble council. Then I'll place my people in the vacated positions. Put my people in. Sister is super cool. Sister is the best. The blue-haired one immediately asked about the specific measures. As for the affairs of his family's territory, Leyland is planning to make moves in his family's territory. The royal family has now lost its biggest financial supporter. The crown prince's enthronement ceremony is a total embarrassment. Plus, the huge amount of mental distress compensation from my father. The emperor has even had to part with his pants. If he knew that Earl Selby dared to amass wealth behind his back, I'm sure he wouldn't mind. Confiscating the Selby family's assets would be delightful. The two capitalists simultaneously displayed devilish smiles. Now, there's only one question. How to insert my people in. Of course, I'll come up with the ideas and my father will provide the funds. Seeing my precious daughter finally has the ambition to start a career, the Duke couldn't be happier. He immediately approved 20 billion in operational funds. Go ahead and execute your plan with confidence. I will watch you become a qualified heir step by step. Dad is simply amazing. Sob sob sob. So I activated my money power. Sure enough, I found out that Count Servy illegally hired serfs and committed the crime of increasing taxes tenfold. This guy is simply a top-level embezzler. How dare he ignore the empire's laws and suck the blood of the common people? Leyland was so furious she was about to explode. I must send him to prison to serve time. Sob sob sob. A noble who thinks of the empire's common people is truly awesome. The blue-haired guy completely captivated her, directly offering free evidence of his crimes. Touched, Leyland's eyes were filled with tears. But, Miss Duke, did you come here just to ask about this? Facing the man's alluring gaze, the girl immediately blushed. This and that. Didn't you call me here? The blue-haired one widened his eyes in surprise. Is his long pursuit of his wife finally seeing the light? Didn't you say you prepared strawberry shaved ice? Oh my god, strawberry shaved ice. The blue-haired boy's heart was shattered by her. But since the rich lady likes it, then let's quickly give him 300 tons first. Watching the girl's eyes light up with joy, he couldn't help but smile as well. Successfully got today's affection. Outside the Yu Alan mansion, two guards stopped Alice and said, Miss Yu Alan is not someone you can see without an appointment. And on the other side of the door, Yu Alan and many other young ladies were watching Alice's misfortune. How could there be someone so shameless? Indeed. It's quite amusing, isn't it? Facing their ridicule, Alice gritted her teeth and endured. I don't care about this level of disregard. At least Yu Alan recognizes my importance. She cares about my existence. If you had recognized me then, I wouldn't have become who I am now. Alice's family used to be very poor. Although they were nobles, they had only their title left. This led to increasing expenses. While there was not a single penny coming in, Alice was unwilling to live such a life. So I decided to save money first to start a business. However, not a single reputable family was willing to accept me as a maid without a formal recommendation. Despite being a noble, she could only serve as a servant in the Canmevin household. Because of the particularity of her status, every day, she is bullied and laughed at by the servants around her. Alice has a very strong attitude. She knows very well that she is different from them. She was born a noble. It doesn't matter if no one recognizes her. Alice, looking disheveled, prepares to go back to her room. At that moment, Leyland said to her, Your posture is quite good. You walk with grace. Your demeanor is very elegant. It's as if you were a lady from a noble family. Alice is flattered and surprised. You're too kind. Leyland continued to compliment her. It's amazing that your tone of speech is also quite stylish. Leyland leaned in and asked, what is your name? Alice carefully replied, my name is Alice. Leyland said with a smile, the name sounds nice too. Am I taking up your valuable work time? I'm sorry. I didn't expect Miss Duke Leyland to recognize herself as a noble. Among so many servants. She only spoke to me. If we have a chance to meet again, I will definitely greet her like a noble. In a more elegant manner. That way. Miss Leyland should take me as her maid, right? Then I could live a better life than I do now. Living that kind of glorious life recognized by everyone. Alice picked up the necklace from the counter and put it on. Her expression changed. Perhaps I can become just like the Duke's daughter. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Alice hurriedly ran to greet Miss Leyland, and then performed an elegant noble gesture. Alice had seen Miss Leyland before. Facing Alice's enthusiasm, Leyland only responded with indifference. Under the maid's questioning, Leyland Dan Lee replied that she didn't know her. Alice felt very shocked. She clearly recognized me. You clearly asked for my name before. Why pretend you don't know me? Thoughts pulled back to reality. Alice received a letter from Rishi. By evening, the moment I saw Rishi again, Alice hugged him tightly and said, I really miss you. Rishi tightly held onto Alice and asked, Alice, can you really go through fire and water for me? Before Alice could respond, Rishi continued coldly, then you should obediently listen to me. This is something only you can do. At this moment, Alice just needed someone to acknowledge her existence. No matter what it is, she could do it herself. Even if it meant becoming someone else's pawn. At the Marquis Becca's hunting grounds, a chill wind blew. Leyland sighed, thinking such weather was meant for sleeping late at home. At that moment, Mir came over to greet her. You really suit wearing riding clothes. Leyland smiled slightly. Even if I'm dressed like this, I'm just following the knights around. Aisha suddenly said, I heard that Her Majesty the Queen has fallen ill again. She's currently bedridden. Leyland thought that compared to her physical condition, she seems to have more mental issues. Aisha continued, I heard that her condition worsened after the incident with Rishi. Mill interrupted. Even if someone says something unpleasant to you, please don't take it to heart. Leyland smiled in gratitude. I see. Thank you for letting me know. Then they parted ways and returned to their respective tents. Leyland was well aware that the matter Aisha mentioned referred to Rishi and my broken engagement, and the fact that I was stripped of my status as the crown prince. Just as Leyland was about to head back to her tent, Belder suddenly called out to Leyland, I didn't expect you to come to the hunting competition. Leyland was also a bit surprised. Shouldn't you be busy protecting His Highness Crown Prince Hubbard? Bayard explained. I'm just responsible for temporarily protecting His Highness during the conferment ceremony. And training the knights, that's all. It's really boring to stay at home all winter. I'm also curious about how the hunting competition is conducted. Leyland was somewhat speechless. The continent's finest knights, those acclaimed as reincarnated heroes, participate in the hunting competition. Do you want to kill all the beasts? Bayard laughed and said, I'll know when to stop. Just then, Duke Carolus rode over. The princess didn't expect to encounter you here. Duke Candamuan said excitedly. Who is this? Isn't this my century's rival, Duke Carolus? You're so busy, yet you still have time to come to a place like this. Leyland looked at the two with some confusion. Duke Candamuan continued speaking. I won the last tournament, didn't I? What are we going to do about this? Last time, I accidentally hurt Duke Carolaus's strong sense of pride. Duke Carolaus retorted. You only won against me by numbers because you mobilized all the knights last time. But you definitely didn't win in terms of quality. Beld smiled and explained from the side. Lady, you don't need to take it too seriously. This is their way of expressing friendliness. Then Beld said seriously. I heard that the hunting tournament has some fierce beasts. Would you like me to assist you in the hunt? Leyland replied. As you can see, our family brought many knights with us. I appreciate your kindness. Beld didn't press further either. Then there's nothing we can do. Leyland turned her head to look. She suddenly spotted a shining knight. To her surprise, it was the long-lost Cassio. Cassio was also very happy to see Leyland. Duke Miss. How have you been? Leyland was a bit surprised. Why are you the one doing this? Why don't they use their own knights? Did they really have to call you over? Cassio shrugged. The family's knights probably don't want to do things like this. Beld stared at Cassio intently. He faintly sensed the aura emanating from Cassio. Beld coldly smiled and muttered to himself. Is this guy a commoner knight? Why does this commoner knight have the same aura as me? At this moment, a knight called Cassio away. Cassio said to Leyland. This is the entrance to the depths of the forest. You can ride the horse and enjoy yourself to the fullest. I'll go drive the prey over. Leyland waved her hand and said. Thank you, Cassio. See you later. With the sound of the horn echoing, the hunting competition officially begins. Leyland said to Betty. It's too far for you to go back to the tent alone. I'll have someone take you back. Just then, Lian led the horse over. Leyland said. Please help me take Betty back to the tent. Lian's face immediately turned red. Leyland instructed Betty. You must stay close to Mir. Betty replied. I understand. You should catch more prey to bring back. Leyland mounted her own bird. At this moment, she was full of vigor. However, this white horse kept sniffing the grass on the ground. It seemed like something was attracting it. At this time during the hunting competition, there were those focused on hunting. There are also those who talk about love. Only Leyland is marching in place with her Grand Knight squad. At this moment, a knight stepped forward and asked, Miss Duke, have you encountered any problems? Leyland replied, it's nothing. Why don't we just randomly catch 5 to take back? The knight responded. I think that number is a bit low. Leyland smiled nonchalantly and said, anyway, they will definitely think I can't catch anything. Then the knight immediately gave the order. Everyone, go hunt near Miss Duke. Then, seriously, he said to Leyland. We will work hard not to tarnish your reputation. Leyland felt a bit helpless. My family really doesn't know when to stop. Just then, the white horse that Leyland was riding inhaled some white powder into its nose. Then this horse went mad and galloped forward wildly. The knights immediately gave chase upon seeing this. At this moment, Leyland clutched the reins tightly in fear. She kept shouting for the white horse, but it couldn't hear Leyland's voice. In the bushes nearby, a drawn bow was already aimed at Leyland. Fortunately, the arrow only grazed her hair. Just then, the horse suddenly stopped running. The ambusher in the bushes stood up, drawing their bow to aim at Leyland. Leyland watched the arrow flying rapidly towards her. She could only tightly shut her eyes and pray for someone to save her. Thankfully, Belder arrived just in time. With one swing of his sword, he broke all the arrows. At that moment, the Knight Order of the Cadmean Duke family also rushed over. Dukes miss. The assassins who attacked you have fled. Upon hearing this, Leyland said nervously, at least we need to catch one. But upon closer thought, how did they guess I would encounter such an accident? Were they intentionally luring me here? Who on earth did this? Is it the Emperor who dislikes me? Or the Queen who is bedridden? Or perhaps Rishi, who lost his crown prince status due to the broken engagement? Or maybe it's Alice. At this thought, Leyland couldn't help but tremble all over. Seeing this, Bellet hurriedly draped a coat over Leyland. Miss Duke, are you hurt? Who do you think did this? At this moment, the knights of the Candamuan family arrived. Leyland quickly asked, Lien, did you catch the assassin? Lien replied somewhat guiltily. As soon as they saw young Master Carlos, they all fled. Seeing this, Leyland still said somewhat reluctantly, first, send the knights to pursue them. With Lord Belder here, you don't need to worry about me. Lord Belder asked with concern. Are any of you injured? Lien turned to the knight group and said, all blessings. Yes, but the injuries aren't serious. A few knights accidentally came into contact with poison. They need treatment as soon as possible. Leyland then took out the potion she carried with her. She let Lien distribute it to the knights for treatment. At that moment, the white horse Leyland was riding suddenly became agitated. Lord Belder hurriedly got down to calm it down. He then discovered that there was drug powder in the horse's mouth and nose. So he looked up and asked Leyland, it seems someone has targeted you. Can you guess who it is? Leyland said somewhat regretfully, I can't guess at all. Lord Belder felt a bit regretful. I should have pursued them to the end to feel at ease. Just as Leyland got off her horse, a sound came from the bushes nearby. Bylade immediately drew his sword and shouted, who is it? Then Cassio came out dragging a blood-soaked assassin. I caught an assassin who tried to attack you from a distance. Bylade suddenly stepped in front of Leyland. He aimed his sword at Cassio and questioned, who exactly are you? Seeing this, Leyland quickly said, what are you doing? Put down your sword. Bylade did not listen but continued to ask seriously, even the knights of the Duke's family couldn't catch the assassin. Yet you caught him so easily on your own. Isn't that strange? Cassio said Dan Lee. I was just lucky. Bylade let out a cold laugh. Even if I cut off your head, you still don't intend to confess? Biter's sword was inches away from Cassio's throat. Leyland stood in front of Cassio, her expression serious as she spoke. Cassio is a knight of the Empire. We've known each other before. If you have any questions, you can ask them later. But now is not the time. Biter fell silent for a moment before sheathed his sword. At this time, those who heard the assassination news started to rush over. Leyland said to Cassio apologetically, it's a bit chaotic right now. I will definitely repay this kindness to you next time. Cassio replied with a smile. I just did what I was supposed to do. If you were willing to praise me, I would gladly accept it. After the matter settled, Leyland asked, Ryan, when I was in the tent, did anyone approach my horse? Ryan recalled. A few young ladies came over and said it was cute. And then they petted it a few times. Leyland continued. You should collect the powder from your nose in the ground. Then have Marquis bake a seal off the hunting grounds. Biter looked at the panting white horse and said, this horse of the princess will probably have a hard time surviving. After a moment of silence, Leyland said, please let it go a bit more comfortably. Leyland tightly closed her eyes. She felt scared about this matter inside. She was afraid she would never dare to ride again. Investigations show that, among the young ladies who approached the horse, only the same powder was found on the maid of Lady Shaman. This powder is a banned drug that causes severe poisoning reactions. After hearing the investigation report, Leyland said, the horse began searching the ground to inhale more powder. So it started looking on the ground, right? Duke Canmevan said angrily. The ambush occurred in the area with the highest concentration of the powder. So they must have intentionally lured my daughter there. The maid of Marquis Shamian stated that she was completely unaware. She just exchanged a few pleasantries with acquaintances while running errands. Liam's investigation also revealed that maid indeed did not purchase any banned drugs. In the end, Leyland and the others still do not know who the real mastermind is. Biter said impatiently. Damn it. Right now, we don't even know who is the enemy and who is an ally. Leyland also agreed with Biter's words. The Candamuan family has always been aligned with the Emperor. So the murderer is likely the noble Marquis Becca, who hosted the hunting event. However, the current suspect is the Emperor's faction, the Shamian family. Therefore, it is difficult to determine who the real culprit is. Who exactly is it? What purpose did that person have in creating such chaos? There has been no progress in the investigation of the assassination. Leyland took the carriage back to the Duke's mansion first. Due to extreme shock, Although the carriage was quite uncomfortable, Leyland still fell asleep. However, she had a very strange dream. In the dream, Leyland yelled to stop Rixie. When she turned around, she found Rixie walking into the banquet, holding hands with another woman. Faced with the ridicule of the crowd, Dream Leyland remained indifferent. She shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Why are you standing here like a fool?" But the original owner, Leyland, couldn't hear her voice. Listening to the surrounding ridicule directed at Leyland, she felt somewhat puzzled. Is this really the villainous Leyland I know? At that moment, Rixie and the woman separated. Rixie entered a room alone. Leyland hurriedly chased after him. She stood there in a daze. She was completely baffled about what was happening. Rix opened his mouth to ask, "What brings you to me?" Leyland asked calmly, "Are you satisfied ignoring me in front of so many nobles?" Then she slowly leaned closer to Rix. "No matter what you do, I will always be by your side, so you can rest assured." Rix directly shrugged off Leyland's hand. "Do not underestimate me. I am the future emperor, and you are merely a tool I use to become emperor. So don't act like you know everything." Leyland smiled slightly and said, "I know. The throne is prepared for you, and I am just a stepping stone for you to ascend to the throne. So Rix, it doesn't matter if you humiliate or ignore me in front of everyone like today." Rix tightly grasped Leyland and asked, "I can do this, right? After all, you will always love me." Leyland looked at him coldly. Then she pushed him aside and said, "I will always stay by your side, to help you become a brilliant emperor. Well then, see you next time. My lover, my everything. My emperor, Pride Rich." Leyland returned to the Duke's mansion. Then she ordered all the maids to leave. In her anger, she knocked everything off the table, as if she wanted to tear something apart with a bite. After a moment of silence, Leyland gritted her teeth and said, "Crazy. Clearly, he was just my pawn. Yet with a little bit of color, he acts like he runs a dye shop. Pride Rich, you think you can still be an emperor with your kind?" She then picked up a book that had fallen on the ground and sneered, "If it weren't for that fool being so easy to manipulate, I wouldn't have chosen him either. Go ahead and try to be an emperor. I can just continue to lie at his feet. After all, the one who will laugh last will definitely be me." She couldn't understand what the original Leyland wanted to do. Just as she wanted to tap Leyland on the shoulder, she saw the Leyland in her dream suddenly turn around and ask her, "Who will stand at the top of this country in the future?" Just then, the real Leyland suddenly got up, coughing continuously. She murmured, trembling all over, "What on earth is going on? Is it that Leyland wants to become?" Before she could finish speaking, the original Leyland appeared before her again and said, "I once wanted to be the one at the top, and in the end, I achieved it. Lixie is a good pawn. But the ending was indeed not great. It's quite easy for the queen to be involved in politics." The original Leyland smiled wickedly. The aura she exuded made the real Leyland feel somewhat scared. Under the barrage of words from the original female protagonist, Leyland felt a bit at a loss. She asked in surprise, "You've done so much. The real purpose is to seize power. You don't really like Rishi." The original heroine scoffed, "I'm not at the point of kneeling for mere love. Aren't you the same?" Leyland questioned, "Why don't you come and make all this happen yourself?" The original heroine explained, "A person can only have one soul. If someone suddenly turned back time, what would everything become? If we went back to the past, the future that has already been experienced would disappear, and the experiences related to the future will remain in your subconscious. So now I advise you to only pay attention to what I show you." The original heroine reached out her hand to Leyland, but she was blocked by an invisible wall. This means that even if the original heroine wants to achieve it herself, she cannot enter Leyland's body. The original heroine felt somewhat helpless. She left some gifts for Leyland, just placed in the drawer of the study desk. The original heroine insisted that Leyland must use that to force the royal family into a desperate situation. Leyland felt deceived. She believed the original protagonist was just using her. She just wanted to return to her original world. The original protagonist glared at Leyland and said, "Where do you think you can go back to? Leyland is you, not me." After speaking, the original protagonist smiled and disappeared. Leyland couldn't understand what the original was saying at all. She just wanted to be a carefree duchess. Just then, a sound came from outside the window. Leyland approached the sunlit area. She saw a blue bird. At that moment, Leyland realized it was sent by Lucas. She then took down the envelope. The envelope was filled with Lucas's genuine concern. Leyland felt a bit guilty. It seems to have worried him. Then she wrote a letter and sent it back. On the other side, Lucas, who received the envelope, was very happy. Although the place was a bit unscenic, Lucas knows that the hallucinogen is coming from here, so he must find out who the mastermind is. Just as he was about to continue the interrogation, someone ran out from outside. Lucas was quick to react. A dagger narrowly missed the man's throat. The man drew his sword and charged at Lucas, but the attack was quickly blocked by Lucas. Then Lucas delivered a heavy punch, knocking the man to the ground. Lucas asked, "Quick, tell me who your master is." The man still refused to talk. Lucas stepped on his chest. The man cursed loudly, "You madman." Lucas was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "I've indeed gone crazy recently because of someone. Just come with me. I happen to be able to meet the Duke's lady now." Wrong Gang opened the door. Lucas appeared in front of everyone, looking handsome. Leyland stammered and asked, "Long time no see. Aren't you quite busy?" Lucas complained with a wronged expression. "Actually, you're the busy one. I've been here waiting for you to come find me." Leyland was just about to explain. Lucas gently took her hand and said tenderly, "You look good." "That's just great." This made Leyland's heart race a bit. Looking at the exquisite cake prepared by Lucas, Leyland's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lucas teasingly remarked, Don't you think this feels a bit like a date? Leyland picked up a piece of cake and handed it to him. This must be delicious. Lucas took a deep breath. Miss Duchess, you are truly heartless. Leyland was actually a bit shy inside. She then composed herself and said, the incident with the ballpoint pen last time. If it weren't for you, my startup project was almost taken away by Alice. Thank you. Lucas said gently. Seeing you so happy makes me happy too. I want to show you something first. Come with me. Meanwhile, what Leyland was thinking was, can I finish the cake before leaving? Although that's what her mind was thinking, her body was honest and followed along anyway. Leyland arrived at a dungeon. Inside was the leader of the mercenary group that framed Leyland. The hallucinogen was being distributed by this mercenary group. Lucas took a card from his jacket pocket. It had the image of the client on it. He is Rixie's attendant. His name is Keyline. Leyland was reminiscing. She felt like she had seen this person somewhere before. It turned out to be when Leyland asked Rixie for money last time. Scylla sent money over. Lucas continued speaking. Although I don't know the exact reason. He has already resigned now. This guy also mentioned another lead. That one is still uncertain. Leyland could tell just by thinking about it. It must have been that guy Rixie's doing. But just based on this evidence, the royal family won't easily admit it. After all, even if he is the Fei Tai Zi, the royal family won't let him tarnish their reputation. After obtaining this information, Leyland didn't plan to stay much longer. She was going to interrogate the person who tried to assassinate her at the hunting tournament. Then she sincerely expressed her gratitude to Lucas. Watching Leyland come and go in a hurry, Lucas smiled and self-deprecatingly said, I was just worrying for nothing. Someone who nearly lost their life is so calm. She's really someone hard to read. The way back was a bit dark. It was a bit difficult for Leyland to move. At that moment, Lucas appeared beside Leyland. Interrogating a killer is something I should be better at than the Duke's knights. I should be more skilled than the knights of the Duke's family, right? Take me there. Leyland explained. But that guy is locked up in the underground prison of the villa where my father is. If you go there, my father would be quite shocked, right? Lucas opened the dungeon door. The light that came in allowed Leyland to see the person's attire clearly. Leyland was just about to ask something. Lucas smiled slightly. The boss of the Information Guild is here to serve you. At your service. Let's go. Miss Candamuan. After hearing that Leyland had captured the assassin, Lucas wanted to help with the interrogation. So he tidied up his attire and returned to the Candamuan Duke's mansion with Leyland. The Duke asked with some impatience, you want to enter the underground prison of the separate palace with our Leyland? At the same time, he took out a checklist of the son-in-law requirements to compare. Good looking. Lucas perfectly met the necessary conditions. The Duke agreed with a beaming smile. After Leyland arrived at the underground prison, she asked if anything had been found out. However, she received a negative answer. Leyland felt a bit anxious. She had to get information before they destroyed the clues. She needed to find out as soon as possible. Lucas volunteered nearby. Let me handle it. Leyland quietly asked. What exactly are your plans? Lucas replied earnestly. Don't worry. I'm the best at interrogation. Lucas hadn't been in the prison long. Sounds of sobbing came from inside the door. Lucas walked out smiling. Duke's young lady. Can we find a quiet place to talk privately? The two then arrived at Leyland's room. Lucas began to speak. I asked about the client's identity. Then I took out the portrait. I don't recognize this person. Lucas continued. I am sure they're backed by Crown Prince Rixie. Because this person is also a servant of the royal family. However, he has now left the palace. There is another person. You are very familiar with this person. It's Alice, who often goes against you. The assassin also said that when Crown Prince Rixie's servants commissioned them to act, they always brought along a woman with pink hair. And it wasn't those servants who ordered them to assassinate you, but the woman with pink hair. However, I am not sure if what he said is true. This made Leyland very angry. So she decided to ask her in person. What exactly is her purpose? As of now, Leyland has already annulled her engagement with Rixie. This should be exactly what Alice wants. But she still wants to kill herself. Moreover, the original owner knows some future events that only the transmigrated Alice would know. These things are too strange. The two arrived at Alice's residence. The dilapidated state of the house surprised Leyland. Upon opening the door, the room was in complete disarray. It looked like no one had lived here for a long time. After surveying the surroundings, Leyland said, it seems that all the valuable items have been taken away. Lucas was rummaging through the documents beside her and said, it seems she has left the empire. There's a high probability she went to the Maylaw Kingdom or to Betaluo Kingdom. Leyland had no clue about any of this. But since there are other kingdoms willing to take in Alice, it should be Lixie's doing. They must be plotting something. But why does Alice want to kill me? Leyland couldn't help but start reflecting. Was it her fault that Alice ended up like that? Lucas gently comforted her. Clearly, they're the real villains. Why do you need to reflect? Leyland said with a serious expression. Regardless of the reason, I'm not so nice as to forgive someone who clearly wants to kill me. Lucas held Leyland's hand and said, speaking of bad character, no one should compare to me. So, you mustn't be soft-hearted towards them. I will find out about Alice. Don't lose heart. Just continue being yourself. Leyland felt both happy and touched inside. Leyland returned to the Duke's mansion. Olivia, who was welcoming her, said, Miss, there is a guest waiting for you. He is at the training ground with the knights. At that moment, a loud commotion suddenly erupted from the knights. It turned out that Ballard was sparring with the knights. Just then, a wooden sword embedded itself into the board behind Leyland. Leyland said angrily, Ballard, you came over without a word, and bullied our knight. Are you looking for a duel with me? Looking at the furious Leyland, Ballard hurriedly said, It's a misunderstanding. Duke's lady. So what did Ballard come here for? At this moment, Duke Carloeus approached and kindly asked, My lady, are you feeling alright? Leyland responded with a sincere smile. Thanks to your concern. I am fine now. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Duke Canmevan wanted to have a detailed discussion with Duke Carloeus. Leyland got straight to the point and asked, Young Master Ballard, what are you doing here? Ballard said somewhat shyly, I wanted to come and see you, and also ask you for a favor. Can you help convince the commoner knight, Cassio? Should we let him join our family's knight order? Leyland was somewhat surprised. Why do you want to take Cassio away? You clearly threatened him with a sword last time. Biter explained. Actually, after that incident, I practiced with him. His strength is quite impressive. It's a pity to let him be just a commoner knight. So I want to take him away. Leyland asked thoughtfully. Don't you care that he's a commoner? Biter said seriously. I think status is not important. Whether the people around me are commoners or nobles, they are all comrades fighting alongside me. Emperor Cadrian once said, using talent should not be limited by one's status. This is my life creed. Leyland joked. It's truly rare to hear such words from you. It's indeed precious. Biter laughed heartily. Isn't it strange? I often hear such evaluations. Leyland smiled and said, I think he's really cool. You'll definitely become an excellent Duke of Carolaus in the future. Leyland quickly changed the topic. However, it's not easy to persuade him. I previously invited him to come to the Duke's mansion as a knight, but he declined. I don't understand why he wants to hide his abilities. I think it would be better to be a noble from common origins than to be ignored as a common knight or do some menial work. It's better to become a noble of common descent. Bade explained. He probably doesn't want to leave here. Leyland found this explanation somewhat confusing. What does becoming a noble have to do with leaving here? Bade continued. In this era, as long as a common knight shows good abilities, they will be granted a proper status and assigned to serve under the border count. In the border far from the capital, only common knights fight with their lives on the line. None of them come from noble backgrounds. Leyland understood at this moment. Leyland realized herself at this moment. As long as one comes from a commoner background, even if they become a noble, they cannot escape differential treatment. It turned out that Cassio didn't want to become like that. It seems she was being overly concerned. Biter said. That knight said he still had things to do, so he didn't want to go to the border. In any case, I want to help him. Leyland said with a mischievous smile. Could it be that after your practice, a friendship developed between you men? Biter thought for a moment and said, if I have to say, it's also because of you. In any case, I leave this matter to you. Leyland also readily agreed. At this moment, the maid brought a blanket for Leyland to wrap herself in. Looking at Leyland in front of him, Biter fell into memories. After he extended an invitation to Cassio, Cassio reacted very calmly and rejected this good offer. No matter what Bald said, Cassio was impervious to his words. So he said earnestly, I have someone I want to protect. Although she is arrogant and enigmatic, I can't forget her like that. I want to have someone capable stay by her side. Cassio slowly stood up and said, I want to serve someone like that as well. She is a down-to-earth person. So I also want to improve my strength through my own efforts. I hope you can understand. Looking at Cassio's determined gaze, Bald understood. So this guy is a rival after all. Leyland said to the dazed Bald. I still have things left to do. I'm leaving first. Bald said with a goofy smile. Then don't forget to ask for me. The more I think about that night, the more satisfied I feel. This made Leyland a bit uncomfortable. They clearly didn't get along before. Are they dating? Once inside the room, the maid took out the envelope from Miss Muir that Leyland had been waiting for. As Leyland opened it, she murmured to herself. After all, I can't leave everything to Lucas. I can't do nothing myself. I'll also use my connections to find out some rumors, preferably related to Rishi. Leyland confidently said to the maid. Then let's get ready to meet Miss Muir. So, after Leyland got ready, she set off in a carriage with Betty. The bumpy carriage ride made Leyland curse loudly. I really want to throw this carriage away. Every time I ride it, I end up sore all over. Betty said Dan Lee. But since ancient times, noble girls have always used this. Leyland's spirits were lifted. If this world can't produce good carriages, then I'll just have to take action myself. No way. The two arrived at the Mill family. They were preparing to attend Mill's mother's party. Mill's mother came out with a bright smile to welcome them. Leyland responded in a very ladylike manner. Then she quietly asked Mill, is there something behind me? I feel like everyone is avoiding me. Mill hurriedly explained. You don't need to worry about it. Everyone is just acting based on the situation. The culprit from the hunting tournament hasn't been caught yet, has he? The Shaman family and the Becca family are powerful and influential. Therefore, they can easily escape trouble. But if an ordinary family is accused by you, they will completely become the culprits. It was then that Leyland realized. Could her influence be this great? This is going to be a problem. It's rare to attend a party. She wanted to find more people to talk to. However, no matter which crowd Leyland approached, everyone quietly moved away from her. Leyland felt quite troubled inside as well. Muir comfortingly said, if that incident hadn't happened, everyone would definitely be eager to talk to you. So please don't be too sad. Then he continued to speak. The products we launched previously were very popular, and everyone is also very curious about the upcoming products. Leyland thought. Muir must have made a lot of money. After all, the share that came to me is a huge sum. I need to go to the magic tower to sell the accounts first. And by the way, discuss the military project. At this moment, Aisha and Firaah walked over. In response to the two's warm greetings, Leyland happily said, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. At this time, Aisha spoke up. It seems the queen's health has worsened. I heard she plans to return to her homeland for recuperation. It seems she misses her hometown too much. Just the thought of that crazy woman gives Leyland chills. She gets goosebumps all over. Isn't that a more serious illness? Leyland wondered why the queen would return to her country after the assassination attempt on her. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Which country is Her Highness the Queen from? Miel replied. It's the kingdom of Rhea. It's right next to the kingdom of Batro. Leyland suddenly had a bad feeling. It seems necessary for her to investigate a bit. The next day, Leyland arrived at the Magic Tower. This is the settlement amount from the Magic Tower. All of this is thanks to the efforts of the Magic Tower. I also want to talk to you about the next product. I have a great idea. The Lord of the Magic Tower, Igo, interrupted. Is your health feeling any better? If something were to happen to the princess, it would make things very difficult for us. I thought I wouldn't see you again in the future. Leyland said seriously. Don't worry. I'm not that fragile of a person. Ignorantly smiled. Then I can relax. Leyland suddenly replied. Can you give me some medicine that's good for the bodies of beastmen? Ignorantly said Dan. It seems that the previous egg has hatched. Leyland excitedly gestured. He has grown up a lot. His physique has also improved. But last time he came home, he said he wasn't feeling well. I'm worried that the sudden change is too much, which made his body weak. Ignorantly said. The medicine can be made now. Please wait a moment. Then he instructed Belcher to prepare the medicine according to the recipe. Then ignorantly continued. Based on the current situation, I think that child might be the king of the beastmen. Leyland asked anxiously. If he really is, what will happen then? Ignorantly replied. The beastmen will gather around the king, and the king will lead them to establish a new base. That is to say, the orc tribe might leave you. Just when Leyland's thoughts were in turmoil, Igoran replied. Let's continue discussing work. Then Leyland distractedly finished explaining her new project. Her mind kept thinking. Is Harvey really the king of the orcs? How could such a simple little angel be a king? But now that he's grown up, it's possible after all. My cute little treasure. How did he suddenly become the #1 male orc in the whole continent? How am I supposed to accept this? If this is true, he might still move away from me. Leyland returned to the Duke's residence, suppressing her irritation. I heard too much in the Magic Tower. It's giving me a headache. Betty said with concern. I'll go prepare some hot tea for you. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded. Harvey asked eagerly. Leyland, are you okay? Is it motion sickness from the carriage? Your complexion looks terrible. Leyland forced a smile and said, I'm fine. But is it okay for you to run out of school like this? Harvey said, feeling wrong. I really missed you too much. I happened to have a day off today, so I came back. Leyland continued to ask. You haven't encountered anything unusual lately, have you? After thinking for a moment, Harvey said, I had an exam. Leyland asked indirectly. There weren't any sudden gatherings of animals around you, right? You came all this way. Let's go have a cup of tea together. She then instructed Betty to bring the tea to the courtyard. However, Harvey's expression looked somewhat lonely. After the two arrived in the courtyard, Harvey gentlemanly pulled out a chair. Then he took out his report card from his jacket. Leyland saw the exam paper filled with praise. Couldn't help but exaggerate the praise. Harvey said shyly, It's because I promised to repay you. Leyland was somewhat puzzled. However, Harvey remembered very clearly. At that time, he was saved by Leyland. He made up his mind to repay her. Back then, Leyland said, as long as Harvey could achieve good grades, that would be her reward. Harvey kept it in mind. After hearing Harvey's explanation, Leyland burst into laughter. This repayment surpassed expectations. At this moment, Harvey said with concern. Actually, after hearing about the hunting tournament, I was very worried. Leyland continued. So you came to see me on purpose? You should still be busy adapting to campus life. You don't have to worry about me. Harvey leaned closer to Leyland and continued. I was afraid you might get hurt. Both worried and sad. I almost lost you. I really couldn't hold back. Then Harvey took off his shirt. Then he turned around and said, I want to make you feel more comfortable. Just like before, touch me a bit. Leyland shyly covered her eyes and said, What exactly is this dangerous statement? As your guardian, I absolutely cannot. Leyland slowly opened her eyes. She saw a tail swaying in front of her. At that moment, Harvey, who had transformed into a leopard, comforted her. I'm afraid the transformation will tear my clothes. Those were a gift from you. Leyland stroked Harvey and said, Just let me know before you transform. You scared me. Harvey leaned against Leyland's leg and said, You can stroke me like before. While murmuring softly, Speak out your worries. Leyland laughed heartily. After a moment of silence, she continued. Actually, I'm scared too. After all, I've only just begun to understand what happiness is. I thought I was going to die just like that. I was worried that everything was over. Just thinking back to that time, my hands would tremble involuntarily. But I found myself powerless in the face of such a threat. It was really too unfair. It fits my character to repay in double. There is someone who treats my matters just like he would for his own. But his actions really give me a sense of security. When I need it, he will always stand by my side unconditionally. So I'm doing well. Harvey said sincerely. I'm glad that many people are helping you. Leyland stood up and said, It's getting cold. Let's go inside. After Harvey got dressed, he planned to leave. After all, I only came out this time to apply for an outing permit. So I need to return quickly. Leyland reluctantly pinched Harvey's cheek and said, Thank you for coming to see me today. I will do my best. After Harvey returned to Canmevan Academy, 3 orcs came to greet him. They had brought back orcs oppressed in various places, just waiting for Harvey's command to leave human society. However, Harvey was thinking of Leyland. and did not want to leave immediately. At this point, the cat Orc Niwira said, "Then let's take Miss Duke of Canmevan with us. Although I really hate humans, we can take that woman." These words touched Harvey's nerve. Harvey furiously warned, "If you dare to make any moves behind my back, I will definitely not let you off. I know what you want, but I don't know what choice I will make. So just wait quietly." Everyone bowed respectfully and said, "As you command, our king, Havel." After Leyland accepted Belder's commission, preparing to find Cassio the next day, it was late at night. Cassio had not fallen asleep. He practiced swordsmanship alone. At that moment, he recalled his confrontation with young Master Baeld. Baeld urged him time and again to show his true abilities, just as he infused magic into his sword, planning to unleash a powerful strike. The next moment, his sword was knocked away. Baeld said mercilessly, "Your swordsmanship has gone off track. What a shame for your talent. Logically speaking, at your age, you should be able to use magic freely. Anywhere you go, you'd be considered a genius. So why are you hiding your abilities? What exactly are you afraid of?" Bringing his thoughts back to reality, Cassio swung down, but ended up waking his younger brother. Cassio gently said, "It's very late, Leon. You should go to sleep now." But Leon asked, "Brother, will you leave like father did? If you're not around anymore, I will have to take care of mom." Cassio gently said to Leon, "I will always be by your side." Early the next day, Leyland came for a visit. Cassio's mother came out to greet. Unexpectedly, it was Miss Candemuan. Cassio noticed the noise outside the door. He hurried over to take a look. At that moment, Leyland spoke in her father's tone. "He rejected all my conditions. I swear in the name of Candemuan, this matter cannot just pass like this. I will personally go negotiate with him." Leyland had put in a lot of effort, just to stop her father. "Long time no see. Can we talk?" Leyland took her seat. Carwin asked with concern, "How is your health?" After that, the two fell into silence. At this moment, Leyland suddenly asked, "Do you hate me?" This startled Cassio. Leyland explained, "You not only refused to join our family, but also refused a promotion. You don't want to. You even turned down my father's gift. If you don't hate me, then none of this makes sense at all." Cassio explained in a panic, "I just did what I was supposed to do. Just getting your recognition is already enough for me to be grateful." Leyland said, feeling wronged, "But I don't see you as someone who lacks ambition. There must be another reason, right?" Cassio hurriedly explained, "It's not like that. No matter what achievements I have, I will always be a commoner. I am satisfied being a common knight. If nobles take notice of me, I would be sent to the borders as a subordinate. The person I want to protect is not at the borders but here." At that moment, Leon's appearance interrupted their conversation. Leyland said, "So it turns out you did this for your family." Cassio explained, "My father was a formidable mercenary. He also taught me swordsmanship. After my outstanding father was noticed by the nobles, he became a subordinate to the Duke of the Border. To improve our family's life, my father decided to achieve merit and obtain a noble title. But after going for 4 years, my father disappeared without a trace. So, I am quite content with my current position. After all, only in this way can I protect the people I want to protect." Leyland said calmly, "Do you think that by staying like this, in the 13th Night Regiment, you can protect everything you want to protect?" Cassio remained silent. Leyland continued, "Lord Bearder is the only swordsmanship master in the Empire. He can definitely offer you great help." Cassio said with a determined look, "I have someone I wish to follow. So I want to prove myself at the upcoming swordsmanship tournament. The swordsmanship tournament is held once every 5 years in the Empire. The champion can choose which lord they wish to follow, and pledge their loyalty to them. If I can win, I am willing to give everything for that person." Leyland interrupted, "Then you should definitely meet young Master Bed. The choice is in your hands. Even if you receive help from others, success still relies on your own efforts. It's a good thing that someone is willing to help you, just like how you helped me." Cassio finally opened up. He picked up the letter and the pocket watch. Upon seeing the contents of the envelope, Cassio was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect the Duke to pay such attention to a commoner. ... exclamation mark. At that moment, Leon came out and shouted loudly, "Mom said if you keep refusing like that, she will kick you out of the house." Out of the house. After hearing this, Leyland chuckled and said, "Your family would actually say something like that?" Cassio decided to take a gamble. Then he gently said to Leyland, "Thank you. I will definitely not embarrass you." Leyland said with a smile, "Good luck, I'm looking forward to your performance." That night, Lucas disguised himself and arrived at the kingdom of Batro. Following the clues in the envelope, he found Alice's residence. When Alice saw Lucas, her eyes filled with tears as she said, "You really came to save me." Lucas said with a smile, "Not even looking to see who came to find me. Of course I had to come." Alice tearfully complained, "Other than running away, I have no way to get rid of that woman. I can barely hold on alone in a foreign land. That's why you came here. After all, you are on my side." Lucas asked seriously, "Your prince has failed. Knowing this all too well, why are you still here then? What task did that person give you?" Alice said with a grievance, "A woman like me, who has nothing, wants to stay in a foreign royal family. I really have no choice." Lucas asked patiently, "I need to know the specific situation to help you. I specifically came here to rescue you. Don't you believe me?" Alice spoke up, "I want to take control of the merchant groups and nobles of the Biterlo kingdom. Lucas, I hope you can send someone to spread the news that I am the richest person from the empire. I will use this to do business here. No matter what method I use, I must build a good relationship with the nobles of this country, to get them to buy weapons and troops. and tell a war could break out at any moment. All of this won't raise suspicion. That way, I can return all the humiliation I've suffered to that woman, and stand at the pinnacle of the empire. I can definitely do it, because I clearly remember everything that woman did. Then Alice hugged Lucas tightly and said, only you can understand me. She just had a good start in life. Great. We fought our way to this position through our own strength. Do you remember the founding party? Lucas sneered and said, of course. How could I possibly forget such a tragic day for you? Meanwhile, in the Canmevan residence, Leyland reported to her father that the mastermind behind the assassination has been found. Duke Canmevan said angrily, tell me immediately who it is. I will make sure they lose their heads. Leyland urged her father to calm down. The main conspirators of the assassination are Prince Rishi's former attendant and Alice. They have already left the empire by now. The secretary beside them said, as far as I know, a total of 4 people have resigned from their positions as servants to Prince Rishi, and the 2 servants who have not been accused are currently not in the Kevin Empire. Leyland added, I heard that these 4 servants escorted Alice to the kingdom of Betro. Then the 4 of them went to different countries. Then they took out the latest intelligence sent by Lucas and continued speaking. They are respectively in the kingdom of Betro and Maylaw Kingdom, as well as in Maylaw Kingdom and the kingdom of Dean. In addition, they also dispatched a person to Lunatia. Candy Maywen said thoughtfully, international activities, huh? It's hard for mere servants to do something like this out of personal desire. Such actions are typically a way for royalty to attract external forces to instigate war. If that is the case, then they are acting under Rishi's instructions. Leyland continued speaking. This is the information provided to me by the leader of the Intelligence Guild. Alice has copied our products. She is currently making a big splash in the kingdom of Betuo. I've heard that he is especially working hard to attach himself to the big client, the Betuo royal family. Kandamuan asked in confusion. Those are magical products. Wizards only exist in the Kevin Empire. How did she manage that? Leyland isn't sure either. But she will personally ask the Tower Master, Yigolian, later. Duke Kandamuan continued. No matter how good the project is, it cannot suddenly attract picky nobles in other countries for no reason, unless someone is supporting them from behind the scenes. The secretary quickly added, we've noticed that recently, a substantial amount of funding has been continuously flowing from Crown Prince Rishi into the kingdom of Betuo. Leyland said worriedly. In short, their supporter behind the scenes is Rishi. What does he really want? Kandamuan smiled and said, knowing the flow of money, one can naturally foresee the near future. The kingdom of Betro will soon declare war. The secretary explained to Leyland. The kingdom of Betro has recently purchased a large quantity of weapons and chemicals. Neighboring countries have also bought over 3 times more chemical weapons than usual. Kandamuan stood up and said, since we know their goal is to start a war, we absolutely cannot sit idly by. Based on the timing of the declaration of war, we can more accurately determine what they actually want. Seeing her father leave, Leyland anxiously asked, Father, how do you plan to handle this? Duke Kandamuan patted Leyland's shoulder and said, don't worry. I will absolutely not let my precious daughter fall into danger again. I need to have a serious talk with the Emperor who has failed to manage his son. Duke Kanmevan reported to the Emperor based on the information he had. He reported item by item to the Emperor. But the Emperor impatiently interrupted. I've had enough of your ridiculous remarks. Even if the 3 kingdoms unite to attack, my country will have no problems at all. I can understand that because your daughter almost died, you want to randomly grab someone as a scapegoat. But are you trying to use such baseless claims to defile the royal family? Duke Kanmevan continued to patiently persuade. I know it's hard for you to understand. But the truth is quite clear now, isn't it? The unusual movements of Prince Rishi's attendants, and his partner Alice's ventures in the Betro Empire. There's definitely Prince Rishi's influence behind this. He must have ulterior motives for doing all of this. I'm just worried that he might rebel. However, the Emperor retorted. Why do I feel like it's your Cadmean Duke family that wants to rebel? The Duke of Cadmean looked at the Emperor in disbelief. Then he said solemnly, my daughter barely escaped from the hands of assassins. Clearly, she has been caught up in the power struggle. But for the sake of the royal family, this matter was brushed aside without any investigation. Since that's the case, shouldn't you at least be cautious about the dangers I just mentioned? Is it so hard to alert you about Prince Lixi? The Emperor said impatiently. You dare to desecrate the divine royal bloodline. I cannot accept such behavior. As Rixi wished, the Crown Prince has become a useless prince. The Cadmean family has become an unshakable force. This makes me suspect that your daughter's attack was orchestrated by you. The Duke of Cadmean could no longer bear it. Do you think I'm crazy? You actually joke about your own daughter. One of the masterminds behind the assassination of my daughter is the woman who got involved with your useless son. If anything happens to my daughter in this war, I will not let you go. The Emperor let out a light sigh. You dare to speak so insolently to the Emperor. It seems your family is truly arrogant. The Duke of Cadmean said helplessly. Turn. Do whatever you want. Even if you're killed by rebels, it's none of my business. The Emperor said disdainfully. Let me give you a piece of advice. Keep an eye on your daughter. I always feel like something is wrong with his head. Maybe she might suddenly commit suicide like her mother did. Duke Cadmean asked coldly. What did you say? The Emperor stood up and Dan said without paying attention. I know you like to blow things out of proportion. The royal family's tolerance for your arrogance is. It ended when you turned my son into a useless crown prince. Duke Cadmean gritted his teeth and said. Then let this empire, in front of everyone, meet a tragic end. Damn guy. The Emperor retorted again. Trees that grow unchecked destroy a forest after overshadowing it. However, it's hard to eradicate it in the short term. So we have to let it dry out and die first. Another welcome. Leyland arrived at the magic tower. But she was stopped outside by the royal family. Leyland used to come here often. But this time it is not allowed. The soldier kindly advised. This is a royal command. Please comply. Leyland provocatively said. What will happen if I don't comply? Are you planning to arrest me? The soldier glared at Leyland and said. You will definitely not have a good outcome. You will definitely not have a good outcome. Such an attitude was displeasing to the knights of the Cadmean Duke family. Implied continuation. Immediately wanted to unsheath his sword and take him down. But Leyland stopped him. Since I am not allowed to enter here, I have other places to go. Then she returned to the Cadmean Duke's residence. She found the medal sent by Iglion. After Leyland teleported, she hurriedly explained her purpose. But what she saw was a scene of devastation. What happened here? Where did Belcher go? Iglion said, suppressing his inner sorrow. I never expected the magic tower I fought so hard to protect would still fall. Earning money without royal permission. Spreading the inappropriate thoughts of magicians to the Kevin Empire. All the magicians, including Belcher, were all captured and thrown into the royal prison for these 2 charges. Leyland couldn't believe it. The royal family has become so strict. The master of the magic tower, Igelian, said helplessly. The royal family sent many people over to inquire about your reasons for entering and exiting the magic tower during this time. They even searched this place thoroughly. Leyland asked calmly. So how did you respond? Igelian continued. I said you came to the magic tower because you were unwell. In the process of seeking a treatment, you found the magic tower. I also forged many documents as evidence and submitted them. Leyland looked at the saddened Igelian and asked. Why are you trying so hard to protect me? Igelian explained. I'm doing this just to cut off your connection with the magic tower. This is to protect the mages. Leyland said excitedly. This all started because of me. I'm here to save the mages. Igelian said without any hope. Don't get involved anymore. Provoking the emperor won't do any good. So I can only try to wait quietly. I hope everyone can come back safely. Leyland asked somewhat puzzled. Why are you so unwilling to confront the royal family directly? Igelian said desperately. Do you think for hundreds of years, no one has ever reached out to us like you have? Some of them wanted to use us. And there were those who wanted to help us after knowing the truth. But they all disappeared without a trace. Because they couldn't defeat the royal family. Thanks to you. We earned 50. I also enjoyed it. These are beautiful memories for everyone. So you should stop coming to the magic tower. In the face of Igorian's expulsion, Leyland questioned loudly. Do you think that if you just stay honest, the royal family will let you go? What if the royal family finds a way to hold on to them? What if they imprison them for a lifetime? Igorian said excitedly. This is none of your business. There's no need to involve you in this matter. I will handle this. So please leave. Leyland said sternly. This is certainly my business. The people who helped me have been taken by the royal family and treated as slaves. As their boss, how could I possibly stand by and do nothing? Give me a little time. I will definitely rescue the wizards. Then I used teleportation magic to return home, without giving Igorian a chance to persuade me. At that moment, a piece of paper floated down. After Igorian saw the contents inside, he sighed helplessly. On the other side, Leyland hurriedly searched for her father's figure upon returning home. At that moment, Candaman called out loudly for Leyland. Then he said angrily, I actually served that guy as if he were the emperor. That guy has a head but doesn't think. It would be better to remove it. In order to calm her father down, Leyland and Candaman went to the Rose Courtyard. Candaman said irritably, the emperor has become paranoid. Due to the huge scandal surrounding the deposed crown prince, he has been trying to cover it up. Leyland quickly asked, how does he plan to handle the rebellion? If this continues, the royal family is in danger. Candaman continued, he doesn't care about the safety of the empire at all. He only cares about the power he holds. I actually served such a stingy guy as the emperor. At this moment, Leyland also understood why the wizards were imprisoned. They were made scapegoats for the Rishi rebellion. Canmaiwen stood up and said, although we can escape, but the wizards are indeed very likely to be executed for treason. Leyland said indignantly, for hundreds of years, the royal family has covered up all crimes related to them, making the common people believe that the royal bloodline is noble. They also shifted all the suffering experienced by the common people onto the orc race, and the blame for the war was entirely placed on the wizards. Canmaiwen continued the conversation. However, Canmaiwen remained silent, because the biggest beneficiaries of the royal family's existence are the nobles. The emperor's harsh attitude towards me is also for this reason. Leyland said discontentedly. The wizards are not at fault. I was the one who actively sought them out to help me start a business. Just for that, they were sentenced for treason. Lynn hasn't finished talking yet. She laughed. We have no reason to remain silent. Our family has been merchants at heart. The reason we call ourselves subjects of the empire is just to make more money. As long as we give up this title, everything can be resolved. In any case, we can live well on our own. It's not that the empire accepted us, but rather that we chose the empire. If we go somewhere else, the other party would probably be very happy, right? And if we organize our territory and business circles before leaving, the entire empire will fall into turmoil. How dare you say my daughter is not sane? Then I'll show you, you dog, what real colors look like. Leyland was amused by her father's angry words. Then she held her father's hand and said with determination, let them see the choice of the Cadmean Duke family, to teach the arrogant royal family a lesson. The Duke is determined to showcase the power of the Cadmean family. As long as we disappear from the empire for a month, the entire empire will erupt in turmoil. Leyland said earnestly, we cannot let the common people suffer because of our struggle with the royal family. Those captured wizards might be used as sacrifices. So we must be careful. The Cadmean Duke said calmly. We only need to target the nobility. Leyland smiled after hearing this. How about blocking the trading port? For centuries, the Cadmian family has monopolized the empire's trade rights. We only need to block those luxury goods. This will have little impact on the common people. It will also cause discontent among the nobles. The Cadmian Duke praised with a look of satisfaction. Truly my daughter. So clever. The next day, the Cadmian Duke personally came to notify. He informed the person in charge that all port operations were halted, and told them to take a vacation. He would strengthen security in the area himself. Watching the Duke gradually run away, the two were somewhat puzzled. The Cadmian is willing to do anything for profit. Surprisingly, they would close the trade port regardless of loss. Someone nearby reminded, "Don't you know the Duke's daughter? She was nearly assassinated at an event hosted by the royal family, but the murderer has yet to be caught." The Duke demanded the Emperor to capture the criminal. Yet, he was countered by saying that Cadmian orchestrated it all. It was only then that the two realized. Cadmian and the royal family had already begun to oppose each other. Leyland asked casually, "This is the last port, right?" The Duke said with a smile. "From now on, no luxury goods will enter the empire." Leyland continued. "Although this will upset the nobles planning to host parties in the short term. Without suppliers, high-priced private deals are bound to spread. In the end, all the nobles will find it hard to escape." Duke Canmewin said dismissively with a laugh. "The entire empire will find it hard to escape." As the Canmewin distributors shut down one after another, it caused dissatisfaction among many people. People began to discuss among themselves. "I heard that Canmewin won't be bringing things in anymore." Then a newspaper boy shouted, "I heard that once Canmewin organizes his business, he will go abroad." One of the nobles said in panic, "Is this true? This empire relies on the money earned by Canmewin to survive. After Canmewin leaves, can we still live normally here?" By now, news about Canmayan possibly leaving the empire has spread among the populace. All the big merchants and those working for Canmayan are trying to stop the conflict between the royal family and the Canmayan family. But what they fail to understand is, the royal family should be begging for reconciliation with Canmayan now. On the other side, at the Canmayan Duke's residence, the secretary was reporting, "In just 2 weeks, luxury goods have skyrocketed by 10 times or more. Other nobles are requesting to meet with the emperor every day." Leyland felt somewhat puzzled. The reaction was much quicker than she had imagined. The Duke beside her said with a smile, "I spread rumors that Canmayan will go to other countries. Haven't I said this before? It's not that the empire chose us, but rather that we chose the empire. Canderman is the source of the empire's revenue, and money is the lifeblood of the empire. The entire empire will soon fall into anxiety. The nobles cannot just sit by and wait for the royal family." And then they burst into laughter. A month after the Cadmian incident, the kingdom of Beitro declared war on the Kevin Empire. At this point, the royal family was in complete disarray, faced with the pressing questions of many ministers. Emperor Kevin could only remain silent. By evening, Kevin angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Damn Cadmian! The royal family is divine. They absolutely cannot be tarnished. So, I must deal with Cadmian." Before the words were finished, Lish requested an audience outside the door. He then pushed the door open and entered. Upon hearing this voice, Kevin felt annoyed. He then shouted even louder, "I don't want to see you. Get out." Lish said Dan ran. As the saying goes, a vicious dog fears vicious people. The royal dog bit its master. Of course, it must use other dogs. In chaotic times, heroes are probably needed, right? Just like during the 100 Years' War. The honor-bound Carolus would certainly never betray the royal family alongside Cadmian. As long as Carolus stands with the royal family for a century, the empire will surely welcome stability. And the most troublesome Cadmian. Let's just do it their way. Kevin was furious upon hearing this. He picked up a nearby wine glass and threw it at Rich. "Isn't all of this because of you? Duke Cadmian claims you attempted to assassinate the young lady and rebel. Whether this matter is true or not is not important. What matters is that the royal family's reputation nearly suffered because of you. And now you're asking me to do as Cadmian wishes? You really don't take me seriously." Rich explained. Dan. "I have already been stripped of my title. Even if you lock me up, the honor of the royal family will not be tarnished. In that case, Cadmian would get what he wants. They will bow down again." Kevin thought for a moment. Actually, it's not difficult to imprison Rixie according to Cadmian's wishes. As long as the news doesn't leave the palace, it's fine. Then he calmly said, "You may leave." Rixie walked out the door looking unusually calm. At that moment, she only wanted to gain Leyland's love again. She wanted to hold Leyland in her arms. 1 month after the Cadmian incident escalated, the emperor secretly summoned the Duke of Cadmian and public security. Before the conversation began, the emperor asked seriously, "Is the Cadmian family really planning to tidy up their business and leave the Kevin Empire? You are not collaborating with the warmongering Bader Kingdom, are you? Let's join forces to plan this inquiry." Leyland spoke up first to suppress her father's anger. "This is a baseless rumor. This incident was just a result of my father's momentary negligence due to his illness." The emperor glanced indifferently. Duke Canmewin said in a low voice, "I can't stand hearing unpleasant words. It has led to a nervous breakdown." Leyland continued speaking. "You should be well aware. The declaration of war by the Baitolo Kingdom has nothing to do with Canmewin. If we were the ones plotting this, my father wouldn't have met with you last time. Instead, he would have left without a word." However, Emperor Kevin said, "I think Canmewin might be trying to gain a higher level of influence, suddenly choosing to ally with Baitolo. The declaration of war by the Baitolo Empire did not happen before the swordsmanship tournament, but rather a month after the Canmewin incident occurred. Isn't this surprising?" Leyland feels somewhat displeased. What, the heart remains unchanged? Are you trying to protect the royal family's reputation? By framing the Canmevan family as traitors? It seems you've guessed what Rong was thinking. He then said calmly. You don't need to be so wary. I just want to tell you what was said in the noble meeting. I've decided to heed your advice. Before the swordsmanship tournament, to confine Rixi to his room. I might have been overly confident in the power of the Kevin Empire, which led to my excessive excitement. I apologize for not heeding your advice earlier. I hope the royal family and the Canmevan family can get along like before. Seeing the emperor preparing to stand, Leyland hurriedly said, I want to talk to you about the magic tower. Please release the wizards imprisoned in the royal prison. Even if they have connections with the Cadmean Duke family, they have not committed any crimes. Kevin said impatiently, this incident is a different matter from the issue of the magic tower. I cannot agree to your request. At this moment, the Duke of Cadmean interrupted. They helped treat my daughter's illness. How could I possibly stand by and do nothing? We, the Cadmean family, owe a favor to the wizard. I hope you can agree to my daughter's request. Kevin hesitated for a moment before saying, can you guarantee to stop using the business they started? To rescue those innocent wizards. Leyland agreed, although she was quite unhappy inside. The next morning, the emperor announced he would send Belder Carolaus to deal with Beatro. People cheered for the emperor and the hero Carolaus, and became extremely confident. However, Belder's heart underwent a change. On the other side, the master of the magic tower, Igorian, is sorting through documents. Those wizards who just came out of prison suddenly rushed out from the side towards Igorian. Just as Igorian began to feel suspicious, Leyland replied back, didn't I say I would rescue them all? I'm sorry for making you suffer. I promise this will never happen again. Looking at the somewhat tired Leyland, Igorian snapped his fingers. He then handed her an electric blanket he had made himself. Then he explained, according to the note you left, while doing it, I succeeded. It seems I subconsciously believed your words that you could save everyone. I believe you were worth trusting. Thank you so much. The other wizards also expressed their gratitude to Leyland. However, Leyland said somewhat helplessly, I made the condition that I wouldn't be trading with the magic tower. I just rescued you. So I probably can't come to the magic tower anymore. At this moment, Igo Lien asked seriously, is there going to be danger? Is there anything we mages can help with? Leyland reprimanded sternly. What are you thinking? What if helping me makes you lose the emperor's trust again? Igo Lien saw that he couldn't persuade Leyland. He then formally requested her approval according to imperial etiquette. While gently kissing the back of Leyland's hand, he said resolutely, we mages will help Miss Leyland. I hope you can allow it. Leyland was startled by Igo Lien's sudden action. Which empire's etiquette is this? Igo Lien replied innocently. 200 years ago, the empire requested approval like this. I am sincere. Please allow us to offer our help. After a moment of struggle, Leyland sighed helplessly and said, you have shaken my resolve. In that case, I won't refuse anymore. After all, my plan originally required the power of wizards. Please help me. I will do my best to protect the wizards. Igorian smiled. Other wizards followed suit. They spontaneously wanted to help Leyland. Leyland smiled and said, then I'll have to ask you again. Inside the noble mansion of the Beatro kingdom, Alice looked at the dazzling gems and the mountains of gold coins before her. This was clearly the life she had always dreamed of, yet her heart felt not a trace of joy. These things were not enough to make Alice happy, because she had little time left. She could see her hand gradually fading away. Promises, as she looked at the comforting letter sent by Rishi. Alice knows that Rixi will definitely abandon her. Accept together. Can't find acceptance for the abuse. But unfortunately, this time, Alice also needs Leyland. In order to survive, Alice needs Leyland's soul. At that moment, a wizard burst through the window. The man said, Dan. The man you called has already left here. He went to the Cade Empire. Alice got up and said, good job, Shannon. If Lucas were here, it might hinder your actions. We will soon obtain the world we've always dreamed of. Shannon asked with a confused expression. I know, Alice. But what should I do? Alice said excitedly. You must kill Leyland at the swordsmanship competition. As long as she is still alive, my plans will all be in vain. At this rate, I might end up dead. Please, Sha Nan. Help me, please. Sha Nan gently comforted Alice while holding her. Don't be so anxious. I will help you achieve your dreams. Please believe me. Even if time could turn back, our love wouldn't change. At this moment, Sha Nan's hand was slowly disappearing, too. It seemed to be backlash triggered by some kind of taboo. On the other side, after receiving help from the wizards, Leyland also learned about the wizard who could use forbidden black magic. This person is named Sha Nanshi. She is the most outstanding among the wizards. Because she was dissatisfied with her current situation, she focused on practicing the prohibited magic. However, Kaibing was unaware. If the wizard helping Alice was Sha Nanshi, she could only consciously raise her guard against this person. As for other matters, I'll think them through slowly. At this moment, Leyland was taking a carriage to Lucas's cake shop. Leyland confidently asked Betty, how'd I look today? Betty excitedly replied, you look absolutely stunning today. However, Leyland felt a bit uneasy. After all, she was just going to drop off a gift. What's there to be nervous about? After receiving confirmation from the front desk that Lucas allowed her free access, Leyland assumed Lucas wasn't back yet. So, she directly pushed open his door. However, what she saw was Lucas's body half covered. Lucas thought it was Rebon and didn't pay much attention. After the two locked eyes for a moment, Lucas shouted, Duchess, what are you doing here all of a sudden? Leyland asked, her face completely red. When did you get back? After a while, both of them calmed down. Lucas pitifully lamented, I never expected to be seen like this. Leyland argued back. I swear I only saw a little bit. Then Lucas began to discuss the main issue. Not only foreign nobles, but there are also people in the Empire involved in Alice's plans. I remembered the person's face and name. So we must capture them alive during the swordsmanship tournament, to use them as witnesses. Based on the current trend, a rebellion is bound to occur. After receiving the information from Lucas, Leyland continued to ask, did you see any mages making magical items for Alice? Lucas said he had not seen any. Then he said seriously, she plagiarized your magical work and sold it. This implies she must have had help from a mage behind the scenes. If I couldn't even discover it, it means that person is very cautious in their actions. He then pointed to the item Leyland brought and asked, what exactly is that thing next to you? Leyland said, this is a gift for you. It's called, Dangerous Battle Outside the Blanket. Then let Lucas lie on it to feel. At that moment, Lucas felt warmth and comfort. Leyland looked at Lucas's blissful expression and asked, how is it? Not bad, right? Lucas looked at Leyland in front of him. Then he said softly, do you want to lie down and try? Leyland replied duh. It's too narrow. Lucas continued, I think there's enough space to lie down. And the person who made the product should have experienced it themselves before selling it, right? Leyland promptly intervened. I've already confirmed it. Are you going to pull tricks again? At this moment, Lucas put away his playful demeanor, and said seriously, I have something serious to discuss with you. Sending Master Swordsmanship, Sir Carolus, to the borders, should also be part of Alice and Rishi's plan. The goal is to seize this place while there are no strong protectors for the palace. This swordsmanship competition is likely to be very dangerous. You could get seriously injured. Are you really okay with that? Leyland just smiled slightly and said, don't worry. Everything will work itself out in time. You should be careful too. Lucas asked, how about I come back on the day of the swordsmanship competition? Leyland said seriously, didn't you say that only I could give you orders? Leyland, hope you can stay in the kingdom of Betro forever. You need to stay in that place I can't go to. Help me gather information. I will need that information soon. So don't worry about me anymore. Just focus on your own matters. I'm leaving now. You need to make good use of that thing. After all, that was a special gift I gave you. Watching Leyland gradually walk away, Lucas fell into deep thought. At that moment, Rebon came in and said, how much do you plan to charge for this information? Lucas suddenly asked, do you know what pure love is? You probably don't know, right? Someone who loves money like you will never understand me in this lifetime. Rebon sarcastically retorted in anger. Is this something you should be saying? Someone who can marry hundreds of times just because they've got money. Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Lucas countered. This is the first time I've felt that kind of pure love, where staying by her side is all that matters. That's really interesting. Go expand the intelligence network. Gather all the information about the kingdom. I'll need it in the future. After asking Lucas to monitor Alice's every move, Leyland immediately returned to the Duke's mansion. After receiving a caring letter from Harvey, Leyland was troubled about how to respond. I can't just tell him that I was almost assassinated, can I? Little did she know that a bird outside had observed everything. After writing some comforting words, Leyland adjusted her outfit. She set off for the Cadmean Duke family mansion. As Leyland arrived at the door, she was shocked by the enthusiastic welcome. Leyland also appeared quite helpless. Perhaps he should keep a low profile. At that moment, Belder came specifically to greet Leyland. I've been waiting for you, he said. Cassio was also at the training grounds. I'll take you over, he offered. On the way to the training grounds, Leyland hinted. I heard you're going to battle against the kingdom of Betro. Everyone believes that the heir with the blood of a hero, Cadmean, will win. Seeing Belder's distracted look, Leyland wanted to offer some comfort, but all her words turned into one sentence. You need to be careful. After a moment of contemplation, Belder replied. When I step onto the battlefield to face the enemy, just the thought that I may be killing someone's family or friends, I really want to drop my sword and escape. At least at that moment, I didn't feel like a hero. I was just a killer. That meaningless war where only the winners and the losers are remembered. I really don't want to go through this again. Leyland only then realized how cruel war really is. Looking at the dejected Beld, although Leyland really wanted to say, since it's so painful, then just choose to escape. However, she couldn't say it out loud. After all, the ones who would suffer from that would be the people of the Empire. What could she possibly say to Beld? At that moment, Beld noticed Leyland's dilemma. Although it is said this way, I don't dislike this position I'm in. As a descendant of heroes, I should bear everything for the people of the Empire. No matter who stands up, we all need to fulfill this obligation. It's just that this time, I happen to be the one standing in this position. At least here, I am not a killer, but a hero who protects this land. I'm sorry. I seem to have worried you. Leyland was stunned for a moment. Then she gently said, I'm grateful to you as well. As a citizen of the Empire, I will wait for the hero Ballard's triumphant return. At this moment, Cassio was deep in meditation at the training ground. Hearing familiar footsteps, he glanced instinctively. When he saw that the visitor was indeed Leyland, Cassio felt overjoyed inside. He hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. Then the two curiously asked, what brings you here? After facing their questions, Leyland was somewhat at a loss for words. Then she decided not to be around the bush. Leyland said seriously, Cassio, I hope you won't participate in the swordsmanship tournament. Thinking it over, I probably don't have the strength left to protect you anymore. This left Cassio and Betty confused. Cassio asked, you clearly know it's dangerous that day, yet you still want to participate? Leyland replied, of course I will participate. Cassio said firmly, then I have no reason not to participate. Since there is danger, we should aim to win first place even more. I don't understand why you would say something like this to me, but if I know that the place you are in is very dangerous, and I still chose to run away, then I would truly regret it. Although Leyland really wants to persuade Cassio, she couldn't say it in front of so many people. Someone is likely to rebel at the swordsmanship competition. At this moment, Betty interrupted. Let's start training. First, let's run 100 laps around the training ground. Betty watched as Cassio walked away and said, he is the man responsible for protecting you while I'm away, so you don't need to worry too much. However, the two of them had no choice but to give up for now. At this moment, the little bird that had been eavesdropping flew back to Kenwyn Academy. He reported to Harvey. Lady Leyland is in danger at the upcoming swordsmanship tournament. She has been going back and forth between the Mage Tower Intelligence Guild and the Carolhouse Duke's residence. It looks like she is preparing for something. Harvey smiled helplessly. You told me not to worry. As a result, you're doing dangerous things behind my back. At this moment, many beasts gathered around Harvey. Then Harvey stood up and commanded. Everyone will regroup at the swordsmanship tournament held in a week. If anyone tries to harm Leyland, just tear them apart. Leyland was busy preparing everywhere. At this time, she returned to the Duke's residence looking exhausted. She didn't even have the heart to try on her custom-made new clothes. She immediately instructed Betty to call Lien over. Watching Leyland, who looked somewhat lost in thought, Betty was very worried, but unable to provide help. Previously, Blade's words about heroes made Leyland realize the heavy responsibility he carries. Could be described as a model leader. What will the real Leyland and Rishi be like? Although I have never seen the world ruled by Leyland and Rishi, it must be a mess. Leyland looked up and saw her reflection in the window, and spoke to her shadow. You want to use me to return to the regent position. Perhaps you really hope Rishi can successfully rebel, but I will no longer be at your mercy. I will destroy your position, and you will never be able to enter the royal family again. Neither you nor Rishi are qualified to be rulers. If you feel upset, then let me return to my original world. Leyland Jung Li Jung Dung let her thoughts. First, Rishi will rebel at the swordsmanship tournament in a week. His goal is to eliminate the emperor and himself, nobles and their knights. There must be many capable participants in the swordsmanship tournament. The enemies surely don't want unnecessary conflicts with them either. They will definitely concentrate their firepower on the target. I can take advantage of this to minimize losses, but it cannot be denied that the emperor is tacitly allowing this rebellion. That is to say, if we act recklessly according to our own ideas, we might instead be accused of treason. Even if the emperor can sacrifice his own life for the royal family's reputation, I certainly don't need to risk my own life. At this moment, two little bluebirds were tapping on the window with a bag. It turned out this was the information Lucas had collected for himself. Inside were details and images of the rebels. Looking at Lucas's encouraging words in the letter, Leyland's confidence grew immensely. After a while, Lien finally arrived late. Leyland hurriedly took him to the magic tower. In order to prevent the sacrifice of innocent people, and to protect those she loves, she needed Lien to lead the mages and the knights of Kanmian to fight together. 1 week later, on the day of the swordsmanship tournament, Leyland assigned tasks to the knights in her family's training ground. She asked them to quickly locate and subdue the person in the picture, and the swordsmanship master from the Mayellow Kingdom, Effie, try to maneuver around him. Leyland added seriously, you also need to remember one thing. Do not worry about the Duke and me at all. We are absolutely safe. The knights responsible for protecting us only need to put on a show. Please do not get injured, and do not sacrifice yourselves. Otherwise, there will be deductions from your pay. Although the knights found it hard to understand, they all responded in unison. The arena for the swordsmanship tournament was buzzing with voices. This is Leyland's first time attending such a large event. However, her gaze was constantly searching for Cassio. Leyland knows Cassio wouldn't deceive her, yet she still hopes Cassio won't show up. At this moment, Duke Carlo Ruiz appeared beside Leyland and said, do you have anyone supporting you? You seem to be looking for someone. The young man that Beld has been cherishing like a disciple will also participate. He asked me to tell you. You can look forward to that person's performance. The news of Cassio's participation brought mixed feelings to Leyland. The news of Cassio's fight. At that moment, Emperor Kevin and Crown Prince Hubert arrived. Kevin cast a cold glance at Leyland. Leyland was completely unafraid. She returned the look with the same intensity. As the competition officially commenced, Cassio finally took the stage. Watching the spirited Cassio enter the fight, although Leyland was a bit worried, she was still very happy. Duke Canmevin said lightly, there's a rumor that you introduced him to young Master Ballard, even if it was just to persuade him on the young master's behalf. For that person, it was also an opportunity gained because of you. He should hope more than anyone else that you can see the final outcome. What a pity. After the host announced the official start of the competition, Leyland said lightly, the competition has begun. Shouldn't we head out too? Duke Canmevin replied with a smile. Yeah. Next, we can really just enjoy watching. Then Leyland took out a magical artifact. In the brief flash of the scene, the figures of Leyland and the Duke gradually blurred. After a moment, the images of the two stabilized. She then brought the Duke in front of Igo, the resident of the magic tower. Leyland asked excitedly, has the magic started on time? Igor responded, the illusion magic is holding up well so far. As long as you don't talk or touch the illusion, it won't be exposed. At that moment, Lien's voice came through the receiver that Igor had created. The receiver confirmed that Lien and the others had grasped the positions of all the enemies. The receiver is ready, just waiting for Leyland's command. Leyland immediately instructed them to commence the operational plan, and said to Igor, can you use magic to show us various locations of the scene? Igor waved his hand dramatically. The images from the swordsmanship tournament appeared. It can even zoom in on the images. The Duke suggested nearby. Many nobles have contact with Rishi, but we still need to determine who is truly under his control. Leyland firmly expressed. I will not spare anyone who rushes towards me and the Emperor during a rebellion. Meanwhile, the scene shows a group that has successfully captured their target. Leyland said confidently. Bring it on. I will catch all of you. On the other side, Cassio is fighting a contestant at the swordsmanship tournament. Soon, he sensed something was off. Cassio questioned. I've never heard of another swordsmanship master in the Empire. Who are you? The man tugged at the bandage on his face and sneered. You're quite perceptive. This person is the swordsmanship master of the Meilaw Kingdom, Eiffel. The man decided to drop the act. He directly unleashed his awakening power. He charged at Cassio again and shouted. The battle begins. The Emperor and the Crown Prince in the stands are still watching the play. Unbeknownst to them, the knights behind are already restless. They wounded the Emperor's personal guards. The Crown Prince nearby was startled by the guards' screams. The Emperor Kevin merely cast a faint glance. Watching the intense battle behind him, he said fiercely, a bunch of insignificant guys dare to mock the royal family. Meanwhile, a group of assassins charged out from Leyland's spectator area. At this moment, Cassio only felt that the Emperor's and noble seating areas were very noisy. Eiffel said blandly, it's never ending. I originally thought if you didn't get in my way, I could spare your life. To probe this person's intentions, Cassio spoke up and asked, are you after the Emperor's life? Eiffel sneered. They might be, but I am not. I've heard she's an annoying noble young lady, even from a distance. You can tell she's a beauty. What a pity. After all, my client wants her dead. Then Eiffel infused magic into the sword. He then threw himself with all his strength toward Leyland. Just when he thought it was foolproof, Cassio blocked it with his body. Eiffel said in surprise. You actually managed to block my sword. I haven't heard that you're a master swordsman. Cassio looked at him coldly and said, you dare to talk about attacking the Duke's daughter in front of me? Then I absolutely cannot allow you to take another step. Bring it on. But what Cassio didn't know was, the real Leyland had long been strategizing in the magic tower. Leyland had taken down all the rebellious nobles. She thought she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but then saw Cassio fighting desperately. Leyland watched him gradually step into danger. She hurriedly asked Yigoran to send her back. Yigoran calmly said, even if you go back, you can't do anything. On the contrary, you would hinder them. Leyland also realized her impulsiveness. She could only silently pray for Cassio to escape quickly. Don't lose your life. Looking at Cassio's battered appearance, Eiffel said, it should end now. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Cassio was well aware of the gap between them, but he couldn't let this man go. Otherwise, Leyland would be in danger. Am I really unable to protect her this time too? Can I only watch Leyland die with my eyes wide open? Is it going to be the same this time? Have I ever failed to protect her? At some point in the past. Did I lose her? The feeling of losing a loved one is too painful. I desperately want to protect her. I don't want to go through it again. If I am given another chance, I will definitely protect her well. I won't let myself regret it again. At that moment, Cassio's heart completely awakened. A sword gleamed as it was swung. It pierced Ethel's eyes. Ethel shouted in agony. You bastard. You were hiding your strength this whole time. He could no longer maintain the demeanor of a swordsmanship master. He charged in headfirst. However, the next moment, he was cut in half by Cassio. Cassio successfully turned the situation around. This time, he finally protected Leyland. But the price paid was also enormous. Cassio could no longer hold up his exhausted body. He then fell heavily to the ground. Far away in the magic tower, Leyland witnessed such a scene. Far away in the magic tower, waiting for. But at this moment, Leyland had no mood to give orders. The Duke beside her consoled her. Don't worry. I will do my best to save that knight. You should focus on your current tasks. Leyland gently brushed her hand over the image of Cassio and said, thank you. Then Leyland regained her composure and began to issue commands methodically. She urged Lien and the others to get energized. This time, there are also troops from Padian. The rebellion is not over yet. Just as Leyland finished speaking, many soldiers appeared at the swordsmanship tournament. They raised their swords and charged towards the Emperor. At the same time, they shouted, kill the Emperor. The revolution begins at this moment. After seeing this in the image, Leyland instructed Lien and the others to keep them away from the Emperor's position. There's no need to obstruct these people. Yegorian asked with some confusion. Aren't you going to protect the Emperor? Leyland sneered and said, there are many excellent knights around His Majesty. He should be fine. But if something really happens to him, it could be troublesome. Let's wait until he gets a bit of a scare before rescuing him. Lien, you first transfer the civilians outside the venue. However, at this moment, many archers appeared on the roof. They aimed their arrows at the Duke and Leyland. The commoners in the back audience area had not fully retreated yet. As the arrows were shot, the scene of 1,000 arrows being fired left Lien and the others with no way to dodge. Just as the arrows were about to hit Leyland's figure, Harvey arrived just in time with the Orc tribe. He was well aware that the Leyland behind was a fake. However, since Leyland did this, there must be a reason. No matter what, there was only one thing he needed to do. That was to protect everything Leyland wanted. The archers were only stunned for a moment. Then they continued to shoot arrows at Leyland. Harvey was quick and reached out to catch an arrow. Then he threw it forcefully at the enemy. With just one hit, it pierced through an enemy. The soldiers on the ground saw this. They also allocated some forces to deal with Harvey. However, they only faced humiliation. At that moment, Harvey sensed an extremely unpleasant aura. At this time, Kevin on the Emperor's seat stared at Harvey and muttered to himself. The despicable Orc tribe actually dares to protect Kandamuan. I thought they only bribed the Intelligence Guild. I didn't expect there was a hidden secret weapon. These guys will hinder my writing of the royal history. It's truly annoying. The scene shifts. Leyland, upon seeing Harvey also appearing at the swordsmanship tournament, felt her heart become restless. At this moment, Lien reported again. The orc tribe is helping us. Please tell me which nobles are involved in the rebellion now. We should be able to catch those people on the spot. Leyland was very worried inside, afraid that Harvey and Cassio would get hurt. Igor next to her said lightly, "Don't worry. The awakened orc tribe almost never loses in a fight against humans. That orc has the blood of a fierce beast flowing through him. Their strength is comparable to that of a swordsmanship master." Leyland retorted. Then why do they still face the crisis of extinction? Igor continued speaking. Even the powerful orc tribe has weaknesses. And their weakness is magic. As long as they don't confront magicians, they won't be hurt. So you don't have to worry. After Harvey dealt with the soldiers on the ground, he looked at the archers above. He decided to abandon defense and choose to attack. He focused on choosing to attack. He chose to abandon defense to attack. Then Harvey ordered Niuhulu Leyland to protect Leyland. Then he charged at a distance of 2 meters. He jumped in front of the archer. However, at that moment, a man with green hair suddenly switched places with the archer. He actually cast magic. Harvey couldn't dodge in the air and had to take it head on. This person is the genius magician Sha Nan from the magic tower. He spoke coldly. How dare a mere orc tribe be so arrogant here? I have business with your master. Get out of my way. Harvey, who was blown away, was plummeting rapidly. Luckily, the flying orc caught him just in time. At this moment, 2 ravens flew quickly towards the magician. This is the magician who killed our compatriots. Tear him to pieces. Sha Nan sneered disdainfully. A powerful surge of magic erupted. Harvey hurriedly intervened. Everyone, do not attack. Surround him. However, it was too late. The 2 orcs charging at Sha Nan had already suffered serious injuries. Sha Nan said from his elevated position, "Do you think you are my opponents? A bunch of lowly creatures. Recognize your true identities. Shoot an arrow at me." Then Sha Nan placed explosive magic on each arrow. Many orcs were injured under this dense assault. At this moment, the orc guarding Harvey advised him, "Lord Hovel, please escape quickly. We will fight him here." Harvey ignored it. He could only focus on healing his injuries. On the other side, Leyland in the magic tower was somewhat surprised. There is actually a mage involved in the rebellion. Who is this person? Igolian did not answer. The previous master of the magic tower specifically warned him before dying. Magic possesses the power to destroy this world. So there will definitely be descendants who forget the sins we committed, and will try to resist. If the same mistake is made again, mages will never be able to escape the cage of sinners. At this moment, Igolian was filled with rage. The magic tower endured for 100 years. It seemed like there would finally be a chance to rise. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed by this person in an instant. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, a magical arrow shot towards Leyland. Harvey timely shielded her with his body. As time went by, the situation on the field grew increasingly dire. Many orcs felt fear rising in their hearts. At this moment, Niu Yila shouted loudly, "Cheer up, everyone, come to protect Lord Harvey. We have already lost our Lord, Alman, and Lord Shio. We cannot afford to lose Lord Harvey as well." Harvey listened to the orc's words. His heart was filled with reluctance. "I cannot lose the companions who have fought alongside me in this battle. I must protect everyone well." The desire for power within him caused Harvey to awaken once again. He launched a surprise attack on Summer South, but it was seen through and evaded. Summer South continuously bombarded Harvey, who had transformed into a leopard, with magic. However, it clearly hit, yet it had no effect. Harvey seized the moment when Sha Nan was lost in thought. He struck down fiercely with his claws. Sha Nan was slammed hard onto the floor. This blow rendered him unable to resist. The rebellious soldiers were also frightened into retreat. The orcs and knights all sighed in relief. Harvey, wearing a cloak, approached Sha Nan and asked, "Why did you target Leyland? Answer me." Sha Nan remained silent. Harvey threatened, "If you don't answer, I'll kill you." Just then, Sha Nan used his last bit of magic. He shot a magic arrow towards Leyland. As his plan was about to succeed, he muttered to himself, "I will complete the mission." Harvey clearly knew that at this moment, Leyland was merely an illusion. Yet his body still moved uncontrollably. Fearlessly, he stood in front of Leyland. Just as Harvey was about to die, Igor brought Leyland to the battlefield. Sha Nan looked at this familiar magic. He knew it was Igor who had arrived. Igor looked at Sha Nan coldly, as if looking at a dying person. Sha Nan said, Dan Li, "I didn't expect you to break the tower's taboo and come personally." Igor said nothing, and shot a magic beam directly at Sha Nan's shoulder. This space was already controlled by Igor's magic circle. He knew that his fate was sealed. At this moment, some ordinary people outside saw another magician arriving, thinking he was here to save them. However, some also shouted in anger. They had once killed mercilessly during the 100 Years' War. Why weren't all the magicians executed? It was because the royal family spared them, that such dangerous things would happen again. Igo Lien clenched his fists tightly. He didn't know how to respond to these people's doubts. At that moment, Leyland spoke sternly. "Master of the Magic Tower, you are here to protect our Kevin Empire, right? I really appreciate it. That person is a wicked mage allied with the rebel army. The Magic Tower knows about this matter. They couldn't bear to see the Empire torn apart. That's why they chose to take action. I don't even know how to repay this kindness." Under Leyland's guidance, everyone realized that they had misunderstood the mage before them. Leyland continued to praise him. "The master of the Magic Tower who fights against the traitors for me and the people of the Empire. Today, they defended the Kevin Empire alongside the Orc tribe. Seeing Leyland helped him resolve this crisis just in time, Igo Lien smiled with relief. It seems he hadn't misjudged her. But just when his resolve wavered, Shannon broke free from the magic circle and escaped. Then, Igorian said to Leyland, "The magic tower will take care of the healing for the Orc tribe here. Although this child is severely injured, there is no danger to his life. You can relax." Leyland suppressed her emotions and thanked him. Igorian replied with a smile, "Did I not say, the magic tower can do anything for you?" Under Igorian's exquisite magical control, all the injuries of the Orc tribe were slowly healing. Leyland looked at the scarred Harvey and thought, clearly so close. And knowing that was not me, why would he still try so hard to protect that fake version of me? This fool. Seeing that the Orc tribe was safe and sound, Leyland hurried to the side of the seriously injured Cassio. Lien reported, "He has a very serious injury on his shoulder. If you want to save his arm, he must be taken for treatment as soon as possible. Please keep talking to him. Don't let him lose consciousness." Before Leyland could speak, Cassio said apologetically, "It's not your fault." This left Leyland a bit at a loss. The one who should be saying sorry is me. Did I manage to protect you this time? He picked up the sword on the ground and swore to Leyland, "I swear to dedicate this sword, which carries my heart, soul, and body, to you. I swear to carve a path with this sword that carries victory and honor. I pledge my loyalty to you. I hope you will allow me to stay by your side." At that moment, Leyland unexpectedly saw Cassio's sealed memories. At that time, Leyland was sitting on the throne. Cassio stopped Ballard. Baeld's cold mockery echoed, "You're insane. Those who supported you have betrayed you." Leyland replied Dan, calmly, "I just chose my own path. Even if this path leads me to be pointed at by my husband, it doesn't matter if it ultimately leads to death." Suddenly, a child emerged from behind Baeld. The boy cried out, "Mother, did you really ever consider me your son?" Leyland stood up and said coldly, "Don't shout. I never taught you to do that. I've said it before. Stay put and behave. A foolish puppet. Just like your father who died at my hands." Baeld had no intention of continuing the conversation with Leyland. He tightened his grip on the longsword and spoke to Cassio. "The Queen's sword, Cassio. If you step down now, considering you are a knight, I will spare you fully." Leyland echoed back, "Cassio, don't overexert yourself." Seeing Cassio insist on protecting her, Leyland also self-mockingly said, "If there's a next life, please don't choose me again." However, for Cassio, the only one who could win his soul and sword is Leyland. At that moment, the original host appeared. She looked at Cassio with gentle eyes. She murmured, "You made the same choice again. I clearly ordered you. If there's a next time, please don't choose me again." Then she questioned the current Leyland. "You haven't opened the drawer of my desk, have you? The Emperor is very afraid of you gaining the powers of the Beastmen and Wizards. So he has been sowing discord between the two factions. But you were very close with the new Beast King. Moreover, you have also gained the support of the current master of the Magic Tower. Perhaps everything could be possible now." Before she could finish her sentence, Leyland interrupted, "What are you even saying? The conflict between orcs and wizards was a century ago. You've only been alive for 20 years. Why do you speak as if you've known these people for a long time? And as if you've personally experienced it? Are you really Leyland?" The original owner seems to have been angered. She stared at her intently and said, "I told you that you were Leyland." She asked in confusion, "Aren't you?" The original owner said calmly, "I have only lived as Leyland. I just forgot the memories of that time. Even so, I still haven't forgotten my resentment toward the royal family. I can resort to any means to achieve my goals with that bit of resentment, whether it's about my own status and power, or people's greed and earnestness. I can exploit all of it. In the end, I killed the emperor. After that, I, who began to regent, was no different from the tyrant known as Baimund. Every day is filled with horrific slaughter and bloodshed. When facing death under the blade of Beld, memories deep within me suddenly surged up. I finally understood why I could only become a tyrant, and where my vengeful heart, which used Rashid to kill the emperor, originated from. I shouted loudly in the gradually fading darkness. I pleaded with heaven for another chance. At that moment, Alice suddenly reversed time. Looking at what she has done, she must want to replicate the path I once walked. To see such a failed life and still want to possess it, she is truly foolish. At that moment, Leyland realized, no wonder, regardless of how I targeted Alice, she could still frolic in front of me. Because this novel is about Alice defeating Leyland. A story of triumph at the peak of power. The original owner continued. Because she reversed time, my soul and body from that world were forcibly separated, turning into a hollow shell of a body that pushed me out and summoned you. That is, you, the real Leyland. I only took your body to achieve my own goals. Stealing your body, while your soul carried my memories to another world. It's partly your fault that I lost my memories and became a tyrant. Leyland said angrily. What does this have to do with me? Besides, I've already said I'm not from this world. Before Leyland could finish her sentence, the original owner interrupted. Leyland, you have no way out. So don't talk about going back or nonsense like that. Just help me well here. Helping me is more beneficial for you living here. Leyland asked. Are you saying I should help you corner the emperor? What exactly do you want me to do? The original owner said Dan. The emperor forcibly stripped my soul from my body. Then he occupied that body. If the royal family is pushed to a dead end, the body possessing my power will surface. I've been waiting for that moment. I went insane after failing to achieve my goal and killing the emperor. I need to repay the debts I owe here from the past. Biter executed my insane self. Cassio sacrificed himself to protect me. The orc tribe and the magic tower did not coexist harmoniously under my rule. As for Lucas, He is just like he is now. Only now he seems to be more honest. Although I didn't achieve that. But you can. Those people who have connections with me but were dragged down by me, all chose to help you, didn't they? I really envy you.